you figure out what it was for yet? Okay, we're over here on this table, we have this really cool puzzle, and it's a team building thing, so we are all going to put it together. But please, if you leave your puzzle piece. It's going to freak people out whenever we have come up one or two short, so that'd be great. The white tickets they gave you was for lunch, so hang on to those. There'll be food trucks out here. What time do they get here? What time do we have a set time for lunch? 11:45. Okay, 11:45. So we have 3 vendors: Promethean Cuisine. Those guys are awesome. Walk and Roll and the Pita Pit. We have drinks and coffee and snacks will be available for you here all day. Bathrooms, I don't know if you saw them coming in, you go out the door and down the hall and to your right from here. And I would like to ask everyone to hold your questions. We have a lot of folks that are going to be presenting today, and maybe take notes and meet with them off to the side. We've got a lot to do today, so I want to keep things rolling. So if you have any questions, maybe pull them aside later on or whatever. Looks like about it. So everybody have a great day, and we'll be seeing you about. Thank you.
Welcome and good morning. Thank you, Rusty. I'm so happy that you all have joined us today. There's a lot of faces that I know and a lot that I have just met, but there's been a big buildup to this event for me personally. I am just coming in as the newest executive director for the Kenai Peninsula Economic Development District. I'm filling a large pair of shoes with Tim Dillon's retirement in December, and it's been great. Without any surprise, the transition has been pretty seamless, and I'm grateful that Tim set us up and teed us up and set us on a course to navigate us into this next realm of KPEDD's future and our operations. So I'm just finishing up these first 100 days, 140 days or so as the new ED, and it's been really exciting. Changes upon us are usually the expected readjustments with some focus, approach, strategy, and project alignment. But what we are doing and what we are feeling definitely is palpable is that there's some change happening. And it's not just because of KPEDD, it's because of everyone in this room where there is some momentum and you can feel this change happening. We want to acknowledge that how far we've come to get to this point, but we're really, really exciting for the Kenai Peninsula and the state of Alaska. There's been several years where it felt like we were all just in a room talking a lot and talking about plans and talking about, well, what if, how could we do this? And with the recent federal level once in a generation investment with the infrastructure bill that was signed into the federal government 2 years ago, it kind of changed the way that we started to talk. We started talking about our plans and our projects and what we wanted to build out in our communities and with our local governments and with our tribal governments. We really started to kind of feel like it was possible. And it's happening. If you guys look out here in the back, you can see that the Soldotna Sports Complex is under construction. If you're going through town, you can see that the city of Soldotna is undergoing some tremendous changes with their waterfront. And if you've tuned into their redevelopment projects, you can see in Kenai that there's progress in infrastructure funding and planning going on. Seward, Homer, with the harbor expansion. So things are starting to happen, and it's finally, we're done talking, and now we get to start seeing this tangible change and actionable change that's happening. It's great to be a part of that. So KPEDD's focus and mission is to increase the quality of living experiences for the people that call the Kenai Peninsula home. Our goal is to integrate the carefully derived comprehensive economic development strategy, and we put them into the strategies when we're considering infrastructure projects, infrastructure needs, community programs that include transportation, access to broadband, decreasing the cost of living, and workforce development initiatives. And this time that we are in right now, where it's time for us to inform, to make decisions on relevant and accurate information. And it's time to coordinate, cooperate, and collaborate in order to make the federal funding opportunities go further and make our communities and our region stronger. This approach has become so important during this time when local, state, borough, tribal governments are afforded these funding opportunities. And it's time for all of us to try to understand what those priorities are and what those goals are. They're not necessarily going to align and be in sync 100% of the time, but if we have a deeper understanding of the why and the how it's going to change our community, it's going to get us further and make this project successful. We've always been considered a conduit amongst stakeholders and partners in our region. It's more important than ever that we connect with these organizations, people, businesses, and governments in the ways that make sense. And the time is right. It is a challenge. There are many challenges that are in front of us. We are up for the challenge. So the theme for today is timing. Timing is key, coordination is key, and understanding is key. So as Rusty mentioned, you guys received a puzzle piece when you walked in. Metaphorically speaking, the puzzle is representative of you and your contribution to your community and your region. So when you get a chance, check the puzzle table that's over here by Karen Marks and place your puzzle piece into the puzzle. But as you know, when you do a puzzle, timing is right. You have to make sure that the timing, the coordination, and there is some communication and planning that is necessary. So you can't just go and plop your puzzle piece in. It's got to fit somewhere. So you have to kind of wait and see or talk to your neighbor and see what puzzle piece they have. Pretty soon, that community and that puzzle is going to start to come together. And it's because of all of you and your engagement, your participation, and your initiative of putting those pieces together that we can make our community stronger. So today's agenda is packed. It's well-rounded. It's been calculated. It's been intentionally put together. We have an extraordinary group of subject matter people that have just a level of expertise and insights and perspectives that are relevant to our theme today. Our theme is workforce development, but including with workforce development programs and planning, we know that people who enter the job force need to have transportation. They need to have childcare. They need to have housing. So there are all of these other puzzle pieces that go into workforce development plans. And that's what I hope that we can share today. We're going to hit it off with Sarah Bieber and Sam Tappan. They're economists and work for the Department of Labor for the state of Alaska. They're going to share some insights and perspectives of our region, what trends and what market-related information that is kind of they're seeing and we're experiencing with our influx of the labor market. And without a doubt, we will know and we will feel that there are mountains to climb, but our agenda is crafted to be sure to highlight and provide a platform for regional initiatives, projects, and programs that are happening right here, right now. So instead of just talking about them, if we look around, the peninsula has some amazing things happening and amazing people making those things happen. And that's what we're sharing today. So I hope you walk away today learning something new, having a new perspective into one of the challenges that we hear about in the news or in our peer groups. I hope that you can walk away inspired. And perhaps there's some programs or models that you can duplicate in your own community that is already happening. And I hope you can connect with those people that are in this room that are sharing that perspective and their experiences. So then we don't have to recreate the wheel. If that's what you want to do, cool. If not, we can replicate some of these small changes in our communities to make them stronger. So as I said, we're going to have Sam Tappan, who's an economist with the state of Alaska, and our very own Gulf Coast Regional Manager, Sarah Bieber. She's also our board member for KPEDD. They're going to be highlighting their efforts and they're in their lanes. They're going to set the table, so to speak. They're going to kind of give you some data points on what's happening with our labor markets, what industries are being, growing, what's emerging, what is not emerging, what's our cost of living doing, is our in-migration or out-migration numbers happening, what are those things looking like? And I hope that they can kind of set the tone that while we do have challenges in these mountains to climb, that there is some hope, there's some progress, and some positive things that are happening, and the subsequent presenters will be showing that to us today. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Sarah and Sam. Please give them a warm welcome to get us started today. Thanks. And there's only one mic, so this will be, you guys will have to share.
Can I steal that? Do you mind if I'm here instead of the podium? Okay. I'm a little bit of a walker arounder. So my name is Sarah Bieber. I am an ESM3 with DOLWD under the cloak of the great SOA. And the sphere I operate in is WIOA. Everybody understand? Thank you for having me. No, just kidding. Some of the things we're here to do today is get rid of some misnomers, share silver linings, and so on. So again, my name is Sarah Bieber. I'm the Gulf Coast Regional Manager, housed at the Peninsula Job Center, which serves as the hub for our region. Any technological errors that take place today, I'm going to blame on Caitlin since I'm first up, but hopefully everything will work. I got you. And here we go. Okay, there we go. It's just a little bit of a delay, and I apologize. I clicked too many times. Okay, Caitlin, now we might legit have issues. Oh, there we go. I just want to introduce you to the region really briefly. The Peninsula Job Center serves as a hub for the region, which extends all the way from Valdez down to Kodiak. And the job centers that serve the Kenai Peninsula are the Peninsula Job Center and the Homer Job Center. Within the region, 4 job centers, our mission is to advance opportunities for employment and economic stability. As I mentioned, Valdez, Homer, Kodiak, and Kenai are where our job centers are housed. Just to give you an introduction to the 2 job centers that serve the Kenai Peninsula, we have the Peninsula Job Center located in the Old Cars Mall in Kenai. Except for the Southern Peninsula and Kachemak Bay, we serve communities on the Kenai Peninsula from Whittier south to Ninilchik. After that, Homer Job Center takes over. We are co-located with Public Assistance and Mature Alaskans Seeking Skills Training, what we call the MAST program. We have career support and training services with a full-time staff and employment service technicians that operate in the resource room, our business connection staff that is dedicated to employer services, and also we have different titles that we operate under, as I mentioned before, what we call affectionately WIOA, the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act. Since our job center is bigger than the others in the region, we serve as the hub, and what we try and do within our job centers is have a one-stop concept. So we try and house as many resources as possible into one place so people can easily access services without having to go here, there, everywhere else. The Homer Job Center serves the Anchor Point area south. They serve 4 communities in the local area. They are also located with Public Assistance and have Alaska Housing Finance with them as well. We have 2 full-time employees down there. Actually, we're just getting ready to interview for one, so it's a one-person office right now, but we are getting ready to interview for another because we're suffering the same thing that many of our employers are, a lack of staff, a lack of people, and trying to fill those gaps. They're well seasoned and integrated into the community. I know Homer Chamber was here. I know Alaska Adult Education is here. They're probably very familiar with the Homer Job Center and the partnerships that we try to facilitate. I'm reluctant to hit this again. Okay. Alaska Jobs is our job bank. It's our clearinghouse. It's a big system. It's heavily advantageous for both job seekers and employers. Employers can go in and find people. They can do candidate searches. They can look at resumes. They can reach out to folks that might be interested in positions. Job seekers can also go in here. They can explore labor market. They can explore training opportunities. They can apply for a job. They can build a resume, all the wonderful things. As far as job center resources that we have available for the community, internet access, that's very common for folks that don't have internet at home or maybe have slow internet. They come in, create resumes, cover letters. We do a lot of copying, and we still have a fax machine. And that, I think it's from the 1970s, but it still works. So we're going to keep that around. We have tutorials. We do proficiency testing for both employers and for job seekers just looking to improve their skills. One of the things we brought on recently was the ability to do the GED test within the job center in coordination with, Kenai Peninsula College. We're doing that. Hand testing for TSA, interest aptitude testing. Our staff is absolutely wonderful. The goal of our staff is for somebody walking in through the door to walk out having a better day than when they walked in, whether that's simply directing them how to file a PFD, how to access Social Security, or if they need to come in and do a resume mock interview, so on. We'll take it all on because oftentimes we are a hub for people that don't know where else to go or don't know how to access other services, and we can get them pointed in the right direction. We identify obstacles and barriers to employment and make referrals. Many of the community services that are in here right now, we have a great referral system back and forth because very rarely one size fits all for the customers walking through our doors. And then we can expertly guide and assist in occupational research efforts. I'm leaving all of the labor market data and so on to Sam. We're going to focus on the job center pieces, so those are coming. Just wanted to let you know. Career support and training services is a really important piece of what we do within the Department of Labor. We have 5 workforce development career planners in our office. We administer federal and state grant funds. How many people in this room know that the Job Center has scholarship funding? Not very many. So this is something we definitely want to change. I like to call it our best kept secret that we have never tried to keep a secret before. And that's within career support and training services. So we administer federal and state grant funds to get people to work. And I'll explain about that a little bit more. We help individuals who might need training or support to obtain self-sustaining work. We're not training people for $12 an hour jobs. We want people going into occupations where they're going to be self-sustaining, where they're going to be able to pay for their basic living needs and hopefully some extras in high growth occupations. We also help individuals who need to acquire new skills to obtain or retain employment. A lot of our local oil field companies will bring somebody on and tell them you have to have a CDL in a year if you want to keep your job. Guess what? We can help pay for that and keep somebody in their employment and moving up the ladder. We also give employers the opportunity to tap into a pool of workers who are good candidates for a job. Maybe you find a diamond in the rough and this person needs training or certifications. We can help with that too. There's a few ways we can go about it. One of them is on-the-job training. And this is just a basic example, but for a 6-month period, we can pay for 50% of somebody's wages while they're learning a new job through the on-the-job training program, as long as the employer has an ability to train. And the expectation is the employer keeps that person on year-round full-time. Apprenticeship is a huge part of what we do. We have current apprenticeships with Kenai Fire Department, the hospital, CCI, not to mention our union-based apprenticeships, electricians, chiropractic assistants, dental assistants, dispensing opticians are some of the apprenticeships that we actively have going on the Kenai Peninsula right now. So our grant funding programs can assist with a lot of things. We realize transportation, childcare, housing are issues everywhere in the state of Alaska and even nationwide. So we can help with things like job search assistance. We can help with things like transportation to an interview. We can help with meals while somebody is in training if they have to especially go off site. We can help with housing, clothing and safety gear are just some examples. There is a wide variety of things. I could talk about this all day, but I don't think you want me to do that. Relocation assistance. So unfortunately, sometimes people find jobs outside of our community, whether it's in the state of Alaska or out of state. If it's self-sustaining employment, we can help somebody move to their new job in order to help them get there and start the process of employment engagement and getting their life on track. Training assistance, tuition books, fees, things like that for short-term certifications, vocational schooling, college programs, apprenticeship, on-the-job training, and like I said, tuition books and fees. We can mix support services in with that. We can pay for room and board at AvTech to assist somebody going through a training program. We can buy tools. I don't know if you guys are familiar with apprenticeship and how much an electrician or a carpenter, how much those tools cost. It's usually $1,500 a pop. We have young apprentices that don't have that disposable income to pay for tools. We can help pay for those things to get them on track. This really hits home for me. This is what we have done with our training funds in the past year, the past fiscal year. So since July 1st of last year, we're not even finished yet. Career Support and Training Services has financially assisted about 153 individuals in our area in some capacity and through the course of their training. This is just training information. This isn't even necessarily support services where we might have been just providing job search to somebody. This is what we're doing as far as training, trying to fill the gaps of employment on the peninsula. AvTech has facilitated 51 trainings in IT, culinary arts, industrial electricity, diesel heavy equipment technology, refrigeration, maritime, plumbing and heating, and welding. They are also working with us in a large capacity on related technical instruction for apprenticeships like dental assistant, surgical technician, and electrician. This is a really big deal. These are things that we funded and sent folks over to AvTech for, to bring them out of training as skilled workers and to engage in employment in the community. CDLs are big right now. Kenai Peninsula Driving Instruction, Alaska Driving Academy, Northern Industrial Training, and Southeast Trucking and Training. 69 trainings for commercial driver's licenses in this fiscal year alone. We also support union apprenticeships, as I mentioned, the tools, Alaska Teamsters, Alaska Carpenters Training Trust, Alaska Joint Electrical Training Trust, and Alaska Laborers have all received, their participants have received funding from us in one capacity or another. This is just our region, and these programs are statewide, so there's a lot more besides just our region. And through the University of Alaska system, places like Kenai Peninsula College, Charter College, Alaska Pacific, and Alaska Career College, 17 training plans have been funded through our office for nursing, business administration, radiologic technology, CNA, certified nursing assistant, welding, outdoor leadership, and computer systems engineering. And then last but not least, what has come up recently in our community is the aviation industry. We are seeing so much more of that. Obviously, Alaska, we have a lot of pilots. I think probably per capita, the highest concentration in the nation. Don't quote me on that. But aviation is very much alive through the various vendors that you see up there. We've combined for 20 trainings in certified flight instructor, commercial multi-engines, and commercial pilots, helping people on their journey to commercial pilots. So the trainings you see here, if you take able-bodied seaman, for instance, there are several certifications that go into becoming an able-bodied seaman. It's not just one. So while we mentioned 153 individuals, there's more than that in there because some of those credentials took multiple pieces to gain them that certification. And so besides that, what else are we doing in the community? The Job Center, part of the misnomer is we're the unemployment office or we're the welfare office. We hear that all the time. That is not what we are. We are heavily engaged in our community. On average in the region, and again, that's from Valdez down to Kodiak, 250 individuals on average, and tens of employers are walking through our door. We are providing services to each and every one of these individuals. They're not coming in to access public assistance. These are people we're actually dealing with. We participate with Kenai Construction Academy in vetting applications, providing the advertising, and so on. Kenai Construction Academy is a pre-apprenticeship opportunity for folks to find out about occupations like welding, carpentry, introduction to diesel, electric. They're just pre-apprenticeship opportunities where somebody can get a feel for an occupation and find out if they want to pursue it. And then we engage them with funding if they want to pursue it further. We are in the schools, and we are in the schools quite a bit lately. We participate in the Job Shadow program, and we're there even before Job Shadow, providing resume assistance, mock interviews, things like that in our local high schools. We're hopefully going to be expanding that program out to SoHi. Those talks are happening. Besides just KCHS, we are meeting with career and technical education, and we're actually working on a multi-provider wraparound for some kids at SoHi that are going to be working at Epperheimer this summer. So we're getting them training, we're getting them the pieces that they need to have that work experience. We are in Wildwood and Spring Creek. We provide reentry services to those that are coming back out into the community. Our second chat citizens, preparing them and also engaging them so we can make them skilled workers and successfully bring them out into the community. Promotion and facilitation of apprenticeship, you heard me talk about that. We're visiting employers. We are facilitating Alaska adult education in the Job Center, where people can take the GED test or find out more information. We're making referrals. We have annual training academies, bringing community resources together. So we're sharing information, avoiding duplication, and also blending and braiding our funding. Because again, very rarely one resource can cover everything. We just had our annual Kenai Peninsula Job Fair in the beginning of April. We had about 400 people walk through our door, engaging with over 50 employers. A lot of them making on-the-spot hires, which is a really great event. Customized recruitment events, we do mini job fairs. If you are an employer and you want to know more about our services, please engage us because we can do a mini recruitment for you right in the job center or even on site. Rapid response activities take place when a business is closed down. So we are there providing resources to the employer and mostly to the employees to make sure there's a smooth transition while we re-engage them in work activities. Incumbent worker training is, Director Lecomte is going to talk a little bit about that later, but that's a program we have for employers where they can keep their workforce competitive and we can pay for a trainer to come up and work with employers. It's the 100,000 foot level of that program. If you want to know more, please let me know. Disability awareness, service availability. We have a lot of assistive technology available. Veteran services veterans are our priority. So we always like to see them walking through the door, and we have some specialized services. We participate in events like Project Homeless Connect. We provide letters of support for community partners so they can also receive grant funding. And then we have, so for childcare, one of the interesting things we're doing in Homer is actually bringing Thread down there and meeting with community members that might be interested in opening a childcare facility because we know that's a big need statewide. And then we also have space open for free tax services through AARP. Social Security is in Kodiak on a weekly basis because they're on the rock, they're on the island. It's really hard to fly out to Anchorage and try and access services through Social Security, but we facilitate that as well. And then those receiving unemployment are randomly selected to come into the job center through reemployment services orientation. So we're helping them get back on track and again, engage with employment. So the Job Center has a lot of things going on, not just the unemployment office, not just the welfare office. We have a combination of services. We hope you use them. So I like to tell people I get paid either way, but we want to see people coming through the door. We have a lot to offer. So thank you for that. There's some nice scenery to leave you with of Kenai Peninsula area. Just absolutely gorgeous. I'm proud to live here, proud to be a part of the community. And thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Well, oh, here's my slides. Okay, so my name is Sam Tappan. I am an economist with Department of Labor Research and Analysis Division, and I'm based up in Anchorage, so I'm always glad to be able to drive down to the Kenai and enjoy the scenery along the way. All right. So today I want to talk about a few things. First of all, kind of just talk about how we got here in light of our recent recessions, kind of talk about some of the trends that I'm seeing in both the Alaska and the Kenai economies, our jobs forecast that we just recently released for 2024, what we're seeing coming down the pipeline, and some opportunities that I see uniquely for the region. All right, so starting big picture, this right here is the labor market for the US economy. You can see during the pandemic, we had that big drop, but since then, things pretty much look like they're back on track. So all in all, we may have stuck the soft landing. Alaska, on the other hand, looks a little different, doesn't it? So we're going to talk about why that might be. The first reason is, even before COVID started, Alaska was kind of on shaky ground. Looking at just the job growth from the years 2014 to 2019. Oh, I double pressed. There we go. You can see total, our jobs were decreasing by 2.6%, which was 48th among all states. Our private sector was decreasing by 2.5%, 48th among all states. Our state government was decreasing by 12.1%, last among all states. And our state university employment was down 18.8%, again, last among all states. So we weren't in good shape to start with. So this is looking just specifically at the state's jobs from 2010 forward. And you can see we peaked in 2015. That was when the economy had the most jobs at about 339,000. Then the 2015 recession started, really precipitated by oil prices kind of going down to about a third of their previous levels, and that rippling through the whole economy. And then we started to recover in 2019, getting back about 1% of our jobs right before the pandemic hit, and we've been recovering since. You can see we're just about to back to 2019 levels, and when we go over the jobs forecast, you'll see we expect in 2024 to get back to that point, but I just want to remind people that we still have some ground to make up even once we get there. Just for context, this is a comparison of our two most previous recessions compared to our major recessions in the state's history. And you can see, both in terms of job loss and duration, they're not insignificant. So looking specifically at the recession we had following the pandemic, in 2020, we lost 27,600 jobs. You can see most of those were leisure and hospitality and trade, transportation, utilities, sectors which are tied pretty closely to the visitor industry, but also lots of oil and gas, government, and many other jobs. Here's the same metric for Kenai Peninsula Borough. The Kenai lost about 1,360 jobs, which is 6.7% of the total employment. So a little bit better than the state. It wasn't as bad of a shock to the economy. In fact, some industries such as construction and professional and business services didn't lose any jobs at all, which is kind of shocking to me, actually. Okay. So looking a little bit further forward to today, this is a chart showing from 2019 through the end of 2023 where we still stand. The statewide economy is still down about 4,300 jobs from our 2019 levels. You can see that's mostly in oil and gas and local government. Also significant deficits in information and financial services, but these are sectors that were on a long-term decline before the pandemic and before the 2015 recession, mostly just due to changes in the way services are delivered online and automated services taken over. On the other side, you can see we have actually gotten back above water in transportation, mostly through air cargo improvements in Anchorage, federal government, and healthcare. Again, looking at Kenai specifically for this metric, Kenai's economy has actually already completely recovered to 2019 levels and added an additional 1,150 jobs. So it's a pretty stark contrast to the state economy overall. You can see that almost all specific industries have recovered, with the exceptions being education, mining and oil and gas, and financial activities. So to talk a little bit more about oil and gas, I assume most people in this room already know it's been a rough decade for oil and gas in Alaska. We peaked at 15,300 jobs back in 2015, and now we are at less than half of that, at 7,400 jobs. You can see that after both of the recessions, the industry really struggled to recover and has not made up a lot of ground. So that's something that's certainly pulling down the state economy as well as Kenai. Okay, so now I'd like to go through a few macroeconomic metrics on the state's health. I realize it's 9 a.m. and not everybody gets out of bed in the morning for this, but just take a sip of coffee and I'll walk you through it. So this first one we're looking at here is gross domestic product for the state. In 2023, you can see that we have surpassed 2019 levels, so that's looking good. That red line is oil prices. Obviously, we're pretty closely tied to that because that's such a large product for us, but there's other dynamics going on as well. The important thing to see here is that for about the last 8 quarters, we have been growing and pretty stably and steadily. So that looks good recently. This is personal income growth for all of the state of Alaska. You can see in 2021, we had a pretty big jump, and that was due to all the COVID relief funding, things like the relief checks and expanded unemployment insurance, expanded child tax credits, but has come down since then, since some of that funding ended. And we were pretty worried at Department of Labor that we might see a pretty big drop in 2023 as that funding dried up. But actually, things have remained pretty stable. So we're encouraged by the numbers that we see here as well. And that growth in income is important because everybody's favorite topic here, inflation. Inflation is still continuing. You can see we had pretty massive inflation in the state in 2021 and 2022, but it is coming down really significantly in 2023. The thing to remember about inflation is this is the growth in prices. So even though the growth is slowing down, prices are staying high, and they're going to stay high. So it's just something that we need to get used to. I mean, deflation, it's possible. You saw we had it in 2020, but that's really not healthy for an economy and leads to a lot of other problems. So that's not something that really we want long term. So after looking at these 3 metrics, we can see that the state's health is kind of trending in the right direction the last few years, and looks like things are looking up. So the question is, what's holding us back at this point? And the answer is an incredibly tight labor market. So this is the unemployment rates for the state and the United States. And you can see they're both at historically low levels. Last year, the state average was about 4.2%. Here in Kenai, it was about 4.7%, so not much higher. And one of the big reasons for that is that the state's labor force has been shrinking for a long time. You can see in the last decade, we have 34,000 less people who are able to work in Alaska than we used to. And that's a big problem. About 19,000 of that alone is coming from Anchorage, which has significantly worse labor problem than the rest of the state. And you may have already noticed this isn't actually a new problem. This isn't something that the pandemic caused. Labor force participation rates have been going down both in the state and in the nation for well over a decade. In Alaska, we peaked back in 2000. So it's not a new trend. I know a lot of people think this was brought on by the pandemic. Some of that was due to people leaving the labor force a little bit earlier than we expected, but overall, this is not a new trend. Okay, so the first big reason for that is kind of the population issues that we talked about. People are aging out. For a long time, the biggest portion of the labor force was the baby boomer population, which is disproportionately large. However, they are aging out. Generations aging in are not as large, so we're seeing reductions there. And then Alaska net migration is the other big problem. As you can see, for 11 straight years, more people have moved out of Alaska than have moved in. And that's something that obviously is not new, but it's a real issue. I mean, I'd say as an economist, I remember this one chart because this is what keeps me up at night. It's really hard to continue to grow your economy when your labor force is shrinking. But to bring the mood back up a little bit, Kenai Peninsula Borough does not appear to be following this trend. In fact, you can see here the last 4 years, ever since the economy, the Kenai Peninsula Borough has had positive net migration. In fact, even at record levels the last 2 years. So it looks like maybe Alaska is following the trend we're seeing in the rest of the nation, where after the pandemic, people kind of flocked away from the urban centers, wanted affordable housing, larger housing, wanted to be able to telework and not have to commute into the big cities. So it looks like that may be occurring here, and it's a good sign. Okay, so to get into our jobs forecast, statewide, we expect in 2024 to add, 5,400 jobs, and you can see that's an increase of 1.7%. That growth rate's slowing down a little bit since the pandemic ended and everyone surged back to work, but it's still positive, and we expect in 2019 that the statewide in 2024 statewide employment levels will get us fully recovered back to 2019 levels. So this is looking industry by industry where we expect that growth to occur. You can see we expect strong growth in mining, oil and gas, construction, also some decent growth in professional and business services and healthcare. And then comparing each of these industries from their 2019 levels to now, you can see that healthcare, construction, transportation, we all expect these to be significantly higher than their 2019 levels, but also oil and gas, information, finance, local government, those should not be, don't expect to be recovered to 2019 levels in 2024. All right, so here are the main drivers that we really see pushing some of the growth that we are projecting for 2024, being extraction. We have some really big projects on the horizon that some of you probably already heard about, really significant new federal funding money coming in, and again, another strong visitor industry season. Okay, so some of these extraction projects we see coming for non-oil and gas mining. You can see up here we got the Graphite 1 mine, which recently received federal funding to fast track their permitting. The Monchot mine started operating this winter. That's a mine near Tok that's sending their gold up to Fort Knox, just north of Fairbanks. So a lot of trucking jobs as well for that. The Red Dog mine is looking at an expansion that could extend its mine life for another couple decades. On the oil and gas side, we have Willow and Pica, which are both really significant operations up on the North Slope that have already started development this winter. Those are going to be starting production probably around 2029 and 2026, respectively. And then the federal funding. This includes funds from Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, and also some significant increases to more familiar sources, such as the Statewide Transportation Improvement Plan. This does include some large projects like the Port of Nome expansion, which is going to be all told about $500 million. But for the most part, this is a lot of just small municipal and utility projects scattered all over the state. And then our visitor industry. 2023 proved that there still is a really significant demand for visiting Alaska. It's still a premier location. We really shattered all of our previous records in 2023, and we expect a pretty similar season this year. Okay, so now I just want to talk about some specific opportunities that I see for Kenai based on the information that I'm seeing. And the first one is, I think Kenai has an opportunity to leverage this historical federal funding that is coming in. The best way we can do that is by partnering with all the stakeholders in your region. You can see here on the map, this is the Denali Commission's project database, and there's all these different yellow points where they know a funding going in, and each of those points actually has multiple projects. So I think it's going to be key to take this one-time funding and use it to partner with everybody to take advantage of state grant and loan funds, commercial and industrial partners, charitable foundations. Make sure you bring everybody in and make the most of this one-time funding. Okay, second, I think there's an opportunity for Kenai to market to job seekers outside their region. This is a map. We do these for every area of the state, and this shows net migration between all of the boroughs and census areas within the state. You can see that nearly every region is blue on this map, which means that nearly every region had positive net migration to Kenai in 2023. And that's not something that we see on most of these maps. It's actually pretty striking. You can see pretty significant in-migration from Fairbanks and Anchorage and Ketchikan, losing 22 people to Southeast Fairbanks, which I thought was a little odd. You might want to send someone out there to figure that out. But overall, this is a pretty good trend that really stuck out to me. And I think Kenai should be making the most of this. Start marketing to job seekers outside of your region and outside the state. Per a lot of the national surveys that we're looking at on worker preferences, and even the AEDC's local talent survey report, we're seeing that workers are more and more interested in non-monetary benefits of a job. This includes things like good quality of life, housing, low crime, outdoor amenities, work-life balance, flexible schedules, remote, all things that I think Kenai could really advertise their strengths in. So I think it's something that we need to be talking to people outside the region about, and employers should be specifically writing these things into their listings because it's things that people are looking for. Also, I work and live in Anchorage, so let's not let it out of the room that I'm telling you to take their workers because that could be awkward for me. Okay. And the last opportunity that I see, it's kind of on the flip side of the coin of the labor market. Right now, job seekers have incredible bargaining power in this economy because there's such a shortage. Even at like entry level, we're seeing that workers are being offered way above minimum wage and signing bonuses, which is a first. So if you expect to get good talent, you're not going to get good results with minimum wage. In the trades, there's incredible demand. We're talking to the companies hiring for all these major projects, and they're telling us, well, we hire as many Alaskans first as we can, and then we have to backfill with people from out of state. So there's definitely, some of these companies are even offering to send people to trade school just so that they have a local workforce. And we also know that anybody who does a job on a computer has the ability to telework from outside Kenai and bring their dollars back here. Also, in 2021, about 18% was teleworking to other regions within the state, so that we know that the infrastructure is there for them to take advantage of some of these large projects on the North Slope and elsewhere. Okay, I always invite people to sign up for Trends. You can get a free electronic subscription. It's a great way to kind of keep your finger on the pulse of the state economy. And here's my information. Happy to talk to anybody about anything that interested you, things that you're seeing here locally. There's my phone and email, and I'll also be here the rest of the day. So feel free to come talk to me. Thank you.
I guess this is kind of. All right. Thank you, Sam and Sarah. So the future's not bleak. There's hope. The Kenai Peninsula has so much to offer, and we need to tap into that, and we need to tell people about that and convince them that this is the place to be. That's the message that I got. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who is doing something about those things and about the workforce issues that we are facing. And she contributes in so many ways, and it's been a pleasure to get to know her over the last few years. And I just admire her leadership and her contribution to the Peninsula and also Seward. So please welcome Kathy Lecomte, the Director for AvTech. She'll be talking about workforce programs, developmental initiatives, and the incumbent workforce programs that AvTech holds. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all. I've been at AvTech for 7.5 years, and it's been a pleasure to become part of the community and to work with a marvelous team at AvTech and helping develop a workforce here on the peninsula and beyond. I brought my cheat sheet up here. Usually I speak from the hip, but sometimes I want to make sure I cover all my points. So assuming this is the button, the green, no, the little arrow. Ah, okay, so I have recently started my presentations out by showing people where we land in the family of the Department of Labor and Workforce Development, if you will. Often people don't know that we're not a part of the university and we're not a part of the school district. We are a division of the Department of Labor and Workforce Development. We are the only training center that's owned and operated by a state entity that I know of across the country. So it's a unique relationship that we have with our state. My cousin was up here earlier. We are all like in this big workforce development world together. And so that often comes as a surprise to people. It's a good thing and it's not a good thing. I worked for 16 years at the university, and I used to sit and look at AvTech and think, oh, it'd be so great to just be a line item in the budget. Yeah, not so much. But we do what we can. We do good work with what we're given. So I'm going to talk to you about 3 things today. I'm going to talk to you about our community impact, because sometimes as a state entity, we tend to be an island unto ourselves. But we are very much a part of the community, and we work very hard to be good neighbors. I'm going to talk to you about our occupational programs. Those are our foundational, tried and true, been doing it for 50 years programs. And then I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the things that we've started to be more responsive to the workforce. And then I made a note that I was like, oh, I should have said something about what's on the horizon when Sam just talked about health. I was like, oh yeah. So I'll talk about that too. It's just a brief little overview. I forgot that slide. So first, We serve a statewide mission as the the state training center. I like to say we are your training center. We like to share. Um, but in reality, we're the neighborhood training center because we serve, 33% of the students come from the Gulf Coast and then Anchorage and then a smattering around the state. We also provide some economic impact. We employ over 70 people with a payroll of over $8.5 million. If I was a better economist, I could maybe translate that into how much money is infused into the economy, but you got to figure out of that 8.6 million. I mean, we live in Seward. It's 2.5 hours to go to Costco. It's an hour and a half to come over here. So we shop at Safeway and we shop at not Ace Hardware anymore. The one downtown. Anyway, sorry. I get confused. Tourism is taking over our town. So, somebody bought the Chandler and they're using it for their tourism business, which is great. Anyways, we do have an economic and social impact in the community and on the peninsula. And we also try and be good partners with the city. So my city partners are here today. We partner with the city of Seward and they provide parks and recreation in the gym, the AvTech gym. I love to read the Facebook pages that come across my feed that says,
housing at AvTech. We have dorms and apartments. And our apartments were set aside for families. In the before time, people would pack up their life and their families and their children and move to AvTech and live in our apartments. They don't do that anymore. So our apartments are sitting vacant. So, well, how could we use that? One thing, we're using it for new employees because the hardest thing to get is a new instructor who wants to give up their plumbing job at $170 an hour and work for the state of Alaska as a teacher for few dollars less than that, find a house in Seward, childcare, transportation, all that. So we have a fourplex that's set aside for employees, and it's temporary housing, but it gets them started. And I'll tell you, the last 3 instructors we hired, I couldn't have done it without that housing. We also share the housing with the Sea Life Center. They bring in a whole team of researchers. We're also sharing with the city again, and they get police officers that can't find housing. One of our dorms is completely rented out by the Department of Corrections because they have this transient workforce that comes in and out to work at Spring Creek. So we're really happy to be able to share that resource with the community. And then the last item on there I'm very excited about, we partnered with the city on their heat pump project. And as a result, AvTech was able to be the workforce development partner. And out of that grant, we received a residential heat pump that we can use for training, and we received training for our instructor. So we'll now be able to infuse heat pump training into our refrigeration program. And there was a press release that was in the Alaska Business Magazine, and we had our picture taken, and I was very excited. And I was telling my friend, I had photo op, and she thought I was with some celebrity, and it was with a heat pump, and she said, only a CTE professional would be excited about having their picture taken with a heat pump. I was very excited because we don't get a lot of opportunity to buy new equipment and put in new programs, and this is such a great opportunity for us. Okay, on to our occupational training. I call it occupational training because this training goes for 90 days or 180 days. We can take somebody from zero employability to entry level in that time. So like I said, we're a residential training center, 3 hots and a cot for 90 days or 180 days.
Here we are again. And so we're a residential training center. So they come and they live there. We are proud of the fact that we provide quality training, and we know that it's quality because we are accredited through the Council on Occupational Education, and they hold us accountable to 10 standards. around strategic planning, financial resource allocation, programming, and all the things that we do at AvTech. So they hold us accountable for that. We just received reaccreditation a couple of years ago for 6 years. It's every 6 years, and that was the longest that they give accreditation, and we've been accredited for 25 years. So we're very proud of that. It's no easy feat. Any of you that have experienced an accreditation experience with everyone anywhere, it's quite a feat, and we're very proud of that. We're a clock hour school, not credits. So students go to school every day, all day, 8:30 in the morning, and that means they have to be at school 8:30 in the morning, ready to go to work, not taking off the coat, getting a coffee, sitting down at 8:45. No, 8:30. We hold them accountable to that. When I first got to AvTech and I learned about that, we have high attendance record. We give, because it's a safe environment, and we want to make sure that they're learning in a safe environment. We give them about 10% absentee. Anything beyond that, we have a conversation and say, maybe you're not ready for this kind of rigor, because you wouldn't even get 10% in a job. You don't start in a job and say, yeah, I'm going to be gone 10% of the time. That's not how it works. But this is a training opportunity, so we do that. And when I was first there, I was like, oh my gosh, because I came from the university, and that's a whole different ballgame. But it really builds a strong workforce. When our students come out, the feedback we get from our employer partners is all about those, what they call now, they've gone from employability skills to professional skills to durable skills, but that show up on time, come back after work or after lunch. All of those things, we get high marks on that because of the way we offer the training. So I've changed my perspective on that. We teach cross-cutting skills and employability skills both. So we don't train for oil and gas, or we don't train for maritime, or we train our students to be diesel mechanics and mariners and carpenters and plumbers and refrigeration professionals. And then they can choose what industry they want to go to. They can go to mines and fix big rigs, or they can go to the railroad and work on the trains. They could go work on buses. So they get an opportunity to pick the industry that they're interested in. We also offer life skills and employability skills. We've just started offering over the last couple of years a class in how to rent a house, how to rent an apartment. What is the landlord-tenant act? A lot of these students, our student population age is 18 to 24 in these long-term programs. So an 18-year-old coming out of high school or off the couch comes in, they don't know how to rent a house. They don't know what a landlord-tenant act is. So we try and teach them things like that. Financial literacy is a new one that we're also teaching. So they're there for that length of time, and it's very intensive, but we have a very high completion rate and a very high success rate. So this is an average. It runs anywhere from 90 to 95%. Sometimes it drops below to 89%, depending on the class. But when a student comes to AvTech to be a plumber, they want to be a plumber. And if they don't want to be a plumber, there's not a whole lot of choice. You can't, if they don't like the teacher, you can't take the plumbing class on Tuesday and Thursday because you don't like the Monday, Wednesday teacher. They come and they know what they want to do. So we have a pretty high completion rate. We also have a person and persons, lots of people that help our students, and our employment rate is also very high. So we help students find jobs. We don't place them, but we teach them how to do a job search. We teach them how to do a good interview and how to write a good resume. And we make sure that they have that support for up to 18 months after graduation. Rachel James, some of you might know her. She likes to say, at graduation, she says, now I become your stalker, because I will be calling you and finding out how you're doing and helping you. And we tell the students, stay in touch with Rachel. She's going to be the person that helps you find that job. And one of our proudest moments was when we were doing some analysis on our student loan stuff. And we discovered that our student loan, students that get student loans, it's about 6% of our student loans. And when they come out with a student loan, it's less than $7,000 on average. So they go to the job center, they come in first and they say, I want to come to AvTech. And we say, go to your local job center and get funding from the local job center, or they get scholarship. We're a Title IV school, which means that we take health, student loans, scholarships, the Alaska Performance Scholarship, all the funding that's available for students can be spent at AvTech. So we're very proud of that. And if they do get some student debt, they're usually making pretty good money when they come out as a welder or a diesel mechanic, and they can pay that off right away. So just a quick overview of our programs. We do business and office technologies, which includes information technology. Our culinary academy went through some changes. It used to be a 180-day program. Now it's a 90-day program, so we do two. So we have two 90-day programs in culinary arts. So get ready to launch another batch of culinary students on the 14th of May, and they'll be ready for the tourism industry. So when we look at our programming and when we decide if we're going to do more or different programming, we look at the job market data, top jobs, and see where the jobs are, because we want to make sure that we're training students for work that's available. I had a brainstorm when I was sitting there listening to Sam. One of the things that we do, and I want to grow that, is when we do work-based learning in that program. So in the business and office technology program, we have externships and work-based learning, and we try and get students the work-based learning opportunities back in their communities. Because, you know, if a student leaves their community and they go to school, they generally stay where they went to school. We don't want to do that. If a student comes from a community, small community, they come to AvTech, we'd like to get them back to that community if there's a job available. So by doing work-based learning in their communities, we'll be able to, you know, do that. We already do it in this program, but there's some opportunity for us to do more. And the other thing in this program is we partner with the university. The networking technician program, students that come out of that information technology program have an opportunity through an articulation agreement with the University of Alaska Fairbanks to buy credits in their AAS program. And they're halfway there. They get about 32 credits. So when they come out, they start their college transcript. They buy the credits for a very reduced rate. And then all they have to do is get their general education courses, and they can do that online. And they'll have a associate degree in information technology. So that's just one of the partnerships that we have with the university. Diesel heavy and industrial welding are our two most popular programs. They're both 190-day programs, and they start in August and in January, and they run the full length of the 2 terms. Our energy and building trades department is where our construction program is: electricity, plumbing and heating, refrigeration. The projects that we've been working on in that program is building tiny homes. This has been part of a partnership that we've had with organizations like Bristol Bay Native Corporation, where we help train up some folks on how to build tiny homes, because they had a grant to build 10 tiny homes in the villages. So we were able to work with them, and our students go through and they build these homes, and they get a chance to do everything in miniature. It's not like birdhouses. It's, you know, tiny homes, 300 square feet homes. So they plumb it, they wire it, they sheetrock it, they do the windows, roof, all that. So that's a great project. That's been going on for a couple of years. So we crank those out about 2 or 3 at a time. Our funding sources, like I said earlier, we're a Title IV school, so students can use federal financial aid. They get individual training programs from the Job Center. Plus, we are a grant recipient for the WIOA Youth Grant. So we serve 18 to 24-year-olds that come to AvTech, and we cover all the costs. Everything that they need is covered in that grant. So, and I also mentioned earlier, these are some of the industries that they go to work in, not just specific industries, but they have a skill that they can take to whatever industry suits them, or whatever industry is in the area that they want to reside and build their career. Okay, the last thing I want to talk about is our upskilling and reskilling, aka incumbent worker training. And also not incumbent worker. I mean, you don't have to be employed to take this training. So we are home to the Alaska Maritime Training Center. Some of you may have already known that. We have U.S. Coast Guard approved, or Coast Guard approved training center, which means that all of our instructors are approved, our facilities improved, our curriculum's improved. We're actually having an audit this week of 6 of our programs. The Coast Guard checks in with us regularly, so we have high quality standard for that as well. And then we also have simulation. We just redid our entire bridge simulator. I don't know if any of you've been there in the bridge simulators. If you were in the simulator and you got sick when you were there before, hold on to your hats. I was just in there and they have upgraded it to be more realistic. I was in there for like 10 minutes. I'm like, okay, I got to go. It was so realistic. We'll be having an open house in the fall. If you haven't experienced our simulators, please come on over. We'll give you that pleasure. We also have a fire field that we do firefighting simulations. So we put everybody in gear and put them in a fire, and they learn how to team build and put out the fire. So on the right, that's a picture of Alaska Military Youth Academy students. We have a program called Introduction to Nautical Skills, and we can do that program for high school students in about a week's time. It's an immersive program. So we took it to the Military Youth Academy. This is part of it. They don their survival suits and they learn how to survive in the pool. I think they're having fun. Not my idea of fun. They're trying to get me into those firefighting gear, and I'm like, no, thanks. The other thing that we do, and Sarah mentioned it, is we do a lot of apprenticeship stuff. We've been doing related technical instruction online in the trades for 20 years. So if you're working for a small plumbing company and the owner wants to have an apprenticeship on site, they become the owner's sponsor, and we provide the related technical instruction. And it doesn't matter if you live in Soldotna or Kotzebue or Ketchikan, you can access that related technical instruction for that apprenticeship. And we've been doing that for a long time. We decided that we wanted to expand and received a grant from the Department of Labor and Workforce Development, Alaska Workforce Investment Board, to start an IT apprenticeship. This has kind of been a slow roll, but we're getting some traction on this. So basically, we are the sponsor. So we don't ask the organization to be the sponsor. We're the ones that do all the paperwork and report progress and all. We use the CompTIA curriculum, and we lucked out. One of my former colleagues from the university is actually a networking specialist professor and actually wrote the textbook for CompTIA. It's like, score. The power of networks cannot be overstated in this state. So he's taking care of all that related technical instruction. He is actually, as I speak, on his way out to Bethel. We do our related technical instruction in this program, what we call front loaded. So they're going to get all their RTI in 2 weeks, and then they'll be cut loose into their companies, and then they'll do the on-the-job stuff over the next thousands of hours. So, and then another new one that we do is the residential building maintenance. That one's just starting to kick off. That's a 3-year apprenticeship, lots of time spent in that. But the first 2 years is overview, a little bit about stairs, learn a little bit about drywall, about roofing, all that. In the 3rd year, you decide, I want to be a plumber. So then you come back to AvTech and do the plumbing program as part of your apprenticeship. So that one's new. We don't have anybody enrolled in it yet, but it should be ready for prime time here by fall. And I don't want to miss saying our related technical instruction and residential building maintenance starts with the foundation of NCCER. Those certifications are transferable, and so we want to make sure that students have industry valued credentials so that when they go to interview for a job, they can say, here's my cards, and oh, stuff. Gives them a leg up in their job search. Contract training. This has also been going on, specialized contract training. We have partnered with the Alaska Energy Authority for probably 10 years or more to provide power plant and bulk fuel operator. So we train up the folks that keep the lights on in the villages with big generators. And this is a partnership that's been going on, like I said, for a long time. Used to be an 8-week program, long time for the guy or gal that keeps the lights on to be out of the village. So we split it into 2 4-week sessions. That didn't work very well. And then thank you, COVID, we went distance, so we converted it to distance, and now they do all their work via Zoom. It's synchronous. They meet with the teacher because asynchronous doesn't always work for folks. And then they just spent 2 weeks at AvTech getting their hands dirty. So there wasn't all bad. COVID. It was a lot bad, but there was some of it that we were able to hold on to and keep doing. Oh, there I am. See how happy I am with my new heat pump. And then the residential building maintenance, I want to tell you just a quick story about that. We partner with Trident Seafoods, and they send folks to our residential building maintenance program. It's a 6-week program. They learn a little bit about a lot of stuff. And Trident pays. Trident pays them while they're there, pays their room and board. And then if they decide they want to do more in depth, they pay for them to come and do that. So we had 8 people in the spring, and I think we got 3 or 4 of them that are coming back already in the fall for refrigeration, plumbing, and heating. So it's a great program. It's a great partnership. We're open to conversations to do that with anybody that would like to do that customized contract training for that building construction. You know, somebody said something about timing. You did, right? So we had this program before, and met with the mixed reviews. Didn't really take off. But if you think about it, over there were some good years in that presentation where there was money for capital improvement, lots of new buildings, lots of new space, new hospitals, and now they're all needing repair. Timing's everything, right? So everybody's looking for building maintenance and repair people. So we're working with school districts, hospitals, community centers, whoever had this building surge, and now they have to figure out how to keep it in good shape. AvTech being one of them. Our dormitories were part of that surge of capital investment from the state a few years back. So timing's everything. Let's see here. This is a new program. It's all online. This is another incumbent worker program. You see what's involved in that. This is an opportunity for folks that are working a job to participate in this program. Folks that want to get upskilled in certain things, you can take all of this, or you can just take 1 or 2 of them, whatever your needs are, or whatever your employer needs are. The thing that I didn't like click in my brain is that foundational skills jumpstart an office career is a great fit for a high school student. And so now we have partnered with the Bristol Bay Regional Career and Technical Education Consortium, which is in Southwest Alaska for school districts. And we're going to offer that to their high school students because there's a lot of jobs in the region in offices. So we're offering that starting in the fall. And then Alaska Maritime Education Consortium, I need to tell you about this, another great partnership with the university. We came together to create this consortium to expand maritime training across the state. And we're focusing on ashore, which is vessel maintenance and repairs, small shipyard stuff, welding, diesel. We do some fiberglass stuff, and then afloat, which is the operations. So ordinary seaman to able-bodied seaman to first, third mate, second mate, first mate. So you can take the whole pathway. We are a center of excellence for domestic maritime training. We were designated that in 2021 and then just redesignated in 2024. So again, quality standards that we are adhering to. And closer to home, we are partnering with Kenai Peninsula College and Alaska Safety Alliance, Maritime Works, to deliver outboard engine maintenance technician training. The shop is set up at Kenai Peninsula College, and this partnership has been great in getting this launched. I'm running short of time, otherwise I'd tell you the whole story. It's an interesting story. It started with the late Congressman Young, but we were encouraged to build out this program. So there's partnered with Yamaha because they had Yamaha University. They're ahead of other, because I talked with Honda folks and Suzuki folks. They're ahead in their training. So we partnered with them for various reasons, but one of them is the curriculum was already there. And they have this program called Introduction to Outboard Systems, and it's a perfect class for high school students. So we're working with high schools to build Introduction to Outboard Systems into their existing curriculum, small engine repair. There's a lot of that goes on in the high schools. And then those programs will feed into this training center that teaches um, portables, inline, mid-range, and V8, I think. I don't know. I've learned a lot about things that I didn't ever think I would need to know in my career. But anyways, it's exciting. We're working this as a contract training right now, but we want to partner with high schools, the Kenai Peninsula Borough, and others. Right now, we're working with Petersburg. They raised their hand and said, we want to do this right now. So we've been working with them, building a model that can then be scaled out to other high schools. And yeah, so you can see more about the content by going to that QR code. But I want to just make sure that we understand that this isn't just an AvTech program. Remember back at the beginning, I said we are Alaska's training center. So we share the curriculum. You know, high school wants to start that curriculum, we've got the package. Here you go. Boom. We're working on figuring out how to do some teacher training. We've got some teacher training going on in Valdez in May, trying to increase the capacity across the state for this type of training. So we want to share. So give us a shout. So, but if you look at our, I was lucky enough to have an instructor that did all the curriculum work, and so it's on our website. But it is really open source, and we're happy to share. And that's all I have. Yeah, there you go. So I'll be around for most of the day if you want to have any questions or talk. So thanks again for asking me to be here.
Thank you, Kathy. As usual, incredible work, and they are doing great things. And I hope that some of you in here can tap into what they're doing or connect with Kathy and connect with AvTech on their programs and how to integrate them into the workforce, your kids, your communities, because it is a great resource for the peninsula. And much like AvTech, our friends at Kenai Peninsula College and the Kenai Peninsula School District are busy supporting, creating, and delivering curriculum in a variety of ways. We're going to hear how they're doing that in this very robust panel with a lot of experience, a lot of personal experience as well as professional experience. Please welcome Cheryl Seamers, Director KPC, Annalie Caron, Kenai Peninsula School District College and Career Coordinator, the Interim Director, Kachemak Bay Campus, Paula Martin, Director for the Learning Center at KPC, Heidi Biskhorn, and the Director for Academic Advising, Emily Knight.
Thank you very much. We're so happy to be here again. I'm Cheryl Seamers, Director at Kenai Peninsula College. Thank you, Cassidy, for the invitation. I also would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to Caitlin, who has helped organize us and keep us on track with today's presentation. So thank you so much. Like many of you, we've been participating in the forum for many years. And I don't know about you, but I find it so valuable every year. We come with multiple goals. First, to come and listen to the conversation that's going on, the stats, the data, the information, helps us put guideposts up where we want to go, what we want to do. We come to learn, many of you, to connect with other partners that we're already working with, to see where you're moving and where you're heading, and ultimately to come to respond. I love the comments this morning in the opening remarks. We're moving from conversation to doing. So our entire panel is here today to listen to what the needs are across the community because we exist to meet the educational and workforce needs for the Kenai Peninsula. That's our first goal. We'll talk about that. So thank you for the presentation so far this morning. Just as a reminder, we do have 3 locations. We have our Kenai River campus that's down College Loop Road, if you take the windy turns to find us there. Our campus in Homer, the Kachemak Bay campus, and our Resurrection Bay Extension site in Seward that's located in the high school. Am I pointing in the right direction, Caitlin? Okay. There it goes. Oh, back one. Yep. That's why it's just slow to respond. We'll see if it goes back for a minute. Second slide. Caitlin, if I run into that, I'll just say next slide. Kenai Peninsula College is committed to excellence in education, training, and lifelong learning by offering accessible opportunities in a supportive environment. Next slide. And ultimately, like I stressed in the beginning, we are a community partner and a community player, and we want to know what are the community needs and how can we help. We've actually set up our presentation today. I'm doing a short overview, but then we have our presenters who will talk a little bit about their programs, and we left time for questions after each section, as well as questions at the end. So we want your feedback and your thoughts on these. Next slide. Ultimately, our goal is to provide Kenai Peninsula Virgo residents the opportunity to pursue post-secondary education. Our institution right now is representing what Sam shared about the Kenai Peninsula doing well and meeting needs. We have led the way in enrollment growth for the university system. So that the president and chancellor have called us, President Minnie calls, what's going on down there? And I say, well, the community is engaged and they're wanting to make change and we're growing and we're a fabulous place to live. And we've known that all along. And I think other people are continuing to find that out. Next slide. We like to stress too that we are an employer on the peninsula. So we have 215 faculty and staff at this time. You can kind of see the breakdown and how that goes. We continue to grow our student employees, low number after COVID, but we've been bringing that back up. Next slide. We offer a variety of degrees and certificates, but what I want to say too is we're growing, trying to listen to what students want so that we can leverage the opportunities that are in the wider university system. That's in collaboration with UAS, UAF, with UAA, and other educational entities like AVTEC and others with which we partner. Next slide. Our students come face to face. Some like to attend online and asynchronous classes where it's strictly distance, or online and Zoom. Oh, we're also familiar with Zoom now. Our synchronous course offerings where you can attend and connect in that modality as well. Next slide. And I wanted to highlight a few areas of programmatic growth that we've been seeing. Probably moving along with the oil and gas trends, we are seeing an increase once again in our process technology program. We took a dip. Right now, KPC cannot produce enough graduates to fill the needs. That's just, we're partnering with UAF to do it, but one company alone has asked us for 30 graduates in 1 year. That's one company doing this kind of work. So we're one of the things we're working with is getting students interested in the field, understanding what it is. Our welding program right now, I talked to the instructor just yesterday. I think all of our students in the current classes will be employed around the state at the end of the year. And he's struggling with keeping the students in class because they get job offers before they can finish. So that's going well. Our PMED and our CNA programs have had the highest number of applicants to. And we're meeting actually paramedical technology with out-of-state needs as well. They're coming up here for our intensive didactics and then studying out of state as well. So we have both. We've got our growing Yamaha AvTech partnership that Kathy mentioned, so I won't go into that. That's housed in our building. We're super excited about that. And many of you know about our Kenai River Guide Academy, which I say is getting more popular than a Taylor Swift concert. I think we filled up within 20 minutes or so of opening. It was crazy. It was like online registration open and boom, we were sold out. So that's in partnership as well. So next slide. Our enrollment continues to climb. For spring, we were up 38%. Summer, we're at 50% up right now, and fall is looking like right now like it's up 53% again. So we are growing, and that's exciting. Next slide. And again, dual enrollment. We're going to have a little presentation on high school students here. They are our future. We are so excited about it. We're up 148%. Next slide. All right, with that, I'm going to pass to Dr. Paula Martin. She's our interim director for the Homer campus. And like I said, we call it kind of like rapid fire. We're going to do 5-minute presentations and then give minutes for questions. So I'll pass down to Paula.
Thanks, Cheryl, and I'm just going to sit right here and I'll let you know when it's time for the next slide. I'm the interim director. I've done this once before, about 5 years ago. So when it comes time to questions, just be kind because I'm filling in. I'm going to talk about three specific areas: uh, community connections and community development, non-credit training, and credit or academic programs. And while I'm going to focus on these areas in terms of Homer and the Homer campus, I want you to know that all three kinds of activities are available at each one of the KPC campuses, particularly Kenai River and Soldotna, and some including at our extension site in Seward. Next slide, please. Right, I'm frozen here. So community development. The campus serves as a place for people to come together and talk about the critical topics that are going on in the region. It's great for civic engagement. It's important for overall civic education. I'm going to give you a few examples from Homer. One is the city was starting to explore issues around short-term rentals. That's a topic that is hot across the country, but also in any community like Homer that's having really constraints on available housing. So the Chamber of Commerce organized the panel discussion, and it was a big crowd. Important ways to share information about what's going on. Next slide, please. In a similar way, when the city began to examine their transportation plan, as well as the harbor development expansion plan, the city asked the campus to host the space for the public information sessions around both of these plans. So the campus serves as sort of that hub for important community discussions to take place. Next slide, please. And to go full circle, a group in town called Guiding Growth used the campus space to prepare and learn in advance of the city's transportation plan discussions. So therefore, their audience of Guiding Growth was well informed when it came time to interact with city on terms of what that transportation plan looked like. So using the campus as a way to support developing civic engagement. The campus simply provides the space to do that. Next slide, please. Not all the education at KPC or at Keckmack campus is done under the traditional for-credit academic umbrella. A lot of it is a non-credit training in a variety of different types and modes and approaches to respond to identified community needs for what the workforce needs or what the region needs for specific trainings. I'll give you a couple Homer specific examples. You've heard a lot more today. You will hear a lot more throughout the day. But one is our sustainable agricultural workshop. If you've been to Homer, you know that there's a bunch of land that's south facing along the bench in Homer, which is really handy to grow things in Alaska. So there's a lot of small scale agricultural activities going on in Homer with high tunnels, without high tunnels. And so in part supported by a TVIP grant, we have been developing different agricultural training programs. We had a seed starter workshop in partnership with the Farm Bureau. We held it on campus in February. We had 77 people attend. Personally, I think it was probably gardeners who were desperate to get outside after a long winter, but clearly there was a need that was being fulfilled by this agricultural program. Some of the other partners in the program include the Homer Soil and Water Conservation Unit and the Farm Bureau. We also work with the UAF Extension Program because there's so much good information out there to sort of be a central place where that information can be shared is a real community benefit that our campus can help do. Next slide, please. There's been a lot of talk already this morning about marine trades, and I'm hope to hear more as the day goes on. Clearly, living on a peninsula on the Gulf Coast, marine trades is a very important career arena. And the Homer campus does a variety of non-credit maritime programs, from small engine maintenance to deckhand skills, knot making, and also U.S. Coast Guard approved curriculum and programs of space up through the 100-ton captain's license. We offer courses based on availability of instructor as well as student interest. So it's finding that balance of, do we have the expertise to offer the program, and do we have the student interest to fill the program? Another related course a partnership we have is with Bayweld Boats. They have a CAD program that they've installed on our computer lab, and they then teach the boat building CAD programs. Specialty area, but if it wasn't for this partnership, we wouldn't be able to put this kind of training out there. Next slide, please. So Cheryl had begun to mention many of the different areas of academic programs. Ketchikan Bay campus is part of Kenai Peninsula College, which is part of the University of Alaska Anchorage. So the academic curriculum is shared among that system. I just learned yesterday that the very first Associate of Arts degree offered in Homer, completed in Homer, was in 1968. So the Homer campus has a long history of offering academic programs. At KPC as a whole, I think Cheryl mentioned it was on a slide, is we're on a 60th anniversary of being a very proud member of the educational activities in this region. Students at Homer can complete everything from specialized occupational endorsement certificates up through bachelor's degrees and even some master's work. This year alone, we're going to have 3 students walking at graduation who will have completed their history bachelor's degree. So that's one of the great things about distance education and online offerings. Students can be based on the Kenai and access educational resources that are coming from around the state. And like our non-credit offerings, our offerings are a mix of what is our available faculty and what is the student demand. And as the demand changes, we then try to adjust the faculty to respond to those changes. It's been really helpful for us that KPC has been a leader in distance online offerings well before the pandemic. I started at KPC in my first job in 2008, and at that time, 7% of the credit hours were in online courses. And within about 5 years, that percentage went up to about 50%. So we were offering online distance courses before we all got locked down in COVID. One of the special courses programs of study in Homer, sorry, next slide, is the Semester by the Bay program that brings in college level, usually juniors or seniors, students in studying biology from not only across the state, but across the nation to get field experience courses that are really unique to this part of the world. There's not a lot of other places you can go study marine mammals by going out and watching the otters while you're sitting at the Homer dock. It's a wonderful opportunity for students. We have a bunch from Florida this spring. They had a tough time in January, but they survived the experience. Some of the students, we've been doing the program now for a number of years, and some of the students have gone on to complete graduate work and have returned to Alaska to fill in jobs with different agencies. Many of the students do internships during their semester here or beyond their semester here, which is really helpful for the agency service. All right, one more slide. Next slide, please. Let me mention that the campus is growing. Part of our master plan was to buy the building/lot right next to the campus in Homer, which if you've ever been to Homer, you might recognize Young's. We succeeded in that dream. So we got the building. We are now working on the phase of what are we going to do with that piece of land. And we're doing some partnerships with the Research Reserve to see if we can partner with them to build a facility that will help both the Research Reserve needs and our own needs with the Ketchikan Bay campus. So that's pretty exciting. Okay, my last slide is, do you have any questions for me? We should have time at the end of the roundtable here for further questions too. Okay, y'all being kind to the interim. I thank you very much. Who do I pass this on to? There we go. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Paula. All right. My name is Emily Knight. I'm the Director of Academic Advising at Kenai Peninsula College. We had some recent changings to our advising team. And so this last year I came on board, and though I'll be talking particularly about our pathways for high school students, as the Director of Advising, I have advisors at our Homework campus, so in Ketchikan Bay. We have an advisor over in Seward as our Resurrection Bay Extension site, and then an advisor for our Process Tech and Instrumentation program in Anchorage, because we have about half of our students taking courses online in those programs, and they're from the Valley and up in Anchorage. So, but in general, as far as when we're working with our students, you know, they're all ages. So I have stay-at-home parents that are coming back to school, looking for ways to further their education now that their children are in school. We have adults that are looking for career changes. They're coming over from the job center. So thank you, Sarah, and your team. And then we have older adults that just want to finish their degrees. But in addition to that, our high school students, who are our future, they are coming to KPC for different career pathways. And so while in high school, they can get started in their work toward their future careers. And so we've highlighted a few here, and I'll let Analia Karen here assist me if I miss anything. Thank you. So students will come to KPC. They'll take sometimes one class, sometimes multiple courses, and we'll talk about the different ways they can do that. But in our different pathways, they have the opportunity to pursue courses in business and computer science. They have the opportunity to take classes in welding and also look at process technology and instrumentation as an option. And then students that are unsure of what they want to pursue can work toward their AA general study degree. And along that route, they can be taking courses toward a nursing degree at UAA that they can do without leaving the Kenai Peninsula. So I don't have it highlighted here, but healthcare is another one. Students pursue our CNA program. That's a certified nurse aide. They can work to get their prerequisites for the certified medical assistant through UAS. And then if they're still unsure what they want to do, they can be working toward transferring to degrees like psychology, anthropology, and health sciences, all that they can do with the UA system. Do you want to add anything? Okay, perfect. All right, next slide, please. So as I want to mention, we've been talking a lot about partnerships and how we can come together as a community. And so we want to talk about how Kenai Peninsula College and the Kenai Peninsula Borough School District have come together to offer this opportunity for our high school students. And we really can't do this alone. So this partnership allows us to offer services to students across the Kenai Peninsula. So from Homer up to Nikiski and across to Seward, and even students across the Bay. KPBSD has several offices on our campus. So we've provided office space for our Kenai Peninsula Borough School District advisors in our middle college program. And so we get to interact together on a daily basis and just meet with students that are coming over from the high school, and we can meet with them on Zoom as well. Okay, next slide, please. So I might have touched on this a little bit, but dual enrollment, I want to identify is an umbrella term for taking college classes while in high school. So our high school students can be earning credit toward these programs, and they can accomplish that in a number of different ways. So they might come physically to the college to take a class. They may take it at their local high school and earn the credit, or they may take it online from home with doing home release from the high school. But they remain in high school, so they are finishing through their senior year and earning college credit at the same time. That's what dual enrollment is, and it's a nationwide trend. There's actually a team of people and organizations that come together and talk about dual enrollment opportunities and what that looks like for our students nationwide. When students come to KPC to take these college classes, they are interacting with adult students, they're interacting with their professors, and they're interacting with professionals in the community. So it's a great way for them to, while they're earning credits, they're also interacting with people that they might be entering the workforce with. And then I just want to mention that as a leader in online education, it's our ability to offer these online courses allows for students across the Kenai Peninsula to take classes. So it's not just here in the Central Penn or down in the Southern Peninsula, but all across. So students in Hope and Nanwalek and other places. All right, next slide, please. So one of the ways that students can earn dual credit while in high school is through the Jumpstart program, which is our longest running program. And some of you may have your own children have gone through the program or you yourself. But basically it is funded by the borough. So the borough supports 2/3 of the cost of a student taking these classes. The tuition is discounted, and that is the portion that's covered by the borough. So 2/3 of that tuition. The student is then responsible for covering the remaining tuition, any fees and textbooks associated with that cost. And this program is open to all Kenai Peninsula Borough residents who are in their junior and senior year of high school. So as long as they live and reside on the Kenai Peninsula and they are in their junior or senior year, they can be utilizing the Jumpstart program. They can earn up to 6 credits per semester while they're in that program, and that I mentioned junior year, but they can actually start the summer right before junior year. So they could be taking 5 semesters and earn a total of 30 credits by the time they graduate high school. So that's completing like their freshman year of college. And this program is also open to our students who are in public schools, in our home schools, and in our private schools. So any student that resides on the Kenai Peninsula in their junior and senior year can be a part of this program. There's no requirements to get in, but they do come to the college. They meet with one of our advisors. They discuss pathways and what classes are going to help them pursue those career pathways. All right. Next slide. And then I'll pass the mic.
Okay, so I have the unique privilege of working with our middle college students. So middle college is a relatively new program. We did a 2-year kind of pilot program using River City Academy and then opened up that program district-wide. So students in the Kenai Peninsula Borough School District who are enrolled in a brick and mortar school, so a traditional school building, are eligible to apply for the middle college. Middle college is also open to juniors and seniors. But there's some additional pieces in addition to the Jumpstart program. So through middle college, students have to placement test and have a 2.5 GPA. So we're really looking for those students that have already shown that they have some academic success. And then in that, we also provide some support. So students meet with an advisor at least once a month, some of them more frequently than that. And we also provide the UNIV 190 class, which is a dual credit college class. So students earn a dual credit on the college side. They also earn a high school credit for that advisory component. And that includes things that when you're going into college, you might not know. Things like how to read a syllabus, how to get a hold of your college professor. And so we work them through that process so that it's kind of a nice, easy step in college for those juniors and seniors. And we've seen a lot of success in that program. Right now we have 123 high school students enrolled in middle college, in addition to students who are taking care of that Jumpstart program. So when Cheryl mentions that the high school enrollment has gone up 148%, It's pretty neat to see the college campus full. And a lot of those are high school students that are participating in that program. The neat thing about middle college is students continue to maintain their enrollment in their local high school. So they are still Homer High School students or Hope School students. They are just taking advantage of those college classes and really getting that early start into whatever their career path is. And through both Jumpstart and middle college, students can pursue any of the KPC programs. So there are students that are looking at that general AA degree. There are also students who are taking process tech or welding classes through the college while still in high school. And one of the cool things, we have 4 students who are going to graduate this year with their associate's degree. So they've earned that 60 credits already while in high school, and will be walking at the college graduation in addition to their high school graduation this semester.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So students can participate in both the Jumpstart and the middle college program, particularly in that summer, because middle college doesn't cover summer courses. And so we have students that kind of, they waver between programs. They're enrolled in multiple classes through, another option is through our CTE, or Career and Technical Education program. And so they could be taking those classes at the college, or they might be taking the class at their local high school. And as an example, this semester we had our EMT courses, or emergency medical technician courses, taught at Soldotna High School. We had a medical terminology course that was taught through the whole year at Kenai Central High School. We have computer applications that are taught district-wide. And then we also have a communication course, or Communication 111, the fundamentals of oral communication, that's taught at Nikiski High School this semester. So students can remain at their local high school, be taking a class that's taught by their instructor who has a partnership with a KPC faculty member, and be earning college credit without having to leave their high school. So it allows for those students that may not have a vehicle or means of transportation to get to the college, and maybe the online classroom is not the best format for them, they can still be earning college credit while in high school. And so these courses, these career and technical education courses, are also funded through a different program, and I'll let Anna mention that if you don't mind.
Yeah, so these dual credit classes fall under a brokered class. So because it's a high school certified teacher that's teaching the course, we're able to get a additional discounted tuition through the university system. And so students who are taking an EMT class at Soldotna High School are only paying $25 per credit for those college credits. So it gives them a great opportunity to, again, get a head start. And a lot of the CTE programs lead directly to those industry certifications, so that they are earning an OSHA certificate and ready to jump right into the workforce. One of the other ones that we offered this year was the AHEC class, which is an Intro to Health Professions. And so we actually did that in all 3 locations across the peninsula. So we had a Homer area class, a Soldotna class, and then also a Seward class, and partnered that with the local area hospitals, so that the students were getting an intro to health professions and then able to go into those facilities and see all of the different career opportunities that are available. And so they earn college credit and high school credit for that. So those short camps, sometimes the AHEC one, as an example, was a full high school credit, 2 college credits, and we did that in a week. So 40 hours that they were intensive, focused on that component. And before we jump to the questions in the next piece, I just want to say, coming from the high school side, if you're not thinking about in your individual industry how to plug in those high school kids, how to get them those industry trainings or get them to do a job shadow and a site visit, you are missing an opportunity for workers in your area. So definitely look at your local high schools. I'm a great contact for the school district side, and then the university has a great place that they can help you plug in as well. But be looking at those high school students, because they are going to be the workers that are filling those holes.
Thank you. All right. Yeah. And our next slide is just our contact information. So I was able to be here today, but Dawn Edwards Smith, our dual enrollment advisor over at KPC was not able to be here today, but she partners with Analia on a regular basis. And so if you have questions for either of them, you can reach out there. And I guess we can take questions now.
Any questions about home? Cheryl mentioned about rural funding. Would you elaborate? Because probably a lot of people don't realize that it's through taxes that we pay that fund the program.
Absolutely. That's one of the important parts. KPC is funded up to 1/10 of a mil per the voters. So the college does receive monies each year that support a variety of different programs. But of those, one of the most popular, most noticed is our Jumpstart program. So each year we do a presentation to the borough on our funding requests. This year's funding request, of course, I'm pulling this off the top of my head, Lisa, is around 225 that would go toward tuition for those students. So it covers it. We are one of the few boroughs that do that. Prince William Sound does as well. And Kodiak is now pursuing borough funding for their high school students. So people across the state have taken notice that the Kenai Peninsula cares about education for its high school students. And that's pretty huge. And this has been a long-standing program. Another question. Great. I can only answer that anecdotally at this time because we are not, for those high school students, they're very hard to track, as you can imagine. They go out of state for a while, they come back, they do things like that. Emily, do you have any ideas? Because Emily's in advising about how many are like transitioning into UA degrees.
Not an exact. So I will say right now we are working with our high school seniors to make sure they're in. So one of the things that we do with our graduating high school seniors is that we work with them to submit an application for admission either to Kenai Peninsula College, UAA, or UAF, UAS, one of the institutions. Many of them are graduating as UA scholars or Alaska Performance Scholarship recipients. And so we try to ensure that we at least give them the option of attending a University of Alaska campus.
And I would also say, just again, anecdotally, I don't have the specific numbers, but looking at UAA's enrollment, they've also seen an increase. This year, their dorms were full. And so they are attributing that to programs like Middle College, where students are already engaged and enrolled in the university, which makes that next step that much easier.
And we are part of what I would call our national trends for students to stay in their local areas and to be less interested sometimes in the large debt amount you gain when you go out of state and local opportunities right here. So we're seeing an increase. In fact, we're seeing students who are coming back and they're like, didn't want that huge debt. I'm back at KPC. I'm using my performance scholarship. I'm using this or that, and they're staying here. So, okay, with that, we're going to transition to another group of students at Kenai Peninsula College, which is our adult education program. Heidi's going to present on that. And I think we're going to catch up on the few minutes we were behind in our schedule. So we'll land on time. And here's Heidi.
Okay, so I'm Heidi Biscorn Graves. I'm the director of the Learning Center at the Kenai River campus in Soldotna. The Learning Center there houses a variety of different programs. It has the tutoring services for college students, disability support services for college students. The testing center is there for the college students, and then for the community, it proctors exams like real estate exams, FAA pilot exams, GED exams, etc. But what I'm actually here to talk about today is our WIOA adult education program and our WIOA youth programs. These are free non-college workforce development and training programs through Department of Labor and Workforce Development education and training grants that we have. And then I'll also mention they are partially funded by the borough. So thank you for that money as well. The next slide, please. So before I get started, just to give you a little bit of background, just for common language, everybody knows what I'm talking about. WIOA, or WIOA, stands for Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act. You heard that word mentioned earlier when Sarah was talking. It is 6 programs under 4 titles. Some of you have heard, I think, or a lot of people have heard of WIOA as in Title I, which seems to be the most common or most well-known. Not as many people are aware that the other services are WIOA programs as well. And so the community, KPC has 2 programs out of those 6 at our campus. We hold a WIOA Title I youth program and a WIOA Title II adult education program. Next slide. Okay, so start off with Alaska adult education. The goal of adult education is to meet students where they are at educationally and to facilitate a successful transition to post-secondary education, training, and or employment. Generally, adult ed or AAE is known as the GED program, but I want to just emphasize that this is to facilitate successful transition to post-secondary education, training, and an employment program. In fact, let's see, 51% this year, 51% of our participants already have a high school diploma or GED when entering the program. So they're not there for the purpose of getting a GED. They are there for skill building opportunities to successfully facilitate and successfully transition into some kind of training program. We do this by offering classes and opportunities in basic literacy, college readiness preparation, like we were talking about with the high school students. What is a syllabus? What is a credit hour? How does college work? What is Blackboard and learning management systems? Those who are in high school right now, after they already have that, they've been exposed to that. Those who have left the high school system before COVID may not have had that experience. And so we cover about those types of things, how to access material online, how to upload a document, how to send an email, that kind of thing, all as far as our preparation for college, in addition to working on reading skills and math skills and those sorts of things to get ready for college. For those who are considering college but not quite sure if that's the route they want to go or if they don't feel like they're ready yet. So it's a confidence builder at the very least. We have career readiness and preparation programs. We have English language, ESL programs for immigrants and refugees. They are a variety of level of classes. It's everything from hello, my name is, I am from, where is the bathroom, all the way up to the preparation for high school fluency or preparation for college. We have had a couple of students who are trying to pass specific exams. One was a nursing exam, or not the nursing exam. She had a nursing degree already in her own country. She had to pass an English language exam in order to be allowed to be considered by the nursing board here. So we worked with her on English for that, so that she could then apply for her degree into the nursing board. We have financial literacy as well. Renters education is a new one that we are started to offer. Lack of stable housing is a barrier to steady employment. So it's a literacy program that we use. We go over leases and landlord's expectations, communication skills, budgeting, all of that sort of thing. Computer literacy, and also the integrated education and training, or IETs, which I'll talk about in a moment. But adult education is for individuals who are 16 and up. If they are age 16 and 17, they would be those who are not in high school, so they've either graduated or have dropped out of the high school system. And we have right now this year, almost 20% of the individuals enrolled in adult ed are people who are high school aged individuals, which is a lot larger of a number for us than in the past. But so we talk about young individuals and preparation and opportunities for education and training in the workforce. Almost 20% of the individuals in our adult ed program are high school aged individuals, but they're not in the high school K-12 system. We do have services or in-person classes in Soldotna, Homer, and Seward, but we have services as well available for anybody on the entire peninsula, both asynchronous and synchronous. And then also, just as a note, we have, as part of our education program, it's not strictly just classes. There is what you would basically consider in the high school system, like a high school guidance counselor, or in college system, it would be academic advisors. but so just that career guidance and counseling for the people who are not in college or not in high school, but are still in need of some of that guidance in those services as well. Next slide. Okay, so integrated education and training, or IET, that is one of the programs available through adult education. Think of it as 3 legs of a stool. You have adult education and literacy, so you're working on those literacy skills, those numeracy skills or math skills, communication skills, those basic skills. Then you have your workforce preparation skills, which is like your soft skills. And then your workforce training skills or your occupational skills. And it's offered contextualized and concurrent. So it's contextualized to a specific occupation or an occupational cluster concurrently. So all of 3 of those things are happening at the same time versus a traditional model is where you go and you get your academic skills first, and then you go and get your training skills, and then you go and get your soft skills where you learn and such afterwards. This is all done at the same time. The purpose of these is to provide a little extra support and foundational skill building for individuals who are not quite there yet. They're not quite ready. So if you went and stuck them in the job today, they wouldn't have that skill. If you stuck them in a college or a training program right now, they're not quite there. They would not be successful in that. So this is to provide that additional foundational skills and additional knowledge in the context of what they're trying to go for, or that pathway that they're trying to go for to help them be more successful in staying in retention in that pathway. We have 4 topics right now that we have been offering. One is office skills and technology. So that's help prepare people for entry level position in the office skills. Parent educator or teacher's aide. Intro to veterinary careers. And then intro to healthcare science and terminology. And that one started out with individuals whose skills were low enough that they were struggling getting into the CNA program or succeeding in the CNA program at KPC. And so this was a little bit more skill building to help with that and provided more terminology. It actually originated as an ESL where there was a language barrier and they needed more vocabulary, and then some math skills as well for individuals who were struggling into that. And then stay tuned for more because we're exploring some other options as well and other topics. Next slide. Okay, and this is the other program that we have. Through a grant through the Department of Labor. This is a newer one that we have. This is for young adults. So youth is a little bit of a misnomer. But this is for young adults, ages 16 to 24. It prepares young adults for unsubsidized employment opportunities, placement into post-secondary education and training, and connections to employers for work. Next slide. This is not for individuals who are in high school or in college. It's for those who have left the high school system or graduated, who are just still kind of floundering, basically, for lack of a better word. They're still trying to figure life out. So they're not in high school anymore. They don't have access to high school services or access to the high school guidance counselor, their education classes. And they're also not in college. So they don't have access to the advisors to try and help guide them and figure out what they want to do either. It's that group of people that's in between, and they're still trying to figure out what to do. They may be employed, they might not be employed. And then also they experience employment barriers too. So it's not just an age thing, but they must have been experiencing employment barriers like being a high school dropout or having a disability or being an English language learner, homelessness or runaway, justice involved, pregnant and parenting, etc. And this is a program that we've just started a couple of years ago. Right now it's only available in the Kenai Soldotna area. As we get a little bit more into it and get all the things set up, we're hoping to expand it farther than that. It helps to supplement our adult ed program by providing financial support to help achieve the goals that individuals have, like gas money to class or gas money to their job. It could be minor car repairs if that's what's keeping them from being able to get to their job or to class, testing costs for tests for certifications, etc. And then also it provides career exploration and work experience opportunities, which is connecting young adults with local employers to help gain exposure and work experience. And the way that works is that the employer trains or onboards the individual as if it's their own employee. They're our employee. We pay them for the labor hours, but they're at an employer to get training and educate and to learn the beginnings, the introductions of that job. And so they train as their own employee. And then the grant covers up to $5,000 of that labor and that training. And then at that point, once that's done, if the employer has a job opening, if they want to keep that person on, they can hire them and keep them and train them and and have them as their own employee. If they don't have a job opening, or if it didn't quite work out and it's not quite the right match, that's okay as well, because then that individual leaves with that training and then more employable to take that elsewhere to go get a job with someone with a company that is hiring. And there's more information on that on the table too as well if you're interested in that. And that is really all I have to say. Last slide just has contact information. That is my contact information on the left, and down in Homer at KBC's campus is on the right down there. And I'll take any questions if anybody has any. Mm-hmm.
How quickly do they have access to that money? Because a lot of the problems that I have coming in is that they don't have that money. And it takes forever. Scholarship opportunity or some other funding, and we're working in short time frames.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking for pool money for these folks to access them right now, within a week, within 2 weeks, because they have things that they need to do before they can work for us. How long does it take somebody, realistically, to be able to have access to money in that particular program?
Okay. Well, so there is an enrollment process with us. It takes probably about 3 or 4 separate appointments just to get enrolled into our program. So they're not going to be able to walk in and walk out in a half an hour and say, "Oh, themselves to be enrolled." It does have to be a good fit too. But and some of this has to do with this process of routines. So we're still trying to figure some of this out with the KPC, UA system, and so things take longer than they would if it was already a path. And I can honestly say nowhere in the UA system does anywhere else in the UA system have this grant. So every time we talk to entities, risk management, HR, etc., they have no idea what we're talking about because it doesn't fit any kind of classification of any student participant they've ever had, because these are not college students. And so it takes a lot longer. So right now, I would say it'd probably take a month. Maybe in the future, it might take 2 weeks. But right now, it just takes us a lot longer to get to anything. Everything we do, they're like, "I have no idea what this is." You have to go through like 6 extra explanations, talk to people that we wouldn't necessarily would have to talk to. I try not to make that, but it's the reality is nobody knows what it is, because nowhere in the UA system do they have this grant at this time. But in the future, I think there will be a groundbreaking on that one too. Any other questions before I hand this over to Cheryl?
Actually, that's a great transition, because I was going to end with a statement. When I first took my director job, it was Tim Dillon in a public setting. Asked me one day, he said, "So Cheryl, one question I have for you." He said, "How can the university learn to say yes more than no?" And I thought, thank you, Tim, for that question. The university is a large structure, and I like to say it turns slowly. It's like a really big boat, so we make change slowly. But KPC is pretty small. And we're nimble. Now, I say small. I like to tout that we often go head to head with the entire University of Alaska Southeast system. I think in fall of 23, we had a higher head count than all of UAS. So your little community college is actually doing great things across the system. But we are trying to find ways to say yes and to make things happen for you. So you just heard back-to-back presentations from educational entities, from AvTech to KPC, and of course KPBSD in partnership with us. We are looking for ways, and so I'm going to open it up just to see if there's any other questions or things that you might need that help us help the community meet their workforce needs. That's what ultimately we're trying to do and what we're in the business of doing. I would say, as an example, Kenaitze Indian Tribe approached us a few years back to help get a training in place for language instructors. We were able to do that and get a brand new occupational endorsement certificate. And KPC graduated the first person in Denina language instruction. And we did that last spring. Super exciting. We also have been having conversations with corrections, policing, and human services because we need more training on the peninsula for those going into behavioral health. And so, cross our fingers, pending the governor's approval of TVEP funding this spring, KPC will get $179,000 that will go toward offering more human services course offerings here and provide tuition to those who are enrolling in the new program. So little things like that, we can take little steps, we can hear about it, we can make need, we can make change because we're all wanting this area to thrive. That's ultimately our goal. So thank you for your time. We're at exactly at 11:15 and we'll pass to the next presenter.
Thank you, ladies. As Cheryl said, this is a place that we want all of our community members to thrive. So business sector, public, private, government, schools, youth, and those people that are changing careers. And there's a lot of resources on the peninsula that do that and support that and can facilitate that. I do want to highlight that KPC has a booth over here to your left. There are other booths too, Boys and Girls Club, Hyper, PCHS, BOEM, Mariculture, and the MEP Center. So please stop over there. If you're a business owner and you want to talk more about some of these programs that you're hearing about today, there is some one-on-one availability over there. And I would take it as an opportunity to really plug into what they've got over there. Our next panel is, we're going to switch gears out of economies and workforce, but it is also related because all of this is interconnected. We are going to shift gears into an emerging industry on the peninsula. Mariculture has been a boon, hopefully coming up in the next 10 years or so. KPEDD has been a participant and a partner with Southeast Conference as well as the other EDDs in the state of Alaska and a number of other partners. And we were the proud recipients of an EDA grant through Build Back Better 2 years ago to bolster the state of Alaska's mariculture industry. And it's a $49 million grant that has a bunch of moving parts. Part of those moving parts are workforce development, education, outreach, training, innovations, energy, cultivation, market build out. So we have a number of opportunities here on the peninsula because we do have a large coastline. Much of our mariculture industry is based in Kachemak Bay as well as Resurrection Bay over in Seward. So today we've invited 3 people. One of them had an emergency and Jason couldn't join us this morning and we will miss him. However, Brianna Murphy and Tommy Sheridan are going to bring up their experience within the mariculture industry as well as what their experience is. Tommy Sheridan is the Associate Director for UAF Alaska Blue Economy Center. He's going to talk about the ABEC Center, what it has to offer, as well as what influence it has in the mariculture industry. And Brianna Murphy is the Chugach Regional Resources Commission mariculture liaison. We work closely together on making sure that people know how to gain access to mariculture information, resources, whether it's permitting, techniques, whether they're trying to do a site selection and trying to analyze what kind of gear they need for certain site selections. Brianna is a pro. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Brianna and Tommy, and they will share the mic.
Awesome. Thank you, Cassidy, for that introduction to the Build Back Better program. As Cassidy mentioned, my name is Brianna Murphy. I work with Chugach Regional Resources Commission as the Kenai Peninsula Mariculture Liaison. It's a role funded through this Build Back Better program, an EDA award that the state of Alaska received in 2022. Unfortunately, since Jason isn't able to make it here, he's the executive director of the Alaska Mariculture Alliance, so I'll try to fill in some gaps from his absence, but just wanted to kind of briefly give a bit of an overview about the Build Back Better program, as well as the Alaska Mariculture Alliance's matching grant program, which I think might be applicable for a lot of people's constituents here in the room today. So as Cassidy mentioned, mariculture is booming. It's been quite a hot topic here in Alaska, and I know it can be a bit confusing to kind of follow all the different funding opportunities. But mariculture in Alaska is defined as the cultivation of aquatic plants, invertebrates, and shellfish bivalves. It does not include finfish farming, which is of course illegal in Alaska, but sometimes needs to be clarified anyway. And quite a few of you may be familiar with the Alutiiq Pride Marine Institute, which is pictured here. I'm based there down in Seward with Chugach Regional Resources Commission. Alutiiq Pride Marine Institute was founded in the 90s through criminal settlement funds from the Exxon Valdez oil spill. It was managed first by the city of Seward and the Marathon Native Tribe, now the Katuchik Native Tribe. And then CERC took over operations of the facility in 2004 and continues to manage and operate it today. CERC is a regional tribal nonprofit and consortium that manages and promotes the natural resources of 7 tribes within the Chugach region, including 3 in Lower Cook Inlet, that's Katuchik, Van Wallach, and Port Graham, as well as 4 within the Prince William Sound, so Eyak, Tititlik, Chiniga, and Valdez. APMI is the state's only tribally managed mariculture technical center, and it's been involved in mariculture since the 80s. But mariculture in Alaska and nationally started to take off around 2016 when Governor Walker formed the Mariculture Task Force, which was a selection of industry participants, including APMI's mariculture director, Jeff Hetrick, who were charged with creating a $100 billion per year mariculture industry within 20 years. The Mariculture Task Force eventually evolved into Alaska Mariculture Alliance, which is a nonprofit devoted to building up the mariculture industry in Alaska. And if you're wondering why the state would take such an interest in developing a mariculture industry, there are lots of different reasons. One is to diversify local economies, particularly the highly seasonal economies throughout many coastal regions in Alaska, and to reverse some of the sad economic trends that Sam touched on earlier. And it's one way to kind of provide meaningful jobs and opportunities in some smaller coastal communities. Obviously, this has never been more important than currently with the kind of plight of the fishing industry coming up this season. And another reason is food security. Over 90% of Alaska's food is imported, which is pretty serious vulnerability. And mariculture can provide a local food source that requires no fertilizers, freshwater, or arable land. And it's also been shown to have a halo effect on other surrounding waters, which can be an important way to boost other important commercial species. Adult oysters can filter up to 50 gallons of water a day, and seaweeds are not technically a plant, but they have a lot of the same properties in that they can uptake a lot of carbon dioxide from the local waters and then exude oxygen, which creates a really beneficial halo effect for a lot of a whole host of marine organisms. So this was all stuff that Jason was going to kind of touch on, so I'm sorry that the graphic doesn't really represent any of that. But just to get into that, you can kind of see some of the metrics for industry growth since 2016. 2017 was when the first aquatic kelp farms were permitted in Alaska, and so you can kind of see how that just boosted growth for aquatic farm permits. There was a 33% increase in aquatic farm permit applications between 2017 and 2022. Aquatic farm permits jumped from 65 in the state, which had been a pretty stable number since the 80s, to 87 currently. And over 3/4 of applications received since 2015 include the cultivation of aquatic plants. And acreage, which is maybe a little bit better of a metric than just permits, jumped from 350 in 2016 to over 3,000 in 2021. So riding that wave, of surging interest in aquatic farming, in fall of 2022, the state of Alaska was selected as a finalist for the Build Back Better Regional Challenge Program, which is an EDA initiative spearheaded by Southeast Conference, the Economic Development Center for Southeast Alaska. And that resulted in the state receiving $49 million to build up its mariculture industry, which launched a whole host of funding opportunities and careers. I should mention here also that that funding pool has a requirement that 25% be allocated to rural communities and 25% be allocated to indigenous communities. So pretty important equity metrics and important for a lot of coastal communities here on the peninsula as well. This is just kind of a general overview of the different buckets of funding under the Build Back Better. You can see how it's divided, and I'll get into the more relevant sections here in just a minute. The first bucket of funding is the revolving loan fund. There's $10 million set aside for this program, which just basically aims to close some gaps for funding opportunities for new farmers and industry participants in the mariculture industry. Unfortunately, I'm not able to really speak to a lot of specifics about this program. It's expected to launch in summer of 2024. But a big part of it will be administered by Spruce Fruit, which is a native-owned community development financial institution based down in Southeast Alaska. And if you're interested in learning more, I do have a booth over there in the corner and lots of cards available if you'd like to stay in touch about any of these programs that I'm going to be touching on, particularly the revolving loan fund, which should have more information forthcoming in summer of 2024. Governance, coordination, and outreach. This is the area that supports my role. Basically, the liaison program was established to kind of increase the pipeline of information flowing from each of the coastal regions back from Build Back Better. So there were liaison programs set up in Southeast, Southwest, Kodiak, Prince William Sound, and the Kenai Peninsula, of course. Myself, I put my email up there if anybody's interested in contacting me. Again, I also have cards if you're interested in staying in touch or getting on the Kenai Peninsula Mariculture listserv. And if you've also got a foot in Prince William Sound or know anybody who's connected to Prince William Sound, my colleague Sean Donatal is the Prince William Sound Mariculture Liaison, and he's also housed under Chugach Regional Resources Commission. Workforce development, I'll let Tommy talk mostly about this one, but there's $10.5 million set aside to kind of build a pipeline for students to enter the mariculture industry. So the sub-awardees on this were the universities and as well as the Alaska Sea Grant program, but largely based in Kodiak. There are lots of different funding opportunities to cover tuition, housing, cost of living stipends, and internships, just to make sure that barriers to access for those educational programs are accessible to a lot of different people. And those programs are also targeted not just at traditional students coming from high school, but also non-traditional or older students looking to kind of make a career change to join the glamorous mariculture field. Research and development, again, lots of really interesting projects going on. There's not a whole lot of conclusive things that I can talk about here, but there are a couple different projects focusing on seaweed tissue analysis, basically just looking at the composition of kelp tissues so that we can kind of match farmers with markets. That'll be a really important project that's coming up and should wrap up around December 2024. There's a really granular but important project focusing on seaweed genetics that will have pretty big implications for aquatic farmers, aquatic kelp farmers, I should say. And then another part of this R&D component is the joint innovation projects. Those are administered through AFDF, the Alaska Fisheries Development Foundation. This was one of the first RFPs that was rolled out in spring of 2023, and there were 15 projects awarded. CIRC is a part of 3 different projects involving a seaweed processing component down in Homer. We're actually going to be having a processing workshop held in Port Graham and Nanwalek in the first week of May. And we also were awarded a project to wrap up some beach surveys for clam enhancement projects in Port Graham and Tututlik, and we'll also be studying hatchery cultivation protocols for razor programs. And those are both still underway. So again, don't have anything conclusive for that. But most importantly, with this program, the second round of the Joint Innovation Projects RFP is out currently and is accepting applications until June 17th. Eligible entities include for-profit and nonprofit organizations, as well as tribal and governmental entities. So if you or anybody you know is interested in pursuing some kind of innovative project to bolster growth of mariculture, then please come and find me, or you can also find the active RFP on the Alaska Mariculture Cluster's webpage as well. Green energy, this is a project that's still going on. There's not actually too much conclusive to talk about there. I'm going to skip that slide. Oops, sorry. And equipment and technology, the first round of this funding just recently closed, and they'll be announcing the recipients of this award. I'm not totally sure what the timeline is, but likely fairly soon. This basically was just kind of targeted at making sure that different regions throughout the state had access to equipment and technology that's going to be able to move the industry forward. So specifically looking at flubsies to kind of bolster oyster growth, development of the oyster mariculture industry, as well as some DEC toxin equipment so that you can get shellfish toxin testing results more rapidly, as well as some seaweed processing and hatchery equipment to bolster the seaweed industry. There will be a second round of funding for a second round of this funding opportunity as well, likely in late 2024 or 2025, after the first round of funding was administered, and kind of see how some of these projects start coming out and see what kind of equipment and technology are going to be necessary to move the industry forward. This is just an image of the Alaska Mariculture Cluster's webpage. You can find it at alaskaMaricultureCluster.org. It's got all the active and archived RFPs there, and you can also find all the different buckets of funding that have kind of gone over here if there's anything that you're interested in following up on. And the last thing that I want to talk about before I hand it over to Tommy is the Mariculture Incentive Grant Program. This is housed under the Alaska Mariculture Alliance, so it is not through the Build Back Better program, so it does not have the same allocation requirements that 25% go to rural communities and 25% go to Indigenous communities. But it is focused on private for-profit companies and basically just aimed at encouraging private investment in the industry. So this funding was established through funds allocated from the state legislature and Governor Dunleavy. There was $5 million allocated to basically encourage private investment in the program. That $5 million is going to be spread out over four years, and the first year was in fall of 2023. So the matching grant program, it is not misnamed. It's just a dollar for dollar straight up match of any investment that for-profit companies make in their mariculture operations. The one exception I should mention is that shellfish hatcheries or seaweed hatcheries, which are can be nonprofits, are eligible for this funding, but otherwise the funding is explicitly targeted at for-profit industry. The reason why there's the hatchery exception is because hatcheries don't make any money anyway, so it cut them a break and wanted to encourage their funding. So essentially oops, maybe went too far. No, actually that's fine. So the grant funding is broken down into two grants. You can apply for micro grants or for standard grants. The micro grants are $5,000 to $35,000, and the standard grants are $35,001 up to $150,000. Applicants are capped at $300,000 throughout the course of the 4 years of this program, just to kind of make sure that it's kind of evenly distributed throughout the industry. And eligible expenses include pretty much anything. It's almost easier to go through the ineligible expenses, which include like alcohol and entertainment, pretty obvious things that would not be shocking to anybody. But the eligible expenses basically would be anything that's going to help make your mariculture business more profitable. So, this is a great opportunity for anybody who already lives on the water. If you're looking to repower your vessel or purchase a new boat that's going to be more suitable for your mariculture operations, that's something that this grant can help with. And all you need to do is provide, should you be awarded, all you need to do is basically provide receipts of your investment, and then the Mariculture Alliance reimburses 50% of whatever costs you paid out. Eligibility requirements, sorry. Thanks, Caitlin. Eligibility requirements just require basically that you're permanent at the time that the application comes out. So last year's funding closed from, it was administered first in October 2023 and then closed on December 8th, 2023. So they haven't announced exactly when the second round is going to come out, but it will likely be fall of 2024, which means that you would need to be permitted by that period in time in order to qualify for the funding. If you are not aware, the aquatic farm permitting window within the state of Alaska runs from January 1st to April 30th. So the deadline is quickly approaching if you would like to get your application in. Aquatic farm applications typically take about a year to get processed. So it would be, so it does take some amount of time and planning to kind of get to that point, but I'm super happy to help everybody if you're interested in learning more about how to go through the permitting process, or if they just want assistance kind of in navigating that.
Thank you, Brianna. That was a great introduction. I'm going to move over here. Works better for my neck. Thank you for that. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Tommy Sheridan. I'm the Associate Director for Alaska Blue Economy Center. I'll provide a little bit of an introduction as to what that is and who I am here in a bit. But I'm just going to give you a really quick dive into what we're doing in Prince William Sound in particular. ABEC is the state serving entity, as is UAF, but there's some work that we're doing in Prince William Sound that could be duplicated here in Kenai and is. So I wear a lot of different hats. I was a participant in the Governor's Mariculture Task Force. I'm on the founding board of directors for the Alaska Mariculture Alliance. In addition to other hats, I'm the vice president for the Prince William Sound Economic Development District. And so as we're having lunch at the food carts, feel free to ask me any questions. Something I won't be talking about here is another hat that I wear is I'm a dual appointment with Alaska Center for Energy and Power, and there are some interesting overlaps there with agriculture and energy, and I'm happy to talk about that later. I'll talk about some initiatives that we've funded here in Alaska, Mariculture Innovation Research Fund, and a grant technical assistance program, and then I'll talk a little bit about the work that we've been doing in Prince William Sound as it relates to workforce development. So ABEC was founded in 2019. It's not a really great time for an entity to be founded. Not a whole lot happened in 2020. Our founding director was hired on in 2021. We were the beneficiaries of a legislative appropriation in 2022 to support mariculture research and development in Alaska. So that's what we've been doing for much of the past 2 years. The blue economy is a really broadly inclusive term that's pretty buzzy these days. I live in Cordova. Blue economy is pretty much anything that happens there. Lots of similarities with communities like Homer, Soldotna, Kenai, etc. Fisheries are a big part of our economy in Cordova. Shipping, logistics, visitor industry, research, energy production, etc. But our focus has been on mariculture, and so I'll spend some time here talking about that. So we supported with some of our funds from the legislature a Mariculture Innovation Research Fund. We partnered with industry stakeholders throughout the state to understand areas of need and potential roadblocks to the development of the industry. And we developed an RFP in 2022 to support that. We funded about 6 projects at $800,000. And these projects are taking place throughout the state with partners at both UAF, UAS, and UAA. And we're really proud of the level of student engagement that we've seen. This picture here is of some students at University of Alaska Southeast that are deploying a water sampling kit to a salmon hatchery in Southeast Alaska. Grant Technical Assistance Program is something that we've also been rolling out these past few months. We, along with many others in the state, have just grappled with all of the funds that are coming this way. And many mariculture stakeholders, these are kelp farmers, oyster farmers, commercial fishers who are looking to diversify their businesses. They don't have a whole lot of experience with complicated federal grant applications. And so we actually partnered with, UAF did, AVIC did, with a grant writing firm known as Grant Management Associates, who have a very high success rate, oftentimes don't take on a whole lot of clients. But we were able to partner GMA expertise and their staff with 10 projects that are taking place throughout the state to help them develop, a strategic planning process, identifying grant opportunities that are coming up, and then ultimately helping them to write those grant applications and submit them. So we're very hopeful that that investment will bring great reward to those projects in the state of Alaska. And we partnered with Alaska Center for Energy and Power and UAF Center ICE on funding for that. So more close to home for me, ABEC has a relationship with the city of Valdez where we support their interests in growing this industry in and around Valdez, Sound, and beyond. And so we've been very involved with, of course, the Alaska Mariculture Cluster program that Brianna described, which has brought up to date about $1.6 million to Prince William Sound College. That's a part of the University of Alaska Anchorage system, similar to Kenai Peninsula College. And we've been working with Prince William Sound College and other partners in Valdez to develop a workforce development program that certainly includes college students, but high school students as well, as I'll describe. Some other developments that have happened in Alaska that Brianna didn't reference is NOAA has a nationwide program of identifying regions that are promising for aquaculture development. This is known as the Aquaculture Opportunity Area. So those are fairly significant programs that help support those regions in federal permitting and developing research and an understanding of this area of opportunity. The first AOA was in the Gulf of Mexico. Second was offshore from California. And the third is in Alaska. And Alaska was competing with the entirety of the nation for that third slot. And we had just really remarkable support from industry stakeholders in the state of Alaska itself. And so we won that this past year and are working towards that. One of the other hats I wear is with Alaska Center for Energy and Power, as I made reference to. And there's an interesting and really collaborative development in Valdez where some of those programs' interests are co-funding a teaching through technology site, which I'll describe here in a second. So something that we're working on with Prince William Sound College is just identifying prospective farm sites in the vicinity of Valdez. So this is our first trip in April of 2023. I wish I had shared a picture here from a trip that we took a couple weeks ago. We grew from, one professor on board, Amanda Glazier, who is an absolute rock star in the space at Prince William Sound College in Valdez, to a boat full of students. So Prince William Sound College now has, their dorms are full, and they have 15 mariculture students participating in their program there. And there's a waiting list for the fall. So this is a really exciting space for students. We're doing some sampling with these students in and around Port Valdez to work towards permitting a site where we hope to have opportunities for industry participants, but certainly a workforce development platform for the college and a research platform for folks at UAF and beyond. So Teaching Through Technology is a program, T3, I believe they're active in Seward. They're a really interesting program. It was designed by a science teacher from Cordova. He was Teacher of the Year maybe 15, 20 years ago, Adam Lau. And so this is a STEM program geared towards 11th and 12th graders. And it's being rolled out throughout the state and has nationwide ties as well. The original impetus was energy, and so engaging high school students with energy programs, energy applications, but really the program has grown to follow interests that the students have, and in a lot of coastal Alaskan communities, students want to be involved in mariculture. So we've funded work to develop a mariculture curriculum with Dr. Glazier at Prince William Sound College. That curriculum will be incorporated into a mariculture club that is program-wide, so students will be able to do that from any community in the state. And this is just a picture of some of those students in Valdez this past summer as they visited both Valdez and Cordova as part of a Team Ocean group. So this is just one of the students that visited an oyster farm in Port Valdez. Valdez Native Tribe has a research farm in the port in addition to permitting for a kelp and oyster farm outside of the port. We brought students to a local processor. This is Silver Bay Seafoods on the left. And then we brought students to the city council meeting on the right. And as it turned out, the city council just loved what they were doing and ultimately have funded for the establishment of a T3 site in Valdez in 2024. These are students that both high school and college that are doing mariculture sampling in Valdez Harbor last year. And this, as I've said, has grown significantly. So a little bit about some of the areas of opportunity that we're working towards at University of Alaska Fairbanks. This is just a graph showing some of the applications for kelp, seaweed, macroalgae. At the top are high value food kind of related nutraceutical opportunities. These are low volume production, high value. This is something that really fits with Alaskans' mindset. A lot of the folks that are getting involved in this space are commercial fishers with small boats that are really leveraging those assets to get involved in this area. For now, kelp production, essentially you outplant in October, November, December, and you harvest in April, May. And so it's a really complementary activity to salmon fishing, for example. But there's a whole lot of other things that we can use macroalgae for. And something that UAF is really interested in getting involved with, as are others, are some of the larger volume applications, including agricultural applications. This includes soil amendments or biofertilizers and other materials such as bioplastics. So this is something that we believe a rising tide lifts all ships. And so these markets are markets that we're really hoping to try to develop and inform. And we do that in large part because UAF is the only land-grant university in the state. It's one of only a few on the West Coast of the United States. And so through that, we have capacities, infrastructure, and connections to funding, such as USDA, to really get involved in ways that are very new to this entity and university, but are relevant. And so the applicable entity that is engaged in the Kenai area is the Institute of Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Extension. And so we have research farms in Palmer and in Fairbanks and partners throughout the state. So Prince William Sound is just to the east. There's a lot of ties between Prince William Sound and Kenai, of course, Kenai Peninsula, in ways that I'm sure many in this are aware. The salmon industry, salmon processing, visitor industry, et cetera. And we believe that Prince William Sound provides some unique opportunities to be an engine for the state in this area, including ancillary production and opportunities in Kenai Peninsula. So these stars are locations of large salmon hatchery operations and or remote release sites that are really compatible and conducive to large-scale macroalgae production. For reasons such as this. This is Wally Norberg Hatchery in northwestern Prince William Sound. This is a really large, complicated facility with hydroelectric power, with housing for workers, with access to skiffs, anchors, and remote bays that have been permitted for decades for large-scale aquaculture. In this case, salmon hatchery operations. But again, macroalgae production is highly complementary to salmon production. So salmon hatchery operators throughout the state are really kind of working and exploring why and how they can get involved in this space. And in Prince William Sound, if that were to happen, that's pretty significant. The areas in the vicinity of salmon hatchery operations that are permitted for commercial aquaculture and or fishing add up to roughly about 200,000 acres. Now, I'm not suggesting we'll grow kelp in every square inch of that, but even a small subset of that would really be a game changer for the state in this space. And finally, I'll talk a little bit about just unique assets that exist in these regions and communities. These are grain silos in Valdez. Unfortunately, they never saw a single grain, and so they're very expensive cell phone towers. But we, as a part of some engagement with international leaders in the mariculture space, we hosted a tour in fall of 2021 where a fellow who is a big player in this space, we dropped them off at the terminal here, and he got out of the van and he looked up at the silos and he cursed in Faroese. He's from Faroe Islands, and immediately got on FaceTime with his engineer in Iceland, because one way to stabilize large-scale macroalgae production is in silage. And so these grain silos were identified as potentially relevant infrastructure to the development of this industry. It's very aspirational. You would need a whole lot of kelp to fill those up. But these silos were offered up as a matching resource to unlock that $49 million potential by providing $6 million match for the Alaska Mariculture Cluster. So they're relevant, and it would cost about $80 million to reconstruct these to this day. There's all kinds of assets and infrastructure within Alaska that could be leveraged and pivoted towards mariculture. So this is just one that's a unique example of Prince William Sound. So that's really all I wanted to talk about today. Happy to answer any questions if we have time now or afterwards, and really appreciate the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Thanks, Tommy. So I hope you can kind of start to identify areas on the peninsula that could tap in and plug into mariculture and how we are trying to grow the industry. There's several different puzzle pieces to it, and we have them here on the peninsula. So thank you, Brianna and Tommy. So I know that we are 2 steps away from lunch, and I won't keep you from that too much longer. But I did want to take a minute and recognize KPEDD's board members. As we change up our into the lunch hour, I did just want to take one moment and appreciate and thank the board members that make KPEDD do what it's doing. We have an amazing 16-member board that is representative of our communities, our tribal partners, and industry leaders. They're extensions of you that bring a variety of experiences and expertise to our operations at KPEDD. So if you're a board member, can you please stand up, and we want to recognize you and thank you for your contributions to your communities and your industry and the Kenai Peninsula. And without further ado, it's lunchtime, so grab a ticket. The lunch trucks are outside, so thankfully it's sunny and nice and springy. So your lunch ticket will afford you a lunch at one of the 3 food trucks. So please grab the vendors. Oh, go out this way. Caitlin's. Okay, so we'll go out down the hallway. We'll take a left outside, grab your lunch, come back in here. We'll take a brief break. Also, your puzzle pieces. So enjoy of what we are doing and how we are complementing one another's efforts and goals. City of Seward, Coca-Cola, you are drinking water and soda and drink on behalf of Coca-Cola and Kenai. City of Seward, we thank you. Tote Maritime, Homer Electric, Altman Rogers, First National Bank of Alaska, Acuren, City of Soldotna. I am grateful for this space, for this time, for you guys' help and support. We have, I was talking to Michaelan yesterday, and we rotate the forum through our different municipalities every year. And so last year we were in Homer. This year we're in Soldotna. Next year we're in Seward. The year after we're in Kenai. Well, we haven't been to Soldotna in a few years because of, I think, COVID's getting a lot of thank yous today, by the way. And so we weren't able to have it in Soldotna on their last round. So it's good to be back here. It's good to be back here, but also see the progress of the construction of the new sports complex behind you guys. So hopefully in a year, we're going to maybe see something be entering in a different entrance the next time we're here for the forum. Aspen Hotels, thank you so much for your support. Northern Bank, City of Kenai, we appreciate you. ORPC, PCHS, New Vision Credit Union, City of Homer, we thank all of you for being a part of our journey and our operations. And again, we couldn't do it without you. So as we get started for this next section, I just like to say showcase. We're going to showcase a project that we've been working and supporting and learning about and trying to advocate for the city of Soldotna in making this happen. And it's exciting. It's positive. It's huge change and huge shifts. And it's because of the effort and the vision of a lot of different people in this room. And I just wanted to highlight that change is good, and there's some really neat things on the horizon for the city of Soldotna. And before John comes up, Jeanette Bauer, the city manager, is going to come up and say a couple of words, but then John Sarneski, also our board member, will be presenting and highlighting where the Soldotna Riverfront redevelopment project is at, where it's been, how it's going, and what the next steps are. So please welcome Jeanette. Good to see you.
Thank you for being here, everyone. I'll make this short and sweet. As Cassidy already explained, our construction has started, and I did note, Kyle, they're over there this afternoon. We were wondering this morning where they were. So they're over there this afternoon, so we're keeping an eye on that. I just want to come up, and John needs no introduction. Of course, we all know John and the wonderful work he's done throughout the community. But I don't know if you know that John is retiring. So I personally want to thank John for all of his work, not only at the city of Soldotna, but I know and the community itself and everything that he's done for all of us. So thank you, John. And John has put his heart and soul in this project. And thank you for, we're going to keep it going, John, and think of you every time we work on this. I do think about something you said this morning, moving from conversation to doing. And I believe that's where we are with this project. Stephanie is here somewhere, and Stephanie is also very involved in this. And so it started the conversation with the council, the city, and we're going from that conversation to imprint. Our plan is adopted by council to doing. So, John.
Okay. It is here. Well, thank you. For those who don't know me, I'm John Sarneski. I'm the Director of Planning and Economic Development for the City of Soldotna. I like to think of the job as being more than economic development, but also community development. And that's been a theme at this presentation today when we talk about things like childcare and transportation, all the parts and pieces of our community that make things work. So I want to start by first warning and apologizing to any of the economic developers or economists here that I don't have any histograms or bar charts. So I won't be offended if you do get up and leave. But this is the story then of the Riverfront redevelopment project. And let's see if I can get that to work. It is working. This effort has been about 2 years in the making. It involved many people and organizations, including KPEDD. We had assistance from KPEDD in the initiation of the grant process. We had assistance from them in getting this into the SEDS, the Economic Development Strategy. And then we worked with many other organizations to get support and get assistance to get this project up and running. With KPEDD's assistance, we were able to apply for and receive an EDA grant. That grant allowed us to develop a very intensive planning process that involved the hiring of a consultant called First 40 Feet, who led this intensive process to bring forward public engagement process, conceptual designs, market analysis, feasibility analysis, and more. And so that piece of it was critical. And so I want to thank KPEDD and I want to thank EDA for their assistance in making this possible. Our purpose is to redevelop our downtown to achieve a healthy, vibrant community and economy. We want to get from what you see on the very top slide or top part of the slide to our future vision. And that top slide, that pink outline, is the project area. It basically runs from the bridge over the Kenai all the way to the Y. So it's about 5 acres in total. Our goals. Our main goal is to try to create a downtown that we don't have. And the Kenai River is going to be central to that. As you all know, the city of Soldotna grew up in the 50s and 60s, auto-centric world where strip development was a pattern that was most common. To get anywhere, you need to hop in your car. We wanted to create, or one of our goals was to create a walkable experience. We wanted to create an opportunity to have Kenai River front and center to our community. We wanted to identify and optimize the use of available lands and infrastructure. In other words, taking stock of what we have now and then finding how we best use it. As an example, we've got a number of parcels of land that stretch all the way from the highway to the river. Only one part of the parcel is developed, and that's the part that is up front on the Sterling Highway. So there's this opportunity to add infrastructure on the backside to create a whole other layer of development adjacent to the river. The third or fourth goal is to continue to build and grow our year-round economy. One more day in Soldotna, as the mantra goes. We are very successful here in Alaska with 3 months of activity, and our employers and our businesses some of them are used to making that work. But where our goal is to create a year-round economy, so that those folks have their doors open 12 months a year. The next goal was to identify opportunities and strategies for coordinating with landowners, create opportunities for public partnerships, and identifying different ways to implement our steps here to get the plan moving forward. We're looking for win-wins, in other words, and we'll try to identify all the opportunities that we can. The very last one, the last goal, is provide housing I'm having a hard time reading that. Options to meet our needs. So a healthy, vibrant downtown needs people. It needs to be an activity center. Successful downtowns today are mixing their commercial and they're mixing that with residential. It provides residents an opportunity to access the different shops and amenities that are downtown. It's a convenient location for them. And it also can provide workforce housing for the businesses that are located downtown. There we go. This slide just basically shows, I think I would call it it's called frameworks, and I guess that's appropriate in that this is the layers within our community that we need to look at, plan for anything to be successful. The land use, ability or roads, the utility systems, and then finally the regulatory environment that we live in. And so we considered each of these as part of this planning process. We looked at what is the appropriate mix of land uses for this 85 acres. What does the transportation system have to look like to serve those businesses and those residences that we want to have in that area? What are the utilities that are going to be necessary? And then finally, to get where we want to go, we need to modify our regulatory environment. If we don't, we're going to end up with the same thing that we have today, which is a car-orientated commercial strip development. What am I aiming at? Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. There we go. Thank you. Big ideas. So these are our strategies for success. They're designed to bring our vision to life, to support our goals. We considered several big ideas to make this happen and to ensure success. And what I'll do, I think, here is we'll look at each one of these individually, but this is the list of the big goals that are part of, or the big ideas that are part of the plan. So the first one is bookend public gathering places. Yeah, please. Thank you. Okay. So, as you know, Soldotna currently has one incredible public gathering place, that being Soldotna Creek Park. What this plan calls for is a second gathering place on the other side of the planning area. In other words, adjacent to the river and next to the bridge. And the concept here is to create a public space for the gathering of people, for an opportunity to view the river, for an opportunity for businesses to be located nearby. And this is a depiction of what that might look like. You can see the Kenai River off to the left, the bridge off to the left, and in the foreground is the plaza itself. You've got a number of businesses, mixed use surrounding it. So this concept was one of the first big ideas that we considered. The next one, if you would, is mixed use development. The previous slide, as I mentioned, has the potential for mixed use. This is probably a slide that shows mixed use in a more intensive way. Mixed use, generally speaking, turns traditional zoning on its head, where we try to segregate land uses. Mixed use takes compatible land uses like residential, commercial, and park uses and puts them together. And that's what we're trying to accomplish here. New mixed uses can also benefit existing uses, like the Blasey Mall and Aspen Assisted Living that's shown in this diagram, by providing different amenities for those uses, by providing housing and providing connections. Next, please. Oh, no, thank you. Good. Yep. Oh, there you go. Thanks. The next big idea is new and enhanced streets. So the idea of new streets is going to create and allow this idea of a walkable environment. It's going to provide the views of the river. It's going to enable us to access the businesses and the parks within the downtown. We don't have to work with what we have currently. We can build new, we can expand, and that's what this plan calls for, is essentially a new street, one off from the highway, that provides access to lands that are either underdeveloped or not developed at all. They're currently vacant and in close proximity to the river. So that's what we're after with the new and enhanced streets, to open up some lands, to provide connections, and to get people close to the river. Next, please. This is a view of what one of those new streets might look like. You can see the river off to the left, the steep bank. And in this example, this is River Street. You see a development, in this case, on both sides of the new road. Road itself is 60 feet in width. That's the right-of-way width, I should say. And we really pack a lot into that 60 feet. What we try to do here is provide a 14-foot wide trail adjacent to the river, or on the river side of the road, buffered by a 4-foot landscape bed, and then two 11-foot traffic lanes, which are narrower than usual, an 8-foot parking lane, which is also unusual for Soldotna. We don't really have much of any on-street parking, and this plan calls for that. The other thing that does, it allows people to park hopefully closer to businesses, and it also provides for less parking requirements, so that land can be used for building upward rather than putting pavement on the ground. And then finally, there's an 8-foot sidewalk on the other side of the street. So it's a pretty intensive use of our 60 feet of infrastructure. Next slide shows, excuse me, our next big idea, which is trails and boardwalks connecting to the river. Remember, our goal here was to feature the Kenai River as one of the key elements for downtown. And so we want to do that by providing paths, trails that overlook the river. And our goal is to make it easier for people to enjoy the river, to engage with the Kenai. Our trails and sidewalks will connect these new public plazas with businesses and housing. And our next couple slides are going to cover some additional examples of, there we go, thank you, of encouraging pedestrian activity. Oh, thank you. My drink has arrived. So Sterling Highway Pathway, while it wasn't one of our top big ideas, it's important in the sense that we want to be able to make the Sterling Highway more walkable. We like to, if many of you are from here, and so you've probably attempted to walk on the Sterling Highway. And if you have, you know that it's not pleasant. You know that it's loud, it's noisy, it feels dangerous. You might either get soaked by a puddle or you might get sprayed with dust. Our goal is to create a pathway on the south side of the riverside, on the south side of the highway, that would create a path that would be a little bit off than what it is today. In other words, it would be buffered from the roadway, so that it would be a little bit quieter, be a little bit safer, a little more enjoyable to walk. It would also provide connections then for all of those businesses that are along the highway. So in that respect, it gives people an opportunity to stay out of their car and walk from business to business. And that lower graphic actually that you see there is an example of what we currently have for our right-of-way. In some places, it's 145 feet. In other places, it's 120 feet. It goes back and forth. And what you see there is that with that much right away, we have a lot of opportunities to things that are creative and provide some nice walkways, also potentially some additional parking and new ways to access businesses. Next slide, please. This big idea is called extended paths to the river, but I like to call it just connecting to the community. We have Soldotna, if you know it, is relatively densely developed. So once you get off the highway, we have a high density residential area that is within a stone's throw of our downtown of this project area. And our goal here is, you see these red lines, those are existing roads like Kobuk, Birch, and Binkley. Our goal is to make those roads easier to access for our public that already lives in town. We want to make them walkable. We want to make them a convenient, comfortable way for folks that live here to get downtown, do their shopping, get to the park, go have dinner on the river, walk the dog, whatever it is they want to do. We want to make it easier for them to get here. And next slide. And then the final big idea is the public market. The public market, as it's depicted here, is near Soldotna Creek Park on the old Davis Block property. Let's go to the next slide because it offers a more in-depth view of the concept for a public market. The market hall, as I mentioned, would be on the Davis Block property. It's a proposed development which could support the traditional food hall, restaurants, spaces for meetings, events, conferences, a number of things. In this depiction, it's shown as a multi-level facility. In that respect, depending on the size, it could include a number of things, such as Chamber of Commerce offices, visitor center, exhibits. A number of different things could be located here. And the market hall, as I mentioned, multi-level, which also gives us the opportunity to do upper and lower plazas on the outside. These outdoor spaces would basically allow for gatherings. It would allow for a scenic view of the river. And the end of this end of the market hall, as it's depicted, would have a central commons that would look out to those gathering places, those areas, and would have a view of the river. So as it's designed, we feel it would definitely benefit our local businesses and align with our goals to foster economic development within the community. We feel it can offer a low risk business opportunity for some of our existing businesses. In fact, we have a lot of vendors that come on Wednesdays to Wednesday in the park that purposely go there because of one is there's the market is there, the people are there, and then two, they may not be able to afford a brick and mortar storefront. Same concept here is they don't have to buy a building. They would potentially buy a space or rent a space within the market. It offers a step from what we currently have at the Wednesday market to the next level, where they can perhaps run their business 7 days a week or 5 days a week throughout the year, rather than on one Wednesday throughout the summer. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, for us to be successful, what do we need to do? We need to invest in this project. That means our time. It means we need to think about how we can plan our infrastructure. We need to think about future partnerships, funding opportunities, but it's gonna take Soldotna to put some skin in the game to move this forward. We also know that implementation has to be flexible rather than prescriptive. We have to be nimble, and we have to be able to react to opportunities when they come up. We have to be patient. Over the last 10 to 20 years, the city of Soldotna has changed quite a bit, and we're hoping in the next 10 or 20 years it will change again, and hopefully for the better, and hopefully according to the this plan. And then the next item for success would be to choose investments in projects that catalyze other developments. So we want to see a domino effect. We want to make sure we're selective in our choices of where we are investing, so that this investment by the city for infrastructure, for example, might lead to a developer building that new development that might include a number of things, which would then further catalyze the next piece of property. We know that housing is vital, and we've had a few discussions here today about housing. This project has the ability to provide for affordable housing. It has the ability to provide for workforce housing. I already mentioned regulatory changes, so I won't touch on that. But we also know that for us to be successful, we are going to probably have to do some additional studies. We probably are going to have to look at the market hall concept in a little more detail, so that we understand what uses we actually want to see in there, how that building could be managed, and who would own it. There's a number of questions that need to be answered yet on the market hall. And same thing with housing. It would be great if we could partner with the city of Kenai, with the Kenai Peninsula Borough, to take a regional look at housing and identify what our needs are, and identify some strategies to provide the necessary housing. Our development strategy, and what I'm sharing with you, is just a part of our development strategy, and that is the initial actions that need to be taken for us to move forward. And so some of those time-sensitive initial actions are establishing staffing to manage implementation. And I'm happy to report that the City Council recently appropriated money for the position of a project manager. And so we are now out to bid for someone to help us manage this project and move it forward. That person, once hired, will also help us set up the concept of an oversight committee, will assist us in the regulatory amendments, and also changes to our street standards and maintenance plans. Those are all items that we want to do in the short term, within the next 5 years or sooner. And then we will continue on with that development strategy. And that larger development strategy, that it does move forward in phases. It lays the foundation for mixed use. It identifies catalyst sites and identifies costs and funding sources. So basically, it lays the groundwork for future development to become more privately driven. Next slide, please. One of the things our consultant did was to create a build-out analysis, and the build-out analysis looked at the economic impact of constructing the infrastructure to support future development. It measured the potential economic return from development as a result of those improvements. It was an input-output model. It was used and focused exclusively on quantifying the impacts of construction, and it did not model long-term operations, jobs, or their impact. So it's considered to be a conservative estimate. And the findings here that are presented there really offer a compelling case for the city's continued support and leadership in bringing the plan's vision to life. The quantitative construction impacts, the qualitative benefits offer advantages both in the short and long term for Soldotna's economy and our residents. We know that investing in community redevelopment does entail some risks, and that it takes tremendous effort and requires strong leadership in our decision making. But the reward for that risk is that the city and the greater community stand to gain handsomely into the future. And the numbers there are really, I think, remarkable, in that the build-out analysis showed over 2,000 jobs created, over 100 million in labor income created, $155 million contributed to the city and the borough's domestic product, gross domestic product, over 5 million in additional local and state tax revenues. And then finally, basically, for every $1 that the city spends, it will yield $5.30 in new development. And the next slide, please. So I encourage you to check out our website. The address is there. Feel free to give me a call at the City of Soldotna, or stop in the office, or stop me here today if you have questions. And before I end here, I do want to thank, again, there have been so many people involved in this process. So again, I want to say thanks to KPEDD, thanks to EDA, thanks to our advisory committee, thanks to the staff at the City of Soldotna, and thanks to all the public that have participated in this process and provided the guidance that led us to the development and the adoption of this plan. So thank you.
Thanks, John. It is an incredible project, and the numbers blow me away every time I look at them, because that is the things that we are talking about: our jobs, housing, opportunities. Where can we invest, and where will those investments be catalyzed the best? This is a great example of how the process goes. It's slow. It's not going to just, you're not going to just wake up in the morning and see a building. There is a lot of intention that goes behind it, and a lot of hours. And I commend the City of Soldotna for keeping with it. And I'm excited. I think you're on your way, and I'm happy to be a part of it. I do really want to highlight EDA and their investment and their support. Specifically, we have Shirley Kelly in the audience today, who just celebrated her 21st year with EDA. She is the regional manager for the state of Alaska, and we work very closely with her, and her expertise, it just blows me away every time I talk to her. She has a perspective of developing in Alaska and investing in Alaska in a way that I can hang on to, and then I can take what she shares with me into the communities and into the projects. So thank you so much, Shirley, for all of these years. And I know it's not going to be another 21 years that we're going to have you around, but I'm going to cherish every moment that we get to spend with you. On to our next speaker, who needs really no introduction, but we're happy that he has made some time for us and is joining us. We have entered a new era in the Kenai Peninsula Borough Mayor's Office, and it's been a pleasure to get to know Mr. Machicki and his staff, and work with them, and try to align what we're doing and synchronize what we're doing. So he's going to give a borough update, and please welcome Mayor Machicki.
There's Caitlin if the clicker doesn't work. So some of these might seem this was designed to be a little bit longer for and some of you have seen this presentation. So I'm going to just kind of zip through it and see if are you taking questions if you reserve enough time? Okay. Anyway, thank you, KPEDD, for all you do and for the forum bringing us together once again after all these years. Hello, Tim. Just a fun fact. The size of West Virginia, a lot going on, very diverse communities. This side of the inlet, about almost half's on the other side. A lot of opportunity there. We're focused on all of it. Where is the thing that I'm pointing at? Next slide. That one didn't. When I came into the borough, they were working on a project on mission, vision, values, and it was all very internal focused. We are now very external focused. Our mission is to provide services and a focus on their needs as borough residents as opposed to what happens inside the building. I have noticed that being embraced by the organization, which is, I called it a rudderless ship. It's no longer rudderless, and the reason for that is all of the mechanisms that make the rudder steer, and that's the great team that we have at the borough. Sometimes people need to just have direction, and I think together we've headed in that area. Next slide, please. The top of our org chart is 60,000 citizens. It's not me. It's not the assembly. It's the people we serve. We have no reason to exist without those we serve. We have no reason for the powers that we have, which have been provided by those individuals as a second-class borough. Next slide is our leadership team. Great team. Couple went away. After I got there, they had a nice letter for helping them secure their next employment. Very productive, very capable, expert team. I'm very proud of them. I think some great things have been happening in the last year. Next slide. Our marching orders come from the powers given by the people. Those are the only powers we have as a second-class borough. We want to keep it that way. The reason that we have remained an affordable place to live, work, play, and visit is because we've limited those powers to the basics, and our intention is to remain lean and mean. Some of our next slide primary focus areas have been a drama-free, functional, professional environment. I'm not going to read them all, but that was pretty important. When I got to the borough, this isn't a joke. I was on the Leech River Center board for years. They had the posture of folks that were extremely uncomfortable at the workplace. Everyday people have known their whole life look very uncomfortable, and they look a little happier these days, which is nice. It's nice to be able to set free people so that they can do what they do best every day. We updated our policies. We've invited Kenai Peninsula residents into the building. We have a great partnership with the school district. We work together every day on issues that normally, it's funny because I got in, we started meeting with mayors, we started meeting with city managers. We've come together with the chambers so that we can make our buck go as far as possible, resulting in a better outcome. We interact effectively with the district. We work with our hospital boards and with our hospitals. It's fascinating that we had such incredible incredible opportunities that because of the structure of our government can essentially be shut down for 5 years. It can happen again. My goal is to weaken this position so that it can be effective with adequate interbranch checks and balances that I think we're missing and are harmful. Next slide. Oh, wait a minute. We're way ahead. Okay. You read my mind. This is an important slide. So we talk about housing issues, we talk about opportunity. We have never had a land use plan in the Kenai Peninsula borough. So we just sold stuff. Buddies would call the mayor and say, hey, I'd really like a piece of property. They do an over-the-counter agreement. They'd sell a piece of property. This one is the former town of Sunrise. So right now, a bunch of folks from Anchorage are commuting to Hope, which is a little further than Sunrise on Hope Highway. We sold the town of Sunrise 1,400 acres not too long ago to one individual for $200,000. 1,400 acres is a town. So I want you to think about that. We have a small land sale coming up right now, but in the future, we're evaluating and surveying for some smaller residential properties. But until we have a comprehensive land use plan, don't come to me for a negotiated sale. It's not going to happen. We are going to have a plan before more of our future leaks out the door or something as foolish as 1,400 acres in Sunrise that went to one attorney from California. Next page, this is what the land use plan is going to look like. We're going to categorize our lands into residential, industrial, commercial, institutional. We're going to have a plan of what our community will look like in the future. It is the seed corn of our future. We're working hard to receive ownership in our municipal entitlement of 53,000 acres that we have not yet received. The Department of Land and Water has made it impossible. And if we can't revise the survey standards, I've spoken to other municipalities for a class action suit in the state of Alaska to receive what is ours. It is our future, and what we see is the longer it languishes, the more lands we get stepped over by other entities. We've lost some choice lands to other entities. I've got 5 minutes. Okay, next. We're in budget season right now. The budget that is going to be on the table at the next meeting is 2.5% more than last year. Last year's was 2.57% more than the year before. We are on a CPI philosophy so that we can remain affordable over time, working with all our entities that depend on our funding and that work internally with the borough. The 2 previous years before that resulted in a 16% increase in our budget. I don't know what your family's budget looks like or your business or organization's budget looks like, but 16% 2 years is the definition of unsustainable. And really not for any good reason. That there was not a plan that said these are temporary expenditures over CPI, typical budgetary process, because of this thing that will result in this benefit to the people of our borough for the next generation. It was just unplanned spending, if you will. And our budget philosophy, I've just talked about that a little bit. We've had the first couple of balanced budgets in a very long time, 10 years. We are going to base it on the real cost of increase, or cost of living increase in the state of Alaska. It's what makes a government affordable over time. Some of that's going to be pushing back on new services when they come up. The others is just going to be understanding what increased valuation looks like over time, which is not a good thing. It's part of that is supply and demand of housing. We're working on that as well with a lot of the people in this room. But it doesn't work out well for the borough. We want smooth and stable. And when you get large amounts of tax increases, somebody wants to spend them. They typically want to spend them on a service that you then inherit in perpetuity that you can't afford as costs increase in the future. So we have made some suggestions to the legislature who are looking at some various bills to limit the amount that could be increased every year. I guess what I want to say is this isn't a populist thing. This is a pragmatic approach. Populism is the bane to healthy policy. We see it all the time. We do things because they sound good, not because they're functional. We're focused on functional, and it does matter. Next slide. It matters to you, your kids, and your grandkids. We're back on that curve, and we hope to remain there. We have a new focus on borough employees. We've got some great folks. I gave a coin last week to Mr. Rizzo and Cassidy, my admin, but we've got some long-term folks and an amazing amount of capacity and commitment to the people of this borough, and that should be recognized regularly. Back to an Employee of the Month program. Those are folks that are nominated by their peers. That's the pool manager for Nikiski, and we're trying to get out. We spend a lot of time in places like Seward and Homer and in between. We visit those remote service areas that sometimes feel like stepchildren. I don't think you're allowed to say redheaded anymore. But we want everyone to feel like they're an intimate part of this 60,000 person team. Okay. I have 1 or 2 minutes for questions, and I'm happy to take them if anyone has any. Okay. Oh, yes, Alex. So we have radio ads running. We've talked to every group. We have links out there where folks can go. Does that mean my time's up? Or as you drive around, you'll see the auction house signs. We saw a few on the way to Seward last night. So go to the main page, scroll down to Hot Topics. The third from the last on Hot Topics is the land sale, and it talks all about what's available and where it's located. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Machicki. All right, for our next session, we have a presentation from Abby Stropfort from South Central Consulting, and she's going to be elaborating and talking about a concept of 100% communities. Also with Abby is Peninsula Community Health Services. Yeah, and they will be talking about their role and services on the peninsula and what they do in our communities. So please welcome Abby.
Hi, everyone. Abby here, directly after Mayor Machicki. No pressure there. Yeah, so I'm Abby. I'm an independent consultant here in the community. I have several contracts, some of them being statewide contracts, some local. This project particularly is a local project. I just want to put out there that I'm here talking about it today, but this has been really a community collaborative effort. Various coalitions, agencies, and resources have come together so far in the process to launch 100% communities. So I don't want to take all the credit, although I'm here speaking about it. I lead SAFER, which is an alliance here locally. It's an upstream prevention work group looking at how we can connect families in our community to more resources, getting parents plugged into support and resources to essentially prevent maltreatment, domestic violence, all of those things that unfortunately are happening every single day in our homes. And SAFER sits underneath Change for the Kenai currently, which is a local substance misuse prevention and awareness for opioid use coalition. And then I'll share a little bit more about Alaska Impact Alliance. In fact, that's another project that I'm involved with at the statewide level, and they have come alongside this effort here locally and supported it immensely here locally, as well as some other communities across the state. So let me see if I can do this. Oh, next slide. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, perfect. So 100% communities, I'll share what it is, but it's essentially a model out of New Mexico. We chose it for a lot of reasons, and I will say primarily because of its focus on the social determinants of health. So those are the things that are around us that essentially determine our quality of life, our ability to thrive, our physical health, our mental health, all of those things. And I really appreciated this quote here. It says your longevity and health are more determined by your zip code than by your genetic code. And it really is true. So that was one of the pieces to this model that we really liked as a prevention collective. Next slide, please. The other piece that was really appealing about this model is that the needs assessment is really step zero. It was a huge project to launch and carry through, but it's really just the starting point of the efforts. The meat and potatoes of this model is in building out action teams and really looking at what are the access issues in a community, and building teams around that. Experts, subject matter experts, people that care and are passionate about certain topics. And what I like here down on the bottom is really looking at understanding how services are connected and addressing barriers to access that families experience. So that word connection is through and throughout all of this model. So what is 100%? It's, as I mentioned, it's a model out of New Mexico. They have it going across the entire state there at the county level. This actually came out of a tragedy, this entire model. There was a little girl named Anna who was 8 years old, in and out of the system, the OCS, CPS system, released home to her bio family and unfortunately abused to death. So essentially leaders in New Mexico came together. They looked at Anna's case and unfortunately many other cases. and looked at what could we have done to prevent this. And that's how this entire project or model was created. So what they essentially found was that in order for a community to survive, there should be 10 vital services. Those are listed here. 5 of them are considered survival. So you've got your medical and dental, your behavioral health, housing, food security, and transportation. The other 5 are considered thriving. So you've got parent supports, early childhood education, community schools, youth mentor programs, and job training. When a community has access, can afford, and easily navigate these 10 vital services, all the bad things are going to be reduced. The substance misuse, the mental health, the domestic violence, the child maltreatment. When families or individuals can access these services and navigate a system efficiently, we're going to see reductions in all of those things. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but this is kind of the step process I just want to share. It's so much beyond a community needs assessment. It takes it so much deeper and really looks at how we can make changes, unique, innovative changes here in our community. And so this is the report. This is something that Alaska Impact Alliance has come alongside us to help with. They took our data from our survey and created a really nice dashboard to kind of look at what our survey results show here. If you want to go ahead. We had 974 fully completed surveys, but over 2,000 that were somewhat completed. So we took those 974. You can go to the next slide. And this is the breakdown. I apologize. It's probably not the easiest to see on here, but I'm happy to send this out. These are where we scored with access here in our area amongst those 10 vital services. The next step in the process, really in the model, is to then build out 10 action teams. So as I mentioned, getting together some of those individuals that work in these fields, are passionate, have lived experience, whatever that may be, identifying those people and bringing them together to look at their data and then make some plans moving forward. So we now have 10 action teams developed here in our community. 5 of those were already in place. So I want to be clear that this was not something, we're not replicating more meetings, we're not creating more groups that are talking about the same thing. We really looked at what's already in place, and then of those, what do we need to create here? So most of the survival services actually already had groups in place. We were able to meet with them and bring them under this umbrella. Go ahead. And one more. So Alaska Impact Alliance, for those of you that aren't familiar, this is a statewide of lots of practitioners and individuals across the state, essentially looking at safely reducing the need for OCS involvement. So looking at ways to get upstream of this, keeping kids from entering the system. And so when they heard about what we were doing, they were extremely interested, especially knowing kind of the impact this has had in New Mexico with child welfare reform. Go to the next one, and one more. Sorry, I'm trying to speed through this. So they came alongside our work, and they enhanced in several ways. They took our survey, which we took directly from the actual New Mexico model, and enhanced it. And I'll show you what that looks like. They helped us with community reports. They've built out an online community dashboard and a resource navigation dashboard. So next slide. So this is an example of how they took our survey and ran with it. So this is from actually Metlakatla, just launched theirs and completed it in Juneau. And there are several other communities across the state that are now taking this on. But if you look here, you see, I think it's 92% reported needing medical care. 66% of those had a difficult time accessing it. And they took it a step further as to what were the access issues. So their action teams essentially have more data than we do in our initial round. So going forward, when we relaunch this, we will be using the enhanced survey just to collect a little bit more data there. And same with mental health. Similar concept, really get into the nuts and bolts of why are there access issues in a community. Okay, and this is the online community dashboard. As I mentioned, they created that report and now have it on their website. This is the Alaska Impact Alliance website. Any community across the state will be joining, and their dashboard will be shown here. Go ahead. So you can see ours is up. Juneau is just about to get theirs, and I believe now Metlakatla is up. So this is kind of a old slide. But moving forward, what they've done, in addition, I mentioned resource navigation. So they've looked at how can we now pull from those action teams, what are the resources within each of those vital services? You can go one more. So they built out online, you can click in an area and they're all broken out by vital service. So all 10 of the services, if you go one more, I basically showed just screenshots. It's the same thing, but 5 screenshots of the survival services. And several of us locally, we looked at some community guides. We worked with our action teams. And this is something that'll be updated on an annual basis by our action teams. We'd like to take it a step further. There's some interest in a potential app being developed, but essentially this is trying to find an easier way, a more user-friendly online resource to help people navigate the system, get plugged in, and seek the care that they need. Go ahead. Keep going. One more. Okay. All right. I sorry, what time is it? I want to make sure. Okay. So you can see here, so this so far has been an unfunded project. As I mentioned, it's been several of us working together, coalitions coming together to build this out. I just actually presented on this at the Transportation Gaps and Solutions meeting as well. And then Lauren Cassidy and KPEDD are doing something similar. So looking at how we can merge and collaborate, not duplicate efforts. I say that because essentially what this model is trying to do is bring all of these vital services under one team. So often in the meetings that I'm in and the work that I'm doing locally and statewide, I'm just seeing such a duplication of efforts. I'm seeing competitive efforts for grant funding and different things that we could really be collaborating on instead of fighting over funding. There's just such an opportunity here to bring all of these really vital services under one. And the whole concept here is that each team would meet monthly, which is already happening. And then we'd have a quarterly team lead meeting. And those leads would come together and talk about the bigger picture and how we could be collaborating better. For example, the food bank, they have a program coming out for 18 and under food through the summer, 7 meals a week. The opportunity there for the food bank to come to 100% communities as a whole, share that program and figure out how within each action team we can support that program, whether that's finding sites for those meals, getting word out in the communities and the schools, and just different ways that we can support as opposed to just working in such silos. I really truly believe that's the magic in this model and something that we're missing here in our community. You talk about development and different things and, you know, just being able to have an understanding of what is happening here in the developmental world and how we can make stuff more accessible to with some of these as well. So I just want to put that out there that's kind of, you know, something I learned with Cassidy just recently, and we're going to have a conversation about really trying to avoid duplication in our community. So next steps, really looking at that resource navigation piece. Do we move forward with ours? What is KPEDD doing? How could we merge or collaborate? Exploration of local and statewide partners. That's going to be a big part of this. And finally, ideally, we'd like to take this borough-wide. At this point in time, this has been for the central Kenai Peninsula, truthfully just because of capacity. But I think if we want to do this really well, this would be a borough-wide project. And ideally, we would find funding to hire a coordinator to oversee that and build it out. So that is probably over the next few months, a big project of ours. So that is, I believe it. I have, okay, there we go. Dr. Charity Carmody with the Alaska Impact Alliance here, her contact, and then mine. I'm local, live here, born and raised here in Soldotna, so happy to meet and chat at any time. Thank you. All right, thanks, Abby. And
Hello, my name is Stuart Marcotte. I'm the Chief Medical Officer for Peninsula Community Health Services. Don't have any fancy slides for you today, and I will try to make it quick for you. It's interesting that we're following Abby in the sense that she makes a lot of excellent points about the needs of the community from a healthcare. Our mission statement is supporting the community by providing accessible and affordable healthcare. The lines of service that we offer are primary care, so your run-of-the-mill medicine, family medicine type stuff. We also have psychiatry, we have behavioral health services, we have dental, we have physical therapy, which we recently added, and we also have an eye care. So we span a very wide breadth of services that are available for people in the community. And I was also told to mention by Hitano that there were some pilots wondering if we offer medical exams. We do have an aviation medical examiner that does class 2 and 3 medical exams. One of the things that is important to mention about PCHS is that we're a federally qualified health center. And so we are designated through HRSA as a resource, and that requires us to provide, I shouldn't say requires us, we are mandated, but we do it with open arms. Anybody that walks through our doors, we are happy to help. And we do that regardless of a person's ability to pay. We accept all major insurances. We also accept Medicare and Medicaid. But for folks that have a harder time affording healthcare, and as we've probably acknowledged, the rising cost of everything, including healthcare and health insurance, it's been increasingly hard for people to afford or to have access to healthcare. We're proud to say that we offer care at a pretty good and affordable rate. And for folks that don't have a lot of resources, a lot of those services are offered on a sliding scale fee. A little bit of paperwork for them to do, but at the same time, it's very worthwhile. We also participate in something called the 340B program. And what that is a federally supported medication program. And so you probably also notice that costs of medicines rising for a lot of people, particularly diabetics. This program that we participate in, we contract with local pharmacies and with pharmaceutical manufacturers to provide those medicines at a discounted price. So oftentimes it may be only $30 to $40 for medicines that could otherwise be several hundreds of dollars, particularly respiratory medications, diabetic medications, cardiac medications. Given the topic and this forum today, I would encourage you to look at PCHS as an opportunity for either you, your family members, community members that you know, employees that you have. One of the biggest things that impacts a person's overall quality of life is their access to healthcare. And we're proud to offer the wide range of services that we do. For our primary care department, we often have a wait of just 1 to 2 days. So if somebody does need immediate access to care, typically they're not waiting particularly long. And we also have widely available psychiatric services as well as integrated behavioral health care in our primary care model. And so if somebody needs services, I just encourage you to direct them to PCHS primary care, and we're typically able to coordinate with either our resources in-house or, if needed, local resources to get that person the care that they need. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I also want to make sure that you guys can keep moving with your schedule. All right, thanks.
Thank you. And we have a slight change in our schedule. Our 1:30 has not been able to join us. They are feeling and we do have an individual. Senator Sullivan is supposed to drop in, but he's not here yet. So I'm going to encourage people at this point to go look at the puzzle. Anybody checking that puzzle out? I saw some gaps in the puzzle. Go check the puzzle real quick. Introduce yourself to someone that you don't already know. I'm going to hope the senator will be here in 5 minutes. She said 1:45. They'll be here.
They'll be.
I know. I told her, I'm like, we're running out. Like, we have a space. Okay. She's like 1:45. And I know that that tone, the text tone, like it's gonna be 1:45. Cool. Let's find our seats, make our way back. Hopefully you had a nice little break. People are puzzling. I like it. So as we enter our afternoon sessions, we do have a special guest. Hopefully you guys are also checking in with our booths and our people that have really great resources and what they've shared today. Hopefully you can check in with them over there. All right. As we make our way back to our seats, the timing, we're talking about timing, and timing was right for this forum and for our next guest. That was, we were hoping that he'd be able to join us, and the stars aligned, and he was able to come up to Alaska and make a few stops, and luckily and gratefully they chose us to have be one of the stops. So we're going to from Senator Sullivan for a few moments and have him give us just an update and kind of a info on what he's been doing and his staff has been doing. And I'd really like you guys to give a warm welcome to Senator Sullivan.
Yeah, okay, good. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Great to be back on the Kenai. We were just at the American Legion Post 20. They're celebrating the statewide convention right now, so that's great. It's great to have all our veterans here on the Kenai. But let me just begin by thanking Cassidy, Rusty, Liz, so many of you who make this part of our state so strong in terms of our economy. I'm sure you guys know the word, but I think we were looking at some numbers recently in terms of population gains in the state. This part of our state is actually gaining population, so that's great news. And look, I will just be, totally honest. I love being on the Kenai. I love coming out here. I love the people. I love the spirit. I got a great team. Elena Spraker, that wallflower who's very shy. Nobody, she's handing out some things. But Elena does a great job here. But it's the spirit of what's represented here in so many ways. Private enterprise, entrepreneurship, a little bit of a old history that we came across a written report when the state of Alaska was coming out of our really difficult 1980s recession. And the state economist Neil Fried wrote in 1990 about the Kenai Peninsula. He said, this is the one place in the state where it has underlying economic strengths that keep the Kenai Peninsula strong. Diversification, value added, production, and exports, and no other area in the state enjoys such an assortment of basic industry, entrepreneurship, which drive the economy. So that was 1990s state economists talking about the Kenai, and I think that holds true even now, maybe even more so. So what I wanted to do, we were kind of a late addition to the agenda. I was actually not supposed to be here this week, and a lot of things are going on in DC that kind of kept us there. And so I got in last night and said, hey, can we just crash the Kenai Peninsula Economic Development discussion? So thank you for letting us do that. And then I also think it's just the embrace of small business and entrepreneurship that's so very strong here. So what I want to do very quickly is just give a little bit of a kind of an update. And what I've been referring to is kind of best of times as it relates to certain things and worst of times as it relates to certain things. So I'll start with the bad news first. Some of you may have seen this. This grows all the time. This is what Elena handed out. This is what we refer to in my office as the last frontier lockup. The last frontier lockup. That's the page. It has a map of our great state. Literally every part of our state, every part of our economy, every industry has had some negative direct action by the federal government, by the Biden administration. If you flip this over, it's now up to 63 executive orders and executive actions from the Biden administration singularly focused on Alaska. 63. Now, look, we've kind of been doing a little research. We don't think there's ever been one state in the history of the country that has taken it on the chin so much from their own government. I'm going to talk here in a minute about Willow, what's happened there. But when Senator Murkowski and Congresswoman Peltola and I went to meet with the president on that final decision on the Willow project in the Oval Office, this number, that was about a year ago. This number was 46. Okay, and I handed this to the president, and I said, respectfully, Mr. President, we're in the Oval Office. I'm going to be respectful. I said, but this is just wrong, sir. Right? This is wrong. Like, no state should be getting the burden of, what a lot of environmental groups want to have happen, which is shut down Alaska. And you are doing it to us. And that's the context in which you need to review the Willow decision, because we were asking, remember, for a reapproval. That project had already been approved. But I just said, Mr. President, we need a ceasefire on the war on Alaska here coming out of the White House. And as you can see, we did get that Willow project reapproved, but the ceasefire never happened. So now we're at 63. And you may have seen just last weekend, the Biden administration had issued 2 more really, really big rules that actually came directly from the president. This was just last Friday. This was to shut down the rest of the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska that was set aside by the federal government for oil and gas development. So no authority whatsoever to do that. And then a lot of these are issues on that 63 EO chart, executive order chart. A lot of these were things that we got done during the Trump administration, which were bipartisan, right? The vast majority of these are bipartisan. The NPRA, Willow, these are all things that the vast majority of Alaskans want to have happen. So the other one was the road that we got approved, an EIS, to the Ambler Mining District. So that was a 7-year EIS, $10 million, started in the Obama administration, approved during the Trump administration. And if you ever read ANILCA, there's a whole section in ANILCA that mandates the Secretary of Interior shall issue a right-of-way to the Ambler Mining District. Shall. That's in the law. So last Friday, President and Secretary of Interior Holland announced that they're shutting down the NPRA, which is illegal, and they're going to disapprove the road that was already approved to the Ambler Mining District and not allow any mining in the Ambler Mining District in interior Alaska, which probably has the biggest deposits of critical minerals, rare earths, and other things that we need of any place in the country. So that wasn't a good day. Last Friday was not a good day. There's something that Governor Dunleavy had mentioned a while ago, and I started using the line, but it's look, this administration, we're in a very dangerous time right now in terms of international geopolitics. You have authoritarian regimes, China, Russia, Iran on the march. They're working together. This administration won't sanction the Iranian oil and gas sector, big source of their terrorism around the world, but it will sanction the Alaska oil and gas sector. Doesn't make a lot of sense at all, in my view. So, but I'm here more with some good news, because that's kind of the challenge part that we're dealing with. And I will tell you, part of my job, literally, a huge part of my job, every day to fight this. Every day we are working to fight this. But we have had some important successes. And, you know, I get asked, Senator Murkowski, our congressman or Congresswoman Peltola, we get asked every year to go to Juneau and give our big kind of annual address on what's happening and what we're working on in the state of the federal government. And this year I focused a lot on, when I said best of times, worst of times, I focused a lot on the best of times, because there are some things that are starting to happen now that are really exciting. And one is we are certainly seeing a huge renaissance on the North Slope. And that, of course, impacts the whole state. But because of the great industry and innovation and entrepreneurship and private sector and small business work here on the Kenai Peninsula, that's really helping the Kenai. But the Willow project did get approved. Remember, this took about 20 years to permit, got reapproved by the Biden administration after the Trump administration had approved it. By the way, that was a great example of every Alaskan coming together. We had every single group, Alaska Native groups, businesses, labor unions, the whole state, the entire state legislature, every one of them, all 60, came together, wrote the president. That was something else I handed the president. When I was in the Oval Office, I always liked that. Here you go, Mr. President. Here you go. Here, you take that too. But a resolution from our legislature down in Juneau, every one of them saying how important this was. So we got that done. That, as you know, is about a close to $10 billion project by ConocoPhillips. Estimated peak production, almost 200,000 barrels a day. And peak jobs in terms of building that, about 2,500 jobs. This winter, during the construction season, which is still going on the slope, we have about 1,800 workers on that Willow project right now. That is really good. That's great for the state. It's great for the Kenai. By the way, that's great for America, right? One of our great strengths as a country is our natural resources and other things, which is why I refer to the Biden administration's last Friday lockup of the NPRA and Ambler as a national security suicide. Like, what are we doing? The Chinese are dominating critical minerals around the world, and we just shut down the biggest critical mineral deposit in America. We're just going to be more reliant on the Chinese Communist Party for our economy. It makes no sense, especially when we have the highest standards in the world on energy and natural resource production. But so you have that project, you have the Pitka project that's happening, another really, really big project that's on state land on the North Slope. That's another, 80,000 barrels a day. A bunch of folks are working on that right now. And the exploration season on the North Slope, on state land, in the NPRA was also a real successful one. So I was at a big energy conference down in Houston, some of you may have heard of, called Sarah Week. It's probably the biggest energy conference in the world. And they talked about the 3 hottest oil and gas plays in the world. Number 3 was the North Slope of Alaska. So there's a lot going on, and it's exciting. And this part of our economy on the Kenai Peninsula plays a huge role in that. So that is really, really exciting. The other thing that's exciting is infrastructure. Now, I always like to say we are a resource-rich, infrastructure-poor state, which is why one of the things that I do back in D.C., whenever there is an opportunity for more infrastructure from the federal government, which, by the way, is a core responsibility of the federal government, building roads, ports, bridges, I'm all in. Resource-rich, infrastructure-poor. We have less road miles in Connecticut, and we're almost 120 times bigger than Connecticut. So don't even get me going about the states who are puny, who have way more roads than we do. It drives me crazy. So when we have an opportunity to do it, which we have had, I certainly jumped on it. So we had this infrastructure bill, which again wasn't perfect, but now we're starting to see a lot of infrastructure, federal dollars coming our way that we need. Roads, bridges, ports. You know, here on the Kenai, we got the Bluff Erosion Project happening, the Lowell Creek diversion down in Seward, which we've only been talking about for 40 years. Finally doing that. We have big infrastructure projects. We're finally building this strategic Arctic port in Nome. There's a whole host of things. We're working with the leadership down in Homer on the harbor down there. So we're going to keep really focusing on the infrastructure that we need, which again, to me, is really exciting. We are continuing for Alaska our buildup of our military and Coast Guard. We have fast response cutters now coming to Seward that are going to be home ported there. We have icebreakers now that we're finally building. One's going to be home ported in Juneau. We have a big military buildup that is happening all throughout the state in terms of the Coast Guard. We are now home to what they call fifth generation fighters. These are stealth supersonic fighters, right? F-22s, F-35s. Alaska is now home to over 100 fifth generation fighters. Okay, there's no place on the planet that has that kind of fifth gen fighter power. So we have now become a really strategic place in anyone's viewpoint in terms of America's national security because of where we are. And so we are building that up very dramatically. I have kind of an informal agreement with the head of the Corps of Engineers who lets all these infrastructure, military build-up projects, the goal that I've put forward them, they've agreed to it, 90% of those federal dollars go to Alaskans. Businesses, workers, contractors, and that's not some kind of like, hey, how come you're getting all that? Because we're the best at doing it. You know, we had this Clear Air Force Base long-range discrimination radar site that they just built out, almost $1 billion project, the Clear Air Station. Finished that up on time, on budget. And as I said to the head of the Corps of Engineers, that was done by Alaskans. Think about if you had like a contractor from Georgia, right? 40 below zero, it's dark in February, you're trying to build out a Clear Air Force Base. Those guys wouldn't even know how to get out of their sleeping bag, right? Let alone build it on time, but our workers know how to do that. So all these federal dollars in terms of military buildup, Coast Guard buildup, infrastructure, broadband, that's something else I hadn't even talked about in that infrastructure bill. We had a huge debate in the Congress on broadband. What's the formula for which states get the broadband build-out money? And it was a battle. Republicans were more focused on rural states. My Democratic colleagues were more like, hey, I want to take the urban area, you know, name a city, and go from 4G to 5G. That's what we should prioritize. And I was like, 4G to 5G? I'm like, how about no G, right? Like, we don't have anything here. Shouldn't we start with the, I'm serious. How about no G? We don't have any G. How about, shouldn't we start with places that don't have any broadband and internet connectivity first? So we won that debate. The formula in the infrastructure bill dramatically favors us. And that is why we're seeing well over $1 billion in broadband build out just to Alaska. So we are getting more per capita more than any other state by far, but we're getting almost more than any other state by far, just not even per capita. And the reason is we're the state that's the least connected. And as you guys know, that is 21st century infrastructure, broadband and internet connectivity. So we have that going on. We're getting ready to pass what's called the Federal Aviation Reauthorization Act, which is going to be huge for our aviation sector, especially when it comes to aviation safety and aviation infrastructure. You know, again, we have more pilots per capita, but we have the highest crash rates. We have the highest mortality rates of aviation of any place in the country. So this FAA bill that's coming should be passing in the next month or so. I'm on the committee that wrote that. We were able to get a ton of aviation safety infrastructure for our state. that most states just assume, oh yeah, I have weather systems, I have infrastructure. A lot of our airports, we don't have that in our rural communities. So that's coming. We have a huge boost in tourism that's coming. We even have shipbuilding that's happening. You know, go down to Seward, see the guys at JAG bringing good contracts for maintenance on Coast Guard vessels. So when you look at this, all in private sector, public sector, federal, I didn't even mention cargo aviation, which is really taken off. We probably in the next 4 to 5 years have at least $25 billion of investment coming our way. Not like pie in the sky, like it's coming. And that's exciting. That's going to mean a lot of jobs. That's going to mean a lot of big jobs. In my view, the Kenai is going to play a really, really important role. Let me just end with just 2 areas that I think are concerns. I know are concerns, but what we're doing to work on this and hopefully turn around some of our challenges. The first is with regard to our fisheries. You know, again, it's kind of best of times, worst of times. In certain areas, you see the sockeye salmon run in Bristol Bay continues to break records every year. But a lot of our fisheries, both commercial and sport, are hurting, are really hurting. And one of the things that I've been very, very focused on is this dramatic decline in the health and runs of some of our most iconic species, kings in particular, on our most iconic rivers, the Kenai, the Yukon, the Kuskokwim. We've seen these dramatic drop-offs in terms of the returns. And of course, this is devastating for economies in rural places. It's devastating for the culture and heritage of a lot of our Alaska Native communities who've been relying on the king salmon runs for, you know, generations. So last year, I had a bill called the Alaska Salmon Research Task Force Act that passed. And the whole idea on this bill was to bring the best minds, state, federal, university, indigenous, to come together and sit down and say, what is happening? What do we really think is happening? Why are we seeing these dramatic crashes in the runs of particularly king salmon, but other species? What is it? A lot of people have theories, a lot of good theories out there. When I initially put this bill together, as you guys know, sometimes fish politics can be a little challenging. I don't have to tell people here on the Kenai that. But I was just like, hey, trust me, I have no agenda here. None. I just want to know. You can't start to get back to sustainable, healthy fisheries unless you really know. So that is now happening. That law passed, and we have this task force of literally the best minds who have focused on this, and they're doing it. And already, I'll give you one example where we're finding a huge challenge that we got to fix. Federal research dollars on salmon there's a huge gap there. Huge gap. And that leads to part of the reason we don't know what the problem is. Why is that happening? Think about it. The state manages, for the most part, salmon harvests, but the salmon, for a lot of their lives, live out in the big ocean. The state doesn't do research out there, and because the feds don't manage that part of fisheries harvest, they don't do research out there. So nobody's actually doing research in the area where these salmon live most of their life. What's happening? So we're going to fix that. And so that is one area that we're working hard on. Stay tuned. I think every Alaskan wants, we all want, which is more sustainable, more healthy salmon fisheries. And that's what this bill is focused on. And then the second one, which we did have success on finally, it was an issue that drove me absolutely crazy, given how unfair it was one of the things that's been really hurting our commercial fishing industry all over the state is the Russian fishery, which is huge. They've been flooding the market with all kinds of different species, pollock, cod, certainly salmon. They don't fish and harvest nearly as sustainably as we do. And for the last 10 years, we have had this unbelievable unfair situation where starting in 2014, the Russians banned any American importation of fish into their country. So 10 years ago, starting 10 years ago, they put a ban on any American who is catching fish to export it to Russia. And yet the Russians have been able to import their fish into American markets almost duty-free for the last 10 years. You want to talk about an unlevel playing field. We can't export one fish to them. They can flood the market with their fish to us. That was devastating our fisheries and our market demand. They were taking market from our Alaska fishermen. And so I was able to, after the invasion of Ukraine, when the Biden administration was putting together a sanctions package, we worked really hard with them saying, hey, you need to sanction the Russian fleet. Don't let them import fish into our country if we can't export to them. So the Biden administration did, to their credit. I had legislation that's been trying to do that for the last 10 years, and it kept getting blocked by some of my Democratic Senate colleagues. Not sure why. Well, then you may have heard once the Russians were blocked from importing into the United States, they started sending all their fish to China, right? And then the Chinese were circumventing this, and they were exporting it into our markets from China. So you had communist dictatorship fish from Russia going to China, coming into our market. And I kept saying, look, we need to focus on freedom fish, not communist fish. Seriously, I mean it. So we worked again with this administration. And trust me, I think when cabinet officials, I worked really hard on when someone's up for their confirmation. I always meet with them. I always give them, hey, these are my big Alaska issues. You need to work with me on this. I'm going to vote for you for your confirmation. And oh, by the way, I'd like to get your personal cell phone. And at the time, that seems kind of an innocuous request. And sometimes I never call these guys. Sometimes they're like, God damn it, why did I give Senator Sullivan my cell phone? Because, so on this issue, I was relentless, right? And so right before Christmas, you may have seen that we did get that Chinese loophole shut. So right now, there is no way any Russian fish anywhere in the world can come into this market. That is going to help stabilize our prices on our fish a little bit. And I just met last week with the trade minister in charge of the European Union. So the entire European bloc. And we are working really hard to try to get the Europeans to ban Russian fish into Europe as well. If that happens, that's going to help our fishery, wherever you are in Alaska. That's going to help our fisheries a lot. And we're trying to get the Japanese to ban the importation of Russian fish into Japan as well. So stay tuned on that one. That's going to be a lot of work. It has been hurting our fisheries really, really badly. It's been a completely unfair trading playing field that we finally fixed. And then the final one I just want to mention, I know that the issue of housing throughout our entire state, regardless of where you are, Anchorage, Fairbanks, Kenai, Kodiak, rural communities in particular, has been a big challenge. It's really kind of a choke on economic growth in so many communities, and the ability for our military and Coast Guard to grow where those places in certain parts of our state where they are growing. So we've taken a whole bunch of initiatives to try to get affordable housing back to our state. This is going to be local, state, federal, but this is something the governor and I have been talking a lot about. I'm talking about a lot with our representatives down in Juneau, but that's another one that we think is really important. Some good things that are happening on that, but it's going to take some time. It's a big challenge in Alaska, actually a big challenge throughout the country And so we know that that's something that's on a lot of people's minds. So anyways, with that, just wanted to check in. Like I said, some good things happening, some not so good things happening. We'll fight the bad ones. We'll promote the good ones. And again, in terms of the Kenai, great to be here. Thank you for all you're doing. A lot of elected officials I know are here, and our business leaders. You guys are working hard to keep our economy strong, employ people, and this part of the state, in my view, provides a great example of a diversified, strong, resilient economy that we can all learn from. And so trying to learn from all of you, and it's great to be back on the Kenai. So thanks very much.
All right. Thank you, Senator Sullivan. Okay. We are squeezed on time, so we're going to bring up Cynthia West, Dorotha Ferraro, Emily Holloway, and Casey Warner to talk about the Regional Child Care Service snapshot, program development, and resources that are in Seward, the Soldotna Kenai area, as well as down at Homer area. So we thought it would be neat to have the tri-area be highlighted on what is happening with childcare resources and services. As we talk about workforce, many of the people that need to enter the workforce also need childcare so they can make sure that their kids are taken care of and are safe while they're at work. And so we need to have some resources available and a system in place so that people can take their kids to safe, healthy child care services and then go to work. So please welcome this panel of lovely ladies. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cynthia West. I'm with Healthy and Equitable Communities. We're part of the state of Alaska, Division of Public Health. We have program coordinators located across the state that are here to support public health, health and wellness and equity in our communities. And I'm leading our team on child care solutions and wanted to share a few of the really cool things that we are up to today. Next slide. And I'll see if I can't do this really quick. So the goal of our childcare work is really simple, and we are accomplishing this in 3 simple steps. We are supporting existing childcare providers by fostering relationships, facilitating network opportunities, and organizing provider appreciation events in collaboration with the Child Care Program Office and Thread Alaska. This approach enables us to better understand and address individual challenges and barriers that they face and really make a difference. Sometimes it's just one-on-one, sometimes it's community-wide. Really exciting work. We are fostering new startups through community-designed events and one-on-one support. We've been in a number of communities already. We just finished up in Cordova, which is an absolutely amazing community. We take a new approach or different approach depending on what community we are in. And we are creating unique local and statewide partnerships to develop childcare solutions that fit each community. Next slide. In May of 2022, so here's some numbers for the Southern Kenai Peninsula. When I started this work, we were at 56 licensed childcare spots available on the Southern Kenai Peninsula. This included 2 home childcare businesses and 1 childcare center that was operating at less than 50% capacity. These are the folks that managed to survive COVID. They were all located in Homer. Through traditional marketing approaches such as flyers, emails, and phone calls. We didn't have any luck with internet, Facebook, job service, but we were able to recruit the necessary employees for our child care center to return to full capacity. The center is interested in expanding, but she needs a suitable location. And surprisingly, we were able to reach a lot of folks through local churches that were interested in stepping up and working part-time or full-time in childcare, even though the wages are so low. And please note that these numbers exclude programs operating under recreational waivers, relative providers, home providers caring for 4 or fewer unrelated children. Currently, though, our numbers have decreased due to the closure of the Soldotna preschool, attributed to no staff, and we also have one provider in Homer home business that is closing so that she can take care of a child with special needs, which is a desperate need that we have across Alaska. It's for those kiddos. Looking ahead, we are excited about opportunities to expand our childcare capacity. I think by next summer we can have at least 100 more spots, thanks to the hard work of our South Peninsula Hospital. Rose can speak a little bit about that to you as well. And we have a local church that is currently fundraising to break ground soon and open next spring, a childcare center as well. Next slide, please. Two of the biggest barriers we're seeing statewide are living wages and adequate locations for new childcare centers. So what can you do to support childcare? Do you have a space for a childcare business to operate or at a reduced or no cost rate? Can you provide a monthly stipend that a childcare center can count on for higher wages in exchange for guaranteed numbers of spots for your employees' children? Can you advocate for safe, high-quality, licensed childcare as critical infrastructure, not just a social service? That is a huge barrier that we're still working on. Can you open your own childcare business, or can a childcare center be part of your business, offering staff living wages and benefits as actually being employees of your business? If any of these fit or you'd like to talk more, we'd love to chat about it. I have Raquel, who lives and works in this area, here with me, so come find us. We'd love to chat a little bit more. Next slide. And I'm going to go over this really quickly for you, but we have a couple of really cool programs that we're working on as well that are going to affect folks statewide. So with Adult Ed, we are working with Michelle in Homer to design a free statewide childcare prep program. This aligns with the work we're doing alongside public health case managers to empower parents to become self-sufficient by helping to develop essential skills needed to become child care providers. This will assist anyone caring for children. We hope to see 2 semesters. The first semester will be designed for those basic prep skills, and the second semester, depending on the student's interest, may involve one-on-one support to get them licensed, get them opened as child care providers. And this will be statewide. We're starting small with about 20 students. And then next slide. Okay, really fast. So I am over the moon excited about what the University of Alaska Anchorage Department of Education is doing around child care. So in addition to their other 2 programs they've had, they are now also doing an occupational endorsement in infant and toddler development. That is a 2-semester program that meets the child care administrator requirements for licensing and does not require a GED or diploma. Through a partnership with the Child Care Program Office, UAA Ed is also offering an occupational endorsement, and this won't show up on their catalog because we didn't get it done quick enough, but it's an occupational endorsement for starting and running a child care business beginning this fall, and a scholarship for these classes. So if you're counting, that was 5 barriers. Please reach out to UAA if you have any questions, and thank them for their dedication to healthier communities in our state. And last slide. Also, this is Raquel and my contact information. We would really love to chat with you about the work that we're doing in a number of areas, how you can support childcare and how we can support you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Dorotha Ferrero, the Director of Marketing, Public Relations, Communication for South Peninsula Hospital in Homer, Alaska. Thanks for the invite to present today. I can't quite see the screen very well, so shout when something's showing up. That doesn't look like South Peninsula Hospital. Will you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. That's South Peninsula Hospital. All right, great. So welcome to SPH. So we are a community hospital. We're owned by the borough and then contracted to South Peninsula Hospital Incorporated, the nonprofit. That's who I work for. So borough owned and then nonprofit operated. We have about 620, 630 employees, and we are a traditional hospital services, but also a nursing home, home health. We own two primary care offices, just really certainly the largest provider of health services in the community and the largest single employer for the southern Kenai Peninsula. Our service area comes up to Ninilchik, goes down and out to the head of the bay. So that's just a little bit about South Peninsula Hospital. The commitment that we make with the borough when we sign the sublease and operating agreement as the nonprofit is that we will run a hospital for the borough. And the number one thing that we need to do is competent staff. And without staff, the doors close. There's other things too, revenue. I mean, there's all kinds of other things, but you can't do any of that. You can't generate revenue. You can't do any of the services without staff. And today I'm going to tell you a little journey about a problem we had in keeping staff. Next slide, please. We, for at least 6 years, have had a committee at the hospital who would meet after work and complain that they don't have childcare. And we were doing Band-Aids. We were creating little, did it move? Oh, it's the wrong. So while we're pulling up the other one. So the committee would meet. We came up with little Band-Aid fixes, things like private Facebook group for staff to be able to say, oh my gosh, my babysitter canceled. Oh, my kid's sick and can't go to childcare. Can somebody help? And those types of things. We even created a system where the hospital was paying to reserve spots at a local childcare license. Are we there? Okay. Yep. Okay, great. Thank you. So the employees were working on their own to solve the problem. And at every meeting at the end, everybody would say, the hospital really needs to open a childcare. The hospital really needs to open a childcare. Some of the demand for it really resulted in employee resignations. Employees would just get to the point where they were band-aiding their own personal childcare together in a way that was too stressful. They were calling off work, which was then creating stress shifts for the people that were there. And we saw many resignations that in the exit interview, I just couldn't find reliable, affordable childcare. Next slide, please. So we were super lucky that we had years of committee meetings behind us when THREAD announced a $15 million grant program funded by the American Rescue Plan and the Coronavirus Response Plan to address the child care capacity problem in Alaska. And they announced that last spring, and we were able to scramble to get an application out the door. But I will tell you that we had a strong application because we had been participating in the local coalition that Cynthia was running and pulling all of the child care related people together in the community. So we'd been attending those meetings. We had data. So our local Economic Development Commission had done surveys over the years. Our city had an economic development plan that had documented priorities. Our community health needs assessment showed the need. So we had volumes of data that we could put in the application. And the third thing that made it strong was partnerships. We partnered in the grant application with the high school to develop a volunteer training program that would then be a feeder pipeline for the child care center. We're partnering with the university to offer some of those classes locally right at our campus. So right in our application was commitments from those local education units to be partners to help with the sustainability of a child care center. So we put our application in. There were 68 applications, and we were lucky to be awarded. One other partner was a bit in the application was a business partner from right here in Soldotna, a very successful child care business here. Was able to work with our CFO to come up with some of the business plan aspects of the grant application with all of the formulas and numbers for staffing and the costs related. So we did, we were awarded a $1.3 million grant, and the breakdown for how we plan to spend that there. One thing that might not make sense to you, cost of renovations to move our existing services out of the building that we were going to put it in. And we were happily surprised that the grantors agreed to give us some monies to renovate other spaces to vacate the area to create the childcare. Next slide. I just want to show we did lots of community or employee surveys over the years, and the most recent one, we had 70. The most recent survey of employees resulted in 77 children that were going to need childcare this coming summer. That they would definitely use a hospital-based childcare program if we had it. So definitely the demand was there. However, our goal with the grant is that we're simply adding capacity. So even if somebody takes their child out of a local childcare program, that's freeing up a spot for somebody else in the community. So we're not, as a result of us doing this, nobody's going to close. It's just, the kind of the rising tide floats all boats. It's definitely going to just help build capacity in the community, because this will be a hospital employee only childcare. Next slide, please. So the early childhood education workforce crisis is documented on this slide, and you see the blue line is specifically childcare workers. So not your teachers or your administrators, but just your workers. And look at the decline during the pandemic, basically. I mean, it really, really went down. Those were some of the really worst jobs really that we saw during the pandemic, just everything they had to deal with. Our goal is to use grant funding to add to our trained workforce. We added enough in our application to pay for people to attend classes, although we're hearing some of them are actually free now, or they're scholarships, but we put in the grant application the monies that would be needed. So if we just needed to hire a whole, greenhorn crew and pay for a month or two to have them go to Anchorage, go online and get all the certifications that they needed, that would be great. And it would be adding to the local workforce in the community. Next slide. The childcare will not be free. The grant simply gets it going. It creates it, gets it up and running, and then employees will pay market rate for it. The blue boxes show basically what our guesstimates are. We're still finalizing it, but the average cost in Anchorage is about $1,000 per child. And so it looks like we're just about in line with that. Next slide. So this is where it'll be. It's the old NBA, help me, is that right? The old NBA Bank building on Pioneer Avenue. Some of you might remember it. And the borough currently owned it, and we were operating our home health and our functional medicine clinic there. And so we have been scrambling to relocate home health up to the basement of our specialty clinic. We relocated functional medicine up to the hospital. Lots of changes happened to create space for them. Like, I got booted out to one of the outbuildings. Like anybody admin just, hit out to duplexes and modulars and everything else. And even our training center, where we do all of the clinical trainings for the community and hospital staff, we had to lease a building down at the other end of Pioneer to move them into. So we scrambled to move everybody, and now we're working to renovate the building. This is the childcare grounds. The yellow is the existing building, and all of the red is outdoor space, because the The grant is for a licensed childcare center, and licensing comes with tremendously specifically prescribed square footage of outdoor space, indoor space, sleep space, bathroom space for numbers and age groups of who you are caring for. So that it's a lot of outdoor space, but it's good because that's been proven to be what is best for the children. And next slide, this is just a look at now through July. We hope to open in August. That way, as the families begin the school year, it's settled where their children will be. We have to finish renovating the building, build all the outside areas, get the permits, get the kids enrolled, and even do a little fundraising. Even with 1.3 million, we are coming up short for all of the playground equipment and some of the extra details that we'd like to see there. And we have hired a child care administrator and assistant administrator. That's just one way that it could be done. We're lucky that we have a CEO that was confident and committed to that when the grant came out, said go. And so that was really great, that type of support. He was a CEO at hospital in Wyoming, which did have a child care center, so it wasn't foreign space for him or foreign ground. But it also is part of the commitment to stay open, and the only way to stay open is keep staff, and child care will certainly help us do that.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emily Holloway, and I am the Child Care Director for the Boys and Girls Club of the Kenai Peninsula. I have worked across the board in childcare just shy of 6 years, starting as a teacher's assistant to now director. I have a large passion for this field and feel honored to be in this position today. I received my Early Childhood Development Associates in September 2021, which I renew through the council every 3 years. The Boys and Girls Club of the Kenai Peninsula has proudly been serving families of the community for 36 years, having 7 active clubs, including one in Seward, employing 80 staff members. We are very excited to announce that August 1st, 2024, we will be opening up a licensed childcare center at the upcoming Kenai campus located on South Spruce Street in Kenai. Licensing is a key to quality childcare. It promotes good care by setting basic standards. Before a center or home is granted a childcare license, it must meet health, safety, and program requirements. A child and adult care specialist visits and inspects the facility regularly and investigates all complaints. The goal of licensing is to prevent risk to children. We will be serving a maximum of 50 children from the ages 8 weeks old to 5 years old through the open hours Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Depending on interest, we are able to offer an early bird add-on from the hours of 6 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. with limited enrollment slots for an additional monthly charge. The Boys and Girls Club of the Kenai Peninsula Child Care Center offers a variety of activities that reflect the needs of the children we serve. We are a play-based center, and special emphasis is placed on activities that develop self-confidence, self-expression, positive social interactions, and self-resilience. Children are treated with warmth and kindness by trained staff, offering support, encouragement, and consistent adult guidance. Kind behavioral management techniques are utilized to protect safety and welfare of the children and others while promoting growth towards responsibility and self-control. There will be 4 separate classrooms in our center. Willow is our infant classroom. This room will hold the ages 8 weeks old to 18 months. For infants, there is no set classroom schedule. We follow the patterns and needs of every child as they settle into the child care space and build nurturing and trusting relationships with their caregivers. Quick response to infants' needs help foster the sense of trust in the world around them, encourage them to explore and envelop at their own pace. Aspen will be our transitional toddler classroom. This room will hold the ages 18 months to 24 months. Toddler years are the time where the child is developing their independence. Your child depends on the consistent routine and confidently explore their environment. The schedule is designed to give ample freedom to be as independent as possible while still providing consistent reassurance and loving care. Play center and teacher-initiated activities involving developmentally appropriate toys and materials will be utilized. Spruce is our preschool classroom. This room will hold the age 24 months to 36 months. Birch is our pre-kindergarten classroom. This room will hold the ages 3 years to 5 years old. The preschool and pre-kindergarten program gives children ages 3 to 5 opportunities to develop language and social skills through print-rich environment and verbal communication. Activities encourage development of a particular understanding of math through counting, measuring, comparing, manipulative, and block play. Large and small motor muscle skills continue to develop by using puzzles, manipulative, gym, and dojo experiences. Creative senses are encouraged through open-ended art activities, music, movement, and learning about the world around them through field trips, walking excursions, and guest speakers. Our program will include a year-round embedded preschool learning curriculum called Learn and Grow, provided by Thread Child Care Services. We will be promoting healthy development for each child with quiet and active group and individual indoor and outdoor activities. The program includes a minimum of 20 minutes of vigorous physical activity for every 3 hours the child is in our care between 7:30 a.m. and 5:30 p.m. Each age group will have access to our fully fenced-in playground 2 times a day for opportunity to explore age-appropriate outdoor equipment. The children will also have access to a full-sized indoor gym to explore extracurriculars. Safety for all children is our top priority in our center by creating a facility that is free of risks, both indoors and outdoor. We will be hiring on 15 additional staff members for the center, assuring that all required ratios will be met for the number of children in our care. All caregivers in the facility will be properly trained in first aid and CPR for adult, children, and infant. They will stay up to date on the required annual 24 hours of child care training and encouraged to stay up to date on new ways of caregiving. Children are always supervised by adults, and caregivers will always know the whereabouts of all children. High-risk activities will not be allowed and/or encouraged in our facility. Parents' permission is required for any moderate risk activities such as field trips. Electrical outlets will all have child-proof covers in all classrooms for children ages 5 years and younger in our care. All medications, cleaning supplies, poisons such as bleach will be stored properly in locked cabinets and out of reach of all children. Each classroom will have access to an exterior escape emergency door in case of a situation of evacuating the facility. It is a violation of the Boys and Girls Club policy for any person to carry a firearm or dangerous weapon on the facility premises, facility provided transportation, or any event managed by the Boys and Girls Club of the Kenai Peninsula. In 2023, the Boys and Girls Club of the Kenai Peninsula served 67,649 free meals to the youths attending our program. We will be adding a new commercial kitchen to our program that will staff 2 full-time employees. This will allow us to feed the Child Care Center and continue to feed the up-and-coming clubhouses that will be added onto the campus. We will also be accepting the State of Alaska Child Care Assistance Program and are working closely with other entities to provide assistance to families in need. The Boys and Girls Club of the Kenai Peninsula also serves youths ages 5 years old to 18 years old with clubs located in Soldotna, Kenai, Nikiski, Kitsilov, and Seward. We are currently taking enrollments for our summer 2024 program and have sign-up flyers here with us today. We are also going to start taking early enrollments for our Child Care Center starting July 1st. So please reach out if you would like to check out the building. For more information on pricing or any other questions for the new Child Care Center or any other Boys and Girls Club related programs, please visit our table right over there, and we would love to communicate with you. Thank you.
Hi, I don't have any slides for you all today. My name is Casey Warner. I am the program director for HYPER, which is Happy Youth Programs and Educational Resources, located in Seward. HYPER was developed in 2019 out of the need for childcare in our community. Seward Prevention Coalition, which is my parent organization that I work for, organized some town halls in our community focused on childcare and launched our first community survey in late 2019. HYPER was created out of these conversations, and the survey results showed a pretty large gap in our need to available childcare slots. So it wasn't a surprise to us that in 2021, the Providence Seward Medical Center Community Health Needs Assessment identified Seward as a childcare desert. In 2021, HYPER was able to work with our local city government to secure some funds that were given to the city of Seward by the Norwegian Cruise Line Fund, and they were designated for economic recovery post-pandemic. And so once we were able to secure some funding, we developed a program called the Child Care Startup Grant, which we support local individuals in our community that want to become a licensed child care provider. We offer them twice monthly mentorship and partnership meetings with our child care liaison, as well as $7,500 to get their business up and running. Once they become licensed, they're eligible for another $2,500 to use as a bonus. There's many businesses in our area that do offer bonuses to individuals as a sign-on. And let's see, as of 2024, HYPER was successfully increased licensed childcare capacity by 150% in our community. The first year of implementation, our program expanded childcare by 14 full-time slots. We started with 20 full-time slots in 2019. And so by year 2, we had 16 more added for a total of 30 new opportunities for families in our community. We're on track to reach a total of 70 full-time slots by the end of next year. We were able to achieve all of this with an annual budget of approximately $150,000. HYPER initiatives have directly impacted the childcare needs in Seward, reducing the reliance on informal care and babysitting among Seward families. In 2023, HYPER was among 17 Alaskan communities to be awarded the Community Innovation Grant that was spoken about that Homer also received. These funds have allowed HYPER to build out some more robust programming to support our licensed childcare providers and families. We started our retainment incentives and support for educators. It's modeled after June's successful HEARTS program. It's an incentive program designed to support and encourage childcare providers to continue on their education and training in their field. We've also launched our family childcare stipend. This provides families with funding to cover the cost of their childcare tuition. The program was created for families on a need base. Families receiving no state assistance receive $200 a month to go towards their tuition cost if their child is attending a licensed program part-time, and $400 a month if their child is attending full-time. I had some parent testimony that was provided to me shortly, about a week ago. And there was one family, due to this family stipend, they were able to use the additional funds that they were saving from paying their tuition to get a safer vehicle to attend work and get their kids to school and childcare. We had another family who was able to pick up more work, some more shifts at her employment. And so we've seen a pretty positive impact from that program, which is really exciting. We're also providing quarterly provider networking meetings, similar to what Cynthia had mentioned doing in Homer. This provides a space for our providers to come together, collaborate, and build a sense of community, as well as become aware of any supports that are out there within the state, our region, and our local community. So we're going to continue to address the need of childcare and build upon these programs for our local childcare.
Thank you. There's some amazing things and people making things happen for other people. It's inspiring and it's so important. So we appreciate that. So we are 9 minutes behind, 10 minutes maybe. We do have cookies. We have, I think, tea still and beverages. I'm going to push us through, so you can feel free to go get your cookies. But I am going to invite Jeremiah Beckett up to the stage, and Lisa Von Bargen, who is with the State Office of Broadband, is going to be joining us virtually. She had a change in her agenda and her schedule, and couldn't make it in person, which is too bad. She's one of my dear friends, but she is going to join us in about 5 minutes. So 5 minutes to get a cookie and a beverage, and then meet up back here, and we're going to get back on schedule. I just know it. I already talked to her. Yeah, no, she will. dinner, good work, and some cookies. So we're going to pick back up. We have, as Senator Sullivan mentioned, and as we've mentioned, we are a leader of the Kenai Peninsula Regional Broadband Task Force. And what we do is try to coordinate broadband projects with the broadband funding that is coming into the state. Right now, the state of Alaska has slated a little over $1 billion to build out infrastructure related to broadband and connectivity projects in all of Alaska. We want to make sure that the Kenai Peninsula gets some of that money, and we are coordinating with agencies and stakeholders to make sure that their needs are being met and the projects are being facilitated, as well as any technical assistance that needs to be done. Rural Alaska is hit hard when it comes to having human workforce and capacity to commit to these projects and to all of the requirements for the application processes. So we try to help support them with some type of technical support, or at least connecting them with agencies that can help with technical support. So our first presenter is Lisa Von Bargen. She's the one of the employees at the State of Alaska Office of Broadband, and she has been neck deep in the BEAD funding, the Digital Equity Act, and everything that has to do with this connectivity and this infrastructure money. She is also one of my dear friends, and I'm really happy that she is joining us today to share some of the highlights of the program and what's happening at the state level, but then also to kind of paint the picture of what the timeline is, because time is of the essence of this project. So without further ado, here is Lisa Von Bargen.
Hi, everyone. Cassidy, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I just want to thank everyone for your time and your attention this afternoon. And I apologize, I am not able to be there in person. I've also been told I need to zip through things very efficiently so that we can get you back on schedule. So I'm just going to hit the high points here. And I really encourage anyone that has any questions, follow-up questions or comments to reach out to me or anybody at the Alaska Broadband Office via phone or email. And we can make sure that you have that information. This is not advancing. Let's see, I apologize. There we go, I think. Is that moving for you guys? That's what I thought I had done here. That's what I. Oh, here we go. I show the slide on, there we go. Okay, now it's moving. Thank you. I apologize for the delay. Just a friendly reminder that the mission of the Alaska Broadband Office is to facilitate access to the full benefits of broadband for all Alaskans with improved quality of service and lower costs. And the Broadband Office is set up to be as lean as we can be, as efficient as we can be with staff. We have a director, myself, the deputy director, Melissa Kukesh, our tribal liaison, and Caitlin Himes, who is our administrative specialist. We are augmenting our staff with skill sets from other divisions and departments around the state, and primarily coming from the Division of Community and Regional Affairs with grant administration assistance and map and analytics and data resources. We'll also be getting assistance from the Department of Natural Resources Office of Project Management and Permitting to assist with streamlining the permitting process for broadband projects. And we will be providing funding to help augment the staffing within the Division of Mining, Land and Water, the Department of Transportation, and the Department of Environmental Conservation for those for those entities that adjudicate permitting to make sure that there isn't a backlog due to a lack of staff to be able to handle permit reviews going through the process. There have been some major accomplishments over the last several months. As Cassidy was mentioning earlier, we have been working on the Alaska Digital Equity Plan. That was approved on March 14th of this year, and that makes us eligible for the Digital Equity Capacity Grant funding that I will talk about here very shortly. We have received approval from the National Telecommunications and Information Administration on what is called our initial proposal, Volume 1, which is our in-state mapping challenge process. That approval was given on March 6th, and we are in the process of going through what is called curing on our initial proposal, Volume 2 for the BEAD program, which is basically our grant program that is going to allow us to deploy the roughly $1 billion in BEAD funding that we received under that program. So I want to talk briefly about the mapping challenge. What the mapping challenge does is it allows for Alaskans to take a look at the locations that have been identified and the service levels that have been identified by the FCC under the broadband data map. And under the in-state challenge, there are a number of different challenges that can take place. I'm going to go over those as quickly as I can. But basically what's happening is at the beginning of April, we started the 30-day public review of the broadband serviceable locations. That's like an individual home or a small business, and the list of community anchor institutions. Those are like libraries, hospitals, clinics, schools, those sorts of things. We are now right here in that timeline, and on May 6th, roughly, the challenge period will officially open, where folks can go in and look at a map and identify their location and determine whether or not they believe the service level is accurate for that location. That challenge period will last for 30 days. Once that challenge period is over, the internet service providers will have 30 days to rebut any challenges that have been submitted. If an internet service provider does not agree with a challenge that has been submitted, then the Alaska Broadband Office mediates what that is and looks at the information, the evidence that's been provided by both sides, and adjudicates that and makes a determination. And so we anticipate this process being done in August. As I mentioned, there are several different types of challenges. You can only challenge the level of service at a broadband serviceable location. You cannot challenge whether or not the location is there. So unfortunately, at this point, if your location is not on the map, that is not something that can be added at this point. When it comes to community anchor institutions, you can challenge service availability and you can challenge locations. There are a couple of other different challenges that I'm unfortunately going to skip today called enforceable commitments and planned projects. Those are basically projects that are already in play because they're projects have been funded under another funding source, like the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program or the USB Reconnect Program, or a planned project is an internet service provider that already has a project in play, ready to go, and that service is going to be online by June 30th of this year. There are only 4 different entities that are officially authorized to submit challenges: local governments, tribal governments, nonprofit organizations, and internet service providers. But the state of Alaska has done something different. We are required to have an online challenge portal, and in that challenge portal, we have provided for a button for somebody to click other. So if you were an individual or you represent an organization that is other than one of these 4, you may go in and click other and submit your challenge. And the Alaska Broadband Office will review that and will route it to a nonprofit organization that we have entered into an agreement with, and they will officially submit their challenge for you. So we have eliminated the middle person here by you having to go to one of these 4 entities to submit for you if you don't belong to one of these 4 different types of organizations. How do you know if you need to submit a challenge? You need to determine whether or not your location is identified under the correct service level, and you need to determine whether or not your community anchor institution is on the list and whether or not it has a qualifying service, which for a community anchor institution is 1 gig symmetrical. There are 6 different types of service level challenges for a broadband serviceable location: availability, speed, latency, data cap, technology, and business service only. I'm just going to breeze through these very quickly. Availability is the broadband service identified as not offered at that location. Speed is that the actual speed of the service tier falls below the unserved or underserved thresholds. Latency is the round trip latency of the broadband service exceeding 100 milliseconds. That's the ping time it takes to get to a peering point and back. Data cap, that means that your data cap is actually below 600 megabits. Technology is that the technology indicated for that location is posted incorrectly. And then business service only, which I failed to have a slide here, is that you are a residence, but in order to get the level of service, they are advertising you have to sign up for a business service only product. I explained what a community anchor institution is earlier, basically a school, a library, a hospital, or other type of public entity or service providing entity. There are standard community anchor institutions that the National Telecommunications and Information Administration has identified, outlined here. And then Alaska has identified specific CAIs for our state. Those are specific types of local, tribal, and state facilities. We're calling a remote job center. Those are the state remote job centers out around Alaska. Support organizations, community support organizations, shelters, washaterias, and community gathering locations. And the long form definitions of what all of these Alaska specific community anchor institutions can be found in the guidance document that is online at the portal. And I forgot to mention this, the challenge, the Alaska Mapping Challenge portal link can be found on the Alaska Broadband Office website when we're ready to open that challenge. But you can get on the Broadband Office website right now and click on the map of locations that is posted and the list of current community anchor institutions. We've already talked about community anchor institution service availability. I'm going to pass by these. Now I'm going to get into the Alaska Broadband Grant Program. As I said, we are in the process of working through what's called the curing process for this portion of our application with the NTIA. Our allocation under BEAD, the Broadband Equity and Access Deployment Program, is just over $1 billion. And it will be just slightly under $1 billion that gets rolled out for grants to be awarded for broadband deployment projects. We are anticipating, once we get final approval from the National Telecommunications and Information Administration, that the notice of funding opportunity will be posted at the beginning of October of this year, and the application period will last 120 days, basically to the end of January. We will then go through a review and adjudication period for 90 days, last through roughly April, and then awards will be noticed. Once those awards are noticed, it is basically an intent to award, because we have to have everything approved by the National Telecommunications and Information Administration after that, and we assume that that will take somewhere between 4 and 8 weeks for them to get approval. The grants follow these priorities. I'm sure many of you have heard these already. We have to make sure that all unserved locations are served first, then underserved, and then unserved community anchor institutions. There will be 14 minimum qualifications to apply for a grant. I won't go through all of these again because I need to move through the information very quickly. And we do not have the scoring criteria finalized with NTIA yet, but the primary criteria that NTIA has said we must have equating to 75% is the following: efficient use of BEAD funding, affordability in plans, and fair labor practices. The program requires a 25% match in what is considered to be non-high cost areas in Alaska. That is everything in gray. Everything is red is considered a high cost area, and that 25% project match is automatically waived. I'm going to keep going on here. We are in the midst of applying for the Digital Equity Capacity Grant Program right now. That is a grant directly to states and territories. We are right here today preparing our application, and actually it will go to our leadership for review at the end of this week, sometime between tomorrow and Sunday. It will be transmitted to leadership. Applications are actually due to NTIA on the 28th of May. We are anticipating a 3-month review period, and we will be moving, once we get approval from NTIA for our application, we will be doing our own state digital equity capacity grant program, and we will have a 4-month application period to that, and we anticipate that that is going to be taking place right around this time frame. So there's a lot going on in the sphere of broadband and grant opportunities coming up. Alaska's allocation for this first tranche of funding under the Digital Equity Capacity Grant Program is $5.6 million. There will be 2 additional tranches in 25 and 26, and we anticipate those amounts to be just over $2 million each of those 2 years. So right now, we're anticipating a total of just under $10 million in funding coming to Alaska under those programs. This is the amount of capacity grant funding by state. Unfortunately, we're way down here at the bottom. The formula allocations for funding under this program are based on our total population versus the total population of the nation, and our population of covered populations versus covered populations in the entire United States. And covered populations are 8 different groups that have been identified as being uniquely underserved when it comes to digital equity. As it relates to workforce development, we are at the final phases of getting our workforce development plan approved. And I won't go over this here, but we've got several workforce development plan goals, making sure that the number of Alaskans qualified to fill broadband construction and operations occupations is increased, that we have a diverse and inclusive regional broadband industry workforce, and that we are strengthening and expanding post-deployment capacity for residents to learn about and navigate education, training, and career opportunities using high-speed broadband access once it's available. And I'm not going to get into our strategies. That's all I have, because I'm sure there is more time that is needed for the other person that is presenting with broadband. This is my email information and my phone number here if anybody needs to get questions.
You hear me now? I don't know if we missed the slides, but there was lots of in there, and hopefully those will be available for everyone later. There's a lot of funding coming to Alaska for internet in the next few years. So, hi everyone, my name is Jeremiah Beckett. I think my slide will come up here soon. There we go. I'm from Cordova, grew up there. I actually grew up in the Kenai Peninsula a little bit before then. Over on the Kenai side behind the airport. Did actually go to the Boys and Girls Club probably when it first opened, and love coming back to visit here. Just curious, has anyone ever heard of Roland on the River? A few of you. Okay, that's my uncle. He was a guide and owned a sports fishing store down on the Kenai. So most of my childhood pictures before I was 10 were with him, and a fish bigger than me every time. So it's always fun to come back. We'll see if the clicker works a little faster for me. All right, there's a disclaimer we'll just skip, but basically if you don't like what I say or disagree, don't worry. No one's committing to it besides me. So those are my data points. I've been the CEO at Cordova Telecom for the last 6 years, and that's how I got here today. I actually met Cassidy last year as we were working on a broadband opportunity for the Kachemak Bay area that we'll talk about in a little bit. I coach robotics, love Scrabble and hunting, and I'm a collector of crazy socks. That's my flair at work. So one of the reasons Cassidy asked me to come up was to talk about teleworking, remote work, digital nomads. What is that in Alaska? How do we support it? How do we do it? I think it does take 2 clicks. Yeah. So there's traditionally 3 types of teleworking. I'm assuming everyone here has teleworked at one point in time. Has anyone not ever worked from home? Okay. There's always one. So teleworking's become extremely popular since COVID. Telecommuting has always kind of been a thing, and digital nomads really started emerging about a decade ago. But if you think about it, people have been teleworking since the beginning of time. What did pirates do? They traveled around, right, and did their jobs. So salesmen, things like that, it's always been here. There's a short table that kind of shows the differences, but a telecommuter has a home base at the office. They're supposed to be there. Sometimes they work from home. The teleworker is going to work remotely, but they do have a set schedule. They need to be on 8 to 5 or supporting a certain group. And then the digital nomads are the ones you see on social media. They're in Spain or somewhere in Australia working odd hours because they're a programmer or some sort of job that gives them extreme flexibility. I've done all 3. They're all rewarding, all fun. It really just depends on your lifestyle, your job, and what you want to do. So in Alaska, I think telework is kind of emerging as the internet catches up with communities. I was from Cordova. Me and my wife wanted to move back, but the internet was horrible. It was through satellite. We both had white collar jobs. We needed internet where we could actually do a video chat or send emails within a half an hour. And it just wasn't feasible when we were first in the job force. Then in, I think 2011, our town got a fiber connection up to Valdez, and all of a sudden the internet actually worked. We went there for a summer. We tested that we could do a video call and send emails. We're like, all right, now it's time to move. So communities need the internet access. They need reliable and affordable. And then Lisa mentioned something about caps. We can't have caps. If you have caps, you can't do everything you need to. So hopefully the areas you're in have reliable and affordable. COVID really helped employers see the necessity, the possibility, and the reliability of a remote workforce. So I'm going to say 10 years ago, most people said, no, thank you, just come in the office. Now they're a lot more flexible with it. You have a sick kid, you can work from home, life situations. So it's got extremely flexible since COVID. And for Alaska, it's a huge opportunity to bring our kids home. My son went down to college in lower 48. He's going into computer science. I hope eventually he's got the pedigree where he can work remote and come back to Alaska. I left in the 90s and came back 20 years later, basically, because the internet allowed me to. I was able to raise my kids in Alaska, bring my income to Alaska, my livelihood. And so it is a huge opportunity with all this broadband infrastructure to really keep our kids home or bring them home, create more economic opportunities, or even people who just want lifestyle changes. Small community, they're big into the outdoors. You can telecommute in Alaska, work remote for some big company down in the lower 48, and have all the outdoor fun, fishing and hunting that you want to here. I think it's going to be a trend we're going to notice more and more in Alaska because we are the last great state. We have the coolest stuff, the best resources, questionable on the weather depending on the day, but Alaska's awesome. And people that can come up here and work are getting more and more opportunities to do that. So this was the short story on that. And I guess I said I'd say a little bit about my story to share. So me and my wife moved back around 2010 because the internet changed in Cordova. We could connect. We actually spent our summers on Hinchinbrook Island off grid. We had our own battery bank generators, and we're able to just plug in our computers, used cellular and internet. Did I go past it? And we went to the town of Cordova in the winters for school, basically. And so we both worked for companies in the lower 48. My wife worked for Hewlett Packard. I ran a consulting business, and we never had to go down there to do our jobs. I ran a $5 million company off grid on Hinchinbrook in the middle of nowhere. And my wife was one of the top engineers for Hewlett Packard, the first person that ever let work remote. And so we're proof that anyone can come back to Alaska. You can go to really extreme places, especially now with Starlink, and literally work anywhere as long as you have power. What are the key things that bring kids here? You gotta have support from the employer. Whoever's your boss or however you're making money needs to allow it. You need to have affordable cost of living, which is probably one of our bigger challenges here. Once you get the internet, is there a place even to live? I know in our community, it's very challenging. We bring in sometimes new teachers, city staff, hospital, and if they leave within 6 months, it's probably related to housing or bad weather, one of the two. You gotta have workspace, and then you need good internet. And finally, I think Mr. Sullivan touched on it, you gotta have G service. So you need cell access. If your work can't call you and you're not accessible, you're obviously not able to get your job done. So the other reason I was asked to come here is our cooperative has been working really hard to expand internet to our regional partners. We're from Cordova, we're part of the Chugach family, a lot of villages that we support and work with. And with all the grants coming out, I saw a good opportunity to basically bring internet to places that didn't have it to kind of create those same opportunities we had in Cordova. So we've secured grants to go into all those communities there. We're currently working with Nanwalek, Port Graham, and Seldovia below Homer there to bring internet to them. We've got 25 sites across the U.S., and those fancy lines are all the new fiber optic cable going into South Central Alaska. That's going to connect all these communities and create a lot more reliability on the infrastructure for those locations. I don't know how this thing works. You can just click, I'm going to click through these. So these are all the grants that we've secured in the last 6 years for Cordova, Yakutat, Chiniga, Cordova, and Pelican. This is what's supporting those fancy lines you saw on the markup. They all have code names. We did NICE for Yakutat, new internet connections for everyone in Yakutat, CHIP for Chiniga, and then we moved on to our FISH grants, fiber internet serving homes. So technically, we've created the biggest pile of fish and chips ever with all this money. The last two, which we're working on right now, is Seldovia, which we've nicknamed Sushi. That is Seldovia Unserved Holistic Internet. Like that. It's always good for the government folks to see hundreds and hundreds of grants to give them a catchphrase they never forget. So that way, when they're talking about in the hallway, you come up on. So we got fish and sushi, and they definitely know who we are. So of those two grants, the first one here is for Nanwalek and Port Graham. We're actually going to run a submarine fiber from Seward to Homer. This will give them redundancy. So if something happened in Homer, they're still connected in Seward. We don't like single points of failure in the internet because you don't have the internet. This will be fully built out underground cables. The government also supports Dig Once. So if Homer Electric wanted to bury their lines there and avoid some of the power outages in winter storms, we can help do that with this funding. So we can collaborate with other utilities to put things in the ground. And for these communities, it will be life-changing. Starlink works when you're not surrounded by trees or really tall mountains. When you're in places like some of these, there's probably certain sections of the village that can get service and certain that can't. We're also a strategic partner with AT&T, so we'll bring cellular service to them. So you'll be able to get mobility service down there as well. And then with Seldovia, we partnered with the tribe. And for this one, we actually applied for the tribal broadband grant. The way the government looks at it is all Alaska land's tribal, and they actually use the census area for the tribal land. So we were able to include the village and the city with the grant application. and cover every home and business in the community, along with a dedicated line from Soldotna to Homer. So Soldotna will have 2 fiber connections going to it. It was great visiting there. It was kind of like a little Cordova, but slightly cooler in a different way. I loved the log competition and what they had there with the lumberjacks. But this will build it out to everywhere. Interestingly, I met a guy and we're chatting about this grant. He's from another carrier. And he said, oh, I have a cabin there. It's the last one on the road. You got to walk a trail to get to it. I'm like, I know that one because we distinctly put it on the map because it was the last house inside the tribal land barrier. He's like, I don't want the internet. I'm like, you work at a carrier? He's like, I'd have to work if they knew I had the internet. I'm like, all right, well, it'll increase your home value. I'll never sell it. The cabin's going to the kids. I'm like, okay. And then he comes back 5 minutes later. It's like, well, maybe can you just bring it, but don't tell anyone I got it. So Soldovia's, we're really optimistic about both these grants. Every grant application we've submitted have been in the top 5% in the nation. So we've been awarded everyone we asked for. And hopefully this last round here will be successful. These 3 communities will be getting internet and they'll join the rest of us in the opportunities that it brings with it. And I think with that, I think this is it. I went as fast as I could to consolidate it. 10 minutes. And that's what my off-grid infrastructure looked like back in the day. Thank you, and thank you, Cassidy. Great event.
Thanks, Jeremiah, and thanks, Lisa. Lisa wanted to let everybody know she apologizes for her slide deck not advancing. If you guys are interested in the slide deck, we will have it. And I can also share her contact information with you if you want to reach out about any of the information that she shared. And I just want to highlight that Jeremiah and I met through kind of this world, broadband world, but as him and I started to talk, we started talking about some of the similarities between Cordova and here. As our conversation went on, it was like, oh, you do this, oh, you do this, oh, you need to come around here. I mean, it was just so organic, and it's a great example of how we can start to collaborate and kind of sync up all of our resources. And so I have lived in Soldotna for 16 years before moving across to the highway this year. So Soldotna has a huge place in my heart, and I'm super I'm kind of a really big advocate and proponent of rural Alaska, especially Nanwalek, Port Graham, and Soldotna that they have no G, as Senator Sullivan was talking about. They've been literally in the dark. This is going to change their life and their economies and their quality of living. So thank you for partnering and making those pieces work. Okay, we're going to roll in. Regional housing initiatives, projects, and market trends. So I'm excited to share this because it's another piece of our puzzle. We are talking a lot about housing. You've heard a lot about the need for housing, affordable housing, adequate housing. And so today we have Rural CAP's Michelle French, Director of Rural Housing, to talk about some of the projects on the peninsula that Rural CAP is involved with in some of their programming, as well as Dorotha Ferraro, who spoke on the childcare piece for South Peninsula, but South Peninsula is doing an incredible thing with housing, and I think it's a model that can be replicated in some of our other communities. So I hope that you can gain something and gain a perspective and some inspiration. So thank you and welcome, Michelle and Dorotha. Thanks.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle French. I am the Director of Rural Housing at Rural CAP. I've been with Rural CAP since 2009 and started as a self-help housing coordinator here in Soldotna. I'm born and raised here in Soldotna, so super excited to share some information about what Rural CAP does. So we were founded in 1965, and we are a state nonprofit organization. We are working to improve the quality of life for low-income Alaskans. We have a board of directors that govern us. There are 24 of them that represent every single region in the state of Alaska. And we are working to alleviate the root causes of poverty in our state. We have served thousands of Alaskans throughout its history, both directly and indirectly. And in the past 10 years, we've employed an average of 651 employees around the state of Alaska, with an average of 71 communities in every single year that we serve. But today I really want to talk to you about our home ownership opportunities here on the Kenai Peninsula and throughout all rural Alaska. We are a HUD housing certified counseling agency. We are a USDA Rural Development certified packager and a 523 technical assistance grantee for the Mutual Self-Help Housing Program. And we're also a community-based development organization. So as a HUD certified housing counseling agency, we are really focused on helping individuals and families become eligible for the mortgage lending that they need in order to purchase their own homes. We help with credit counseling and budget assistance and prepare our clients for home ownership. And as a USDA Rural Development Certified Packager, we package for the 502 Direct program, which is their single family direct program. And it can provide funding to help people purchase existing homes, have one built. There's no down payment for this program. It's a fixed interest rate, and currently it's 4.5%, which you're going to be really hard pressed to find another mortgage at that interest rate. It also allows for a longer term than a traditional mortgage at 33 or 38 years based on your income. And it can also be that interest rate can be subsidized down to 1% based on income as well, which helps with affordability. And I want to talk to you a little bit about the Mutual Self-Help Housing Program. We began our program in 2007 here on the Central Kenai Peninsula. And since that time, we've built 93 homes in Sterling, Soldotna, and Kenai. And we've got 9 more that are currently under construction in Soldotna. And we've got another 39 units planned over the next 2 years in 4 different communities, 2 of which are here on the Kenai Peninsula. So we do have 10 units that we're going to be doing in Seward, and also 9 in Sterling. Mutual Self-Help Housing is a group of families that work together to build their homes under the supervision of a skilled project manager who provides all of the training and technical assistance that those families need to build a quality home. Rural CAP will acquire between 9 and 12 lots, and we develop those lots, and then we qualify the families for the funding that they need in order to purchase a lot from us, as well as all of the building materials and subcontracted labor. Rural CAP provides all of the technical assistance those families need to own or build the homes from the ground up. And the families do 65% of the labor on their home and their neighbors' homes through this program. It generally takes about 12 to 14 months from the start. And during that time, our families put in 35 hours a week constructing each of those homes in that project. And nobody gets to move in until all of those homes are completed. Now, 35 hours sounds like a lot, and it is, especially with people that have full-time jobs and families. But the cornerstone of this program is really for getting the community involved. So families recruit friends, volunteers to help them with half of those hours, which helps the construction move along. Eligible families are families that are able to qualify for a 502 direct mortgage loan through USDA Rural Development. And they also have to be able to do that commitment of 35 hours a week to build their homes. And there are income guidelines, and while this isn't a low income project, there are income guidelines for that 502 mortgage loan. They are pretty generous though, so a family of 1 to 4 can make up to $86,500 gross annually. And for a family of 5 to 8, they can make up to $114,150 a year. So that puts us square in our workforce housing folks, our teachers, our firefighters, our policemen. There are also credit guidelines which need to be met. There is no minimum credit score, but if a family has a 640 or greater, that means that there's no additional analysis that we need to do. Scores under 640 can be acceptable, but we do have to take a look and see why the score is under 640 and make sure that there's no indicators of unacceptable credit. The credit is really important because it's a big indicator of the applicant's willingness and ability to pay their debt. There's lots of benefits to the Mutual Self-Help Housing Program. There is no down payment required. Cash out of pocket is incredibly low. Families need to come up with $250 at the beginning, which covers their tool deposit as well as credit report that we run. There are no payments required during construction, so that 12 to 14 months that they're building their house, they're not having to make payments, so they can still maintain their quality of life, making sure that they're paying their rent on time and it's not going to impact their financial stability. Again, very favorable loan terms. The 502 direct mortgage, like I indicated before, has a longer term subsidized interest, a low interest rate, making it very affordable. And it's both a construction and a permanent loan, so it's a single close, and the interest rate that you close at is what it's going to be for the permanent financing. Payments do include taxes and insurance. So, and most people are going to pay less in their mortgage payment than they pay in rent. This creates marketable skills for our families. So families are going to learn carpentry skills, construction skills, and we've had many of our families that have gone through the program actually go into the construction industry. Our current project manager built a home through our program. Was in 2016, I believe, and he's managing our project now. And our construction assistant built a home in 2016 as well. This also creates revenue for the communities that we serve. So these are, it's taxable revenue for the borough and city that we build in. And we also hire local. So we hire local staff that manage and run the program. And we also hire local subcontract labor for the skilled parts like plumbing and electrical. And the houses are very attractive. They're new, 5-star and energy rated as well. They've never been lived in. Families are incredibly proud of the work that they've done, and you can see it in the way that they maintain the homes. What also helps make these more affordable for our families is that we are able to secure subsequent grants for our families. We partner with state and federal agencies for down payment assistance, and these grants are conditionally forgivable grants. So there's no payments, no interest, and as long as they live there for 5 to 10 years, they are, a portion of it is forgivable. And so along with the sweat equity, it does reduce the balance of the USDA mortgage, making the housing payments even more affordable. And then I've just got a few pictures to share with you of some of the homes that we've done here on the Central Kenai Peninsula. This is our 4-bedroom, 2-bath model with a 2-car garage. This home sits on a 1-acre parcel off of K Beach Road. And then the next slide shows some interior views. They are all open plans. Left side is the kitchen dining. Right side would be the master bedroom, walk-in closet, bathroom in there. And then the next screen shows us the interior view of the garage, mechanicals, and a bathroom.
Hello again. While we're pulling up the other PowerPoint, remember on my other presentation I talked about partnerships? Rural CAP was one of the partners in our grant application because Rural CAP also is very involved in child care in the state and has a local, is involved with the local child, not care, but preschool program. And so they were able to do a letter of support saying they'd be there to help us with our startup. So partner. Nice. Okay, great. Here to speak about it. Really exciting. If childcare wasn't exciting enough, talking about a really exciting housing project that South Peninsula Hospital has going on in Homer. Next slide, please. We've already introduced you to the hospital, so we can move along. Next slide. So this was our situation. We would recruit people. A lot of the hospital positions are hard to recruit positions. They're very specific training, especially in a community our size. We really want folks that have some experience under their belt because you have to wear a couple hats. Usually we don't have enough volume that you just get to specialize in one thing. Like you have to. So we really want to recruit people with experience and specialty training. And we spend a lot of time on money and recruitment and interviews and flying people up and all this other kind of stuff. And then you get to sign the deal and it's like, well, where do we live? Or they come and they're only here for 3 months or 6 months, like the other presenter said, and boom, they're gone because they couldn't find anywhere to live. And it was really taxing the organization, just like it was taxing every employer on the peninsula was dealing with it. Ours was just maybe a little different because people were flying in from other states and moving families. And then there was nowhere. So what we started doing was we started leasing properties around the community. And as of about a year ago, we were up to 26 leases that the hospital held of houses and apartments in a community that was screaming, there's no affordable housing. And you can imagine with 26 leases, sometimes they're all full. Sometimes there's only 2 or 3 there's 2 or 3 empty because the people we were putting in those houses were anything from somebody coming for a week-long interview, somebody coming down for 3 days, 5 days from J-Bear to fill in for the ER doctor who was on vacation, on up to a brand new security guard we hired from Anchorage. And his family couldn't find a place to stay because, of course, they came in the middle of summer. And so put them in one of the apartments for 3 to 6 months till they could find a place, which they couldn't. But anyway, so a real variety of users in those 26 leases. Oh, and then there's traveling nurse people who, sign a 6-month contract, and part of the contract is we'll provide housing for them. So a wide variety of users, a wide variety of locations throughout the community, and types of facilities, houses, apartments, duplexes, that type of thing. I couldn't bear going to one more community meeting where lack of housing was the number one find. Even our own community health needs assessment had it. And we just knew that the hospital could not do that anymore. And we're paying a lot of money to lease all of those properties. So this springish, we did an RFP, request for proposal. All we did was paint the problem. We didn't say what we wanted. We didn't say it has to be this or it has to be that, or we were open to anything. A hotel, a bunch of an apartment complex, a bunch of house. Like we were open to camps. We were open to anything, any kind of proposal to solve our need and let us release these 26 leases that we were holding back into the community. I didn't think anybody would answer. Karn and I got on the phone. We're brainstorming other people who had done something, a project like that before, just to make sure that like the RFP was out there and everything. And I didn't think anybody would respond. We got responses. People replied from all over the state. It was really great. And we had local responses too. So it was wonderful. We got to like interview people and go on site visits, and it was really great. And the one that we selected, next slide, please, will be a housing development of 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units. And we will be, there we go. There's a little drawing. And so it is with Two Hands Construction, which is a local construction company and property manager. And they have several housing developments in the greater Homer area already. And so they have a proven track record and been there a long time. And they were able to partner with, for land, they were able to partner with another business owner in town that had some land that was available. So it was a nice little partner application when they put it in. So the project will result in a 10-year lease with South Peninsula Hospital. Remember, I work for the nonprofit that is contracted by the borough. We did have to get borough permission to sign a 10-year lease like that because that's a big commitment, and just need to make sure everything was okay with the borough for that and get their nod. And it will be, as listed here, 10 one-bedroom, 11 two-bedroom, and 4 three-bedroom units. Next slide. So this is where it's located, just as you come right into the community, kind of cross that straightaway flats before you get into town itself. Nice location, nice view, so it'll be a pleasant place to live. About a mile from the hospital. They could even walk if they wanted. Small little yards. This is our gateway district. The planner's in the room, so I have to I have to acknowledge that. So this is our gateway district, and so we'll definitely, the developer will work with our city planner to make sure that it is a good space for the users that are going to live there, but also it's a beautiful, welcoming visual as folks are arriving to the community. Next slide, please. So this is an aerial look at the property itself, right along the bluff there. You can see the shoreline on the lower left area. The development area is just about 4.5 acres. Next slide, please. And here's a little, I don't even know if the city planner has seen this yet. So here's a little draft. We've gone through lots of iterations with the team to come up with something that we like and we think that the city will approve through a conditional use permit process and that is doable in the timeline and financial that will work for everybody. So we tried to lay it out so it's like a little village, you know, a couple units grouped together and a little road that goes through, and just to create a neighborhood feel for the folks that are there. We don't want them to feel like they are in camp since we have the opportunity to create the space. So that's the site concept. Next slide. So hopefully this spring we will be able to do some of the site work and get all of the plans done, all the utilities and everything approved, and get through the conditional use permitting process with the City of Homer Planning Commission. And then assuming that we are able to do that, then we can actually start construction next spring and be ready to roll with the first phase by April of 26, be able to actually start moving people in and then finish up later that year. So that is a look at kind of like what the project will be like. We're super excited. It's sadly not going to be, it's still another 2 years till we're going to like start freeing up those leases. But it's great for the community to know that that we'll be helping a tiny bit with that, with adding capacity, housing capacity back into the community. And the asset itself will, like when our lease is done, if we're no longer needing it, there's 26 houses that are built for the community. So it'll be really great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This kind of stuff gets my mind going because that can be replicated in any one of our communities in ways that when we connect and collaborate and communicate with people, you start to think about different ways to address the same problem, and it can be done. It is being done, and it's amazing. So thank you, Dorotha. Thank you, Maisha. All right, here we are. And you guys are lovely for getting us kind of back on track. So we got 7 minutes. We're 7 minutes off, but I have hope. Next, we have the future of renewable energy on the Kenai Peninsula. We have some incredible projects, programs, and careers that are emerging, and you'll maybe read about them in the newspaper or online. But we have a great panel here to round us out today. And it's incredible the potential that the region has in terms of renewable energies and harnessing our different resources. So I'd like to present Jenny Stars, Marshall Beebe, Doug Johnston, Misty Hull, and Michael Holler. They will explain and share
their organizations, their premise, and their focus. So here we go.
Great, thank you. Really excited to be here. So many familiar faces, new faces. I'm Jenny Stars. I work for Renewable Energy Alaska Project. I'm based in Anchorage. Moved to Alaska 2.5 years ago, actually as a remote worker. So hearing Jeremiah's story was great. It's the last session. I'm going to try to move quickly, but also give you guys, substance of what we do and some of our programs and how they're working to diversify and strengthen the energy economy here on the Kenai. So let's see here. Oh yeah, wow, that worked really fast. So like I said, I work for REAP, Renewable Energy Alaska Project. We're a nonprofit. So that means we don't build the renewable projects that you hear about in the news, but we do support the advancement of renewable energy and energy efficiency. So the conservation of our energy as well as getting it from renewable resources. We have partner organizations or member organizations that do work in the development of renewables. We have utility partners, agency partners. We'll work with anybody who's interested in ensuring that we have affordable and reliable energy here in Alaska. And we work primarily in 3 areas: education. We have 3 full-time energy educators. They visit the Kenai for different programs, whether it's teacher trainings or direct outreach to schools, or we do adult education as well. And they also develop place-based, really Alaska-specific energy resources and education resources. We also work in advocacy, so making sure that we have robust policies that support really market-based solutions to our energy needs. We were instrumental in establishing the Renewable Energy Fund, which this year there's some proposed projects in there for the Kenai that will be up for the legislature. And it's been adding to our renewable infrastructure in the state for about 16 years now. And then where I work is in the capacity development group, which is an amalgamation of programs that we do at REAP. Workforce development, technical assistance for communities in energy planning and scoping for what their energy resources should be, as well as training coordination. So I'm going to focus on my role in the workforce development world, but I just wanted to let you know we do a lot of different things. I'm happy to talk to you more about any of those later on. But before I do too much of that, Cassidy mentioned that there is so much potential for renewables here in Alaska and on the Kenai. So I just wanted to hit on that really quickly to start off this knowledgeable panel, that we are really at this transitional moment for our energy economy and for the future of our grid. We do have pretty high electricity rates. We're running out of, well, not running out of gas in Cook Inlet, but it's projected to hit a shortage from what we're taking out of Cook Inlet. It won't meet demand by 2027. So that could drive our prices up even higher for both heating and electricity, but we're really focusing on renewables for our electricity so that we can preserve that natural gas for heating uses. And so that's just on the rail belt. We also work with rural communities in microgrids who are quickly adding to their renewable infrastructure as well. And there's really just hundreds of millions of dollars in federal investments, which was spoken on in the broadband session and other sessions, that are making this a transformational opportunity that we want to make sure we get as much of that money as possible in Alaska. So my program, the Alaska Network for Energy Education and Employment, or ANE, really focuses on connecting people in the learning, training, and earning areas in the energy sector. We work broadly in energy. Like I said, we do clean energy, which is energy efficiency and renewable energy. So that really means that we work with people like Alaska Energy Authority and diesel powerhouse operators, as well as solar installers, really connecting the dots for a lot of those people in terms of funding opportunities, training programs, and also then doing some direct education and workforce development as well. Okay. So Annie started, you can tell we like acronyms, Annie, REAP. Annie started as a gap analysis of the clean energy curriculum and training opportunities that are available in Alaska. And that has really informed a lot of our work. We have a pamphlet at my table in the back there that walks through the different clean energy career pathways in Alaska and the different training programs that are available, and curriculum opportunities, as well as like degree programs, and just sort of mapping out where those all live in Alaska to make it more accessible. And then a couple of the things that have come out of that gap analysis, so things we've recognized are needed more. We do building efficiency and sustainable energy workshops. I think we did one back pre-COVID and pre-my time in Seward and Homer. And we work with partners all the time to set these up based on community needs. So these can be anything from teaching students, energy managers, public works employees, anyone who's dealing with building environments and energy management. And this really introduces them to energy efficient technology, as well as behavior choices. Can also give information on, making the argument for investing in more energy efficient equipment, how to do those sorts of paybacks, and also financing options for those investments. And then something that's really near and dear to my heart is our work doing energy career visibility and education directly, and then also with partners. So we have some great partnerships with high schools and CTE programs to provide experiences with professional environments, as well as exposure to these clean energy career pathways, which are really very broad. I say clean energy careers, but anyone who deals with energy, so an electrician, an HVAC operator, or an HVAC technician, facilities maintenance, like I mentioned earlier, these are all really important to our energy infrastructure and to our lives. So we work with and try to elevate all of those professions in this outreach. And some of those pictures up there are from our work up in Anchorage at Kusabak Career Academy. That's a residential school option for the Lower Yukon School District. We've been recently doing a Powering Your Future class with them, and it's been great to develop that program, and we're hoping in the coming year to work that sort of set of classes and content and really expand it to other communities in Alaska. It would be really great to do it on the Kenai. Also, we'll talk at any career fair about energy needs. We do energy literacy work through this as well, just to make sure there's this ground foundation of energy awareness of how we use energy in our lives. And we also, through this, work with communities who are in the process of integrating renewables into their grid to make sure they have training plans in place, that they're identifying talent and making sure they have access to the training that is needed, so that once that infrastructure, both while that infrastructure is being built, but also once that infrastructure is built, it's maintained and there's a lasting benefit for the workforce in the community. So I'm going to speed through these because, one, we have a great USDA representative up here, but one of our real missions for Annie is to talk about connecting people to opportunities, especially right now. There are so many opportunities. So I'm sure Misty will talk about the Rural Energy for America program, which is a great opportunity for small business owners, as well as agricultural producers. The C2C program, Clean Energy to Communities, is a technical assistance offering that helps communities build their knowledge base for different areas. These are the 3 areas that they're pursuing in this next round: implementing agrivoltaics, energy efficiency programs for residential buildings, and municipal transportation electrification. The deadline is coming up pretty quick, but it's also a great way to get connected to potential funders, even though there's no funding attached to this program, and also to help you start to think about how you want to build these programs into your community. And then Solar for All, a big announcement was just made earlier this week. There's more than $100 million coming to Alaska. It'll be starting to roll out next year. So no specifics on that, but just wanted to flag it. And these are some of my contact information. I'd love to stay in touch with you, and excited to hear from the rest of our esteemed panelists.
While we get this next slide deck up, who here has spent 2 minutes just thinking, it'd be really cool to harness the power of the tides in cooking? Show of hands. Cool, almost everybody. So in keeping with the theme of today, turning hopes and dreams into actions and implementation. I'm Marshall Beebe. I'm here with ORPC, Ocean Renewable Power Company, and we are going to tell you about the American Tidal Energy Project that we have coming up this year. So ORPC, we were founded 20 years ago. We're based in Portland, Maine, and we have about 50 employees now. And what we do is we develop and implement hydrokinetic devices in riverine and tidal environments. And we really pride ourselves on being focused on the community and making sure our projects serve the needs of the community. So here's our footprint globally. We have a number of different devices that we have deployed in various spots across the globe. Notably, we have 2 riverine devices, our RivGen, implemented across Cook Inlet in Igiagig, supplying power to that village there on the Kvichak River. And so what is the American Tidal Energy Project? This project is a 1 to 5 megawatt tidal energy project that's going to connect to the grid here in Homer Electric. And we hope to integrate the best of US-based technologies and involve the community and environmental stakeholders in the vision for and implementation of the project. And we hope that the project lasts beyond the funding period. So what is the funding period? Again, this project is funded by the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. And this first phase, which lasts from June for 10 months, is a competitive project. Each different project, the American Tidal Energy Project here, and a project that is run by Opalco, Orcas Light and Power Cooperative in the Puget Sound, we each get $3 million to study the site, engage the stakeholders, put together what we think is the best technology, and do some preliminary permitting for the site. And so at the end of this 10 months, there's a competitive down select, and one of these projects will be awarded $29 million to carry forward with implementation of the project. So we kind of touched on this. It's a quick schedule, but we have a bunch of work to do here in this next 10 months to prove that we're worthy of funding in the future. So phase 2 would be detailed site characterization, going back into the water, getting more data. Phase 3 is going to be building devices. Phase 4 is mobilization to the site. And phase 5 is operations. So this would take place over the next 5 years or so. We wouldn't be in this position without the partners. Obviously, KPEDD has involved us in the community, allowed us this opportunity and platform to reach out to you guys and involve you guys in the project. You can see a couple of different devices here that we're considering. We have Aquantis Tech, which is sitting at the surface, our devices, which sit mid-water column, and a third company that has a device that mounts on the bottom. And on this image here, you can see a blue box. This is our permit site. This is our sandbox that we get to play with. And so we're going to be tasked with in this first phase is figuring out where we're going to put some of these devices. This is a heat map of velocities here on the East Foreland off of Nikiski. And our project is set in that nice little cherry red spot. And velocities there peaking over 3-4 meters per second, which is really world-class. The Kenai Peninsula is sitting on the biggest tidal energy resource in America. So it's the obvious spot to develop an industry and build jobs and build clean energy supplies for our community. The overall energy resource for the Cook Inlet is 18 gigawatts. Just for perspective, the entire rail belt now I think uses 900 megawatts. So there's enough energy here to feed the entire community and then some. So here's another little overview of the site, and we have some really awesome infrastructure that supports this project that's already here. So you can see we have a little KPEDD's office. Here's Soldotna down here in the corner. And up near our project site, Homer Electric has a substation that we can easily tie into. We have Hillcorp's rig tender facility, which will allow us to deploy these devices to get them anchored and moored into the bottom. On top of that, Homer Electric already has a battery energy storage system of like 90 megawatts, which can help level load that electricity into the grid, where maybe wind and solar are not as predictable and easy to manage. So yeah, we touched on these advantages of the site here. And then I wanted to throw this slide up here. This is a smaller device that we implemented in Maine last year. This is ORPC's technology. And just kind of gives you a scale of it. What we would end up putting here in the inlet would be about 4 times this size. And on the order of potentially 10 devices to get to that 1.5 megawatt target. Well, again, why here? So we have a couple advantages. We have scale. The resource is giant. We have fairly high energy prices. Looming gas shortage. So we have another need for energy. This funding opportunity, this award from Department of Energy, it's going to go a long ways towards de-risking the project and taking it from the 1 to 5 megawatts that we can do in the next 5 years to the hundreds of megawatts that's potential from that box. So later this year, we'll be able to say, it's 93 megawatts, it's 87 megawatts. We'll be able to do the study and get the numbers where everybody knows what we can do. One challenge we have, though, is with renewable energy tying into the grid, you don't necessarily get to shut down all of the gas turbines that are powering us now. You have to keep that momentum running. So really what we would be receiving in payment for generating electricity is the deferred cost from Homer Electric, from our grid utilities. So we need to work around some incentives to get the industry started, to get it kicked off. And there's a few barriers. We have endangered species, the Cook Inlet beluga whales, that we have a pretty good idea. We've been supporting research and science in how this project could potentially impact these, but we have more to do. And then anybody else that's been out there knows there's ice and some pretty extreme sediment. So that's another challenge. So thank you. We look forward to reaching out with you guys in the future, and we would love to hear your input on how you guys can envision this project being a benefit for the community. Thank you.
Hi. All right, thank you. Okay, next. So I'm Misty Hall with USDA Rural Development. It's kind of nice. I've heard a lot of different things about rural development today. Our objective is we're funded from the Department of Agriculture. And I always like to say that rural development, we are an agency that can really build a community from the ground up. We provide infrastructure, we provide basically any essential need you need for a community. Rural development can provide that. Our objective is to assist rural communities in creating prosperity so they're self-sustaining and economically thriving through the investments that create ladders of opportunity, build regional resilience, and support the growth of emerging markets. We have more than 40 loan grant, technical assistance grant programs, or technical assistance programs to support economic development in rural communities. And I heard from Jeremiah today that we also provide fish and chips, which was pretty cool. And hopefully we're going to have sushi too in the next go around. So in our next reconnect round. So anyway, what can rural development do? Let's see. Oh, you're sliding for me. Thank you. Okay, so we've got all these programs, right? So one of the things we do is, as an agency, you look to see your organization. What are you? You know, where would you fit? You know, so these are just some of the things that we would look for. And we have many partners, collaborators. RuralCap, as we mentioned, was a partner of ours. They actually, in addition to housing, RuralCap was provided a technical assistance grant through the for the REAP program. So they are actually providing technical assistance to help small businesses and agriculture producers apply for the Rural Energy for America program grant. So there's so many programs anyway. I kind of got off on that. So what kind of programs do we have? That's to name a few. This is a little bit of what rural development can do. So, and there's more. But today I'm going to focus on REAP, as you had mentioned, Rural Energy for America, the other REAP, the REAP that you hear in the news. So go ahead to the next slide. We provide guaranteed loan financing and grant funding to agriculture producers, small businesses for renewable energy systems, or to make energy efficiency improvements. So with the IRA funding, the Inflation Reduction Act, we received $1.1 billion nationwide. Grants have been increased to 50% through this Reduction Act because previously it was 25%. So we do also have loan guarantees, and we can do combined loan grants. All right, next slide, please. So changes in REAP. We've got $144 million set aside for underutilized technology, basically anything but solar. And the maximum grant size has doubled, so we do 50% grants, as I mentioned before. And also our maximum caps have increased. So before it was $250,000 for energy efficiency, but that's been moved up to $500,000, and now $1 million for renewable energy systems. And we also changed and we moved to quarterly cycles instead of every competitions twice a year. So go ahead. I'll skip past this one because most people want to hear about the grants. So let's see, where are we at right now? So our timeline, we, this last notice, we had 6 quarters. Of course, I don't know why we have 6 quarters because, you know, quarters of 4, but we're the government, right? So we don't always make sense. But anyway, we are in our 5th quarter, and we are competing quarterly until September 30, 2024 with this round. And then they'll have a new notice out probably in August on what we're going to be doing for the next year or 2. So now the fun stuff, I'm going to move on to a case study. In June of 22, we provided solar for the Bear Creek Winery in Homer. They have a 44.8 kilowatt array, and it reduced their costs by $12,000. And it was offset because they, there you go. So this project was developed by a small business owner who identified higher energy costs in summer due to increased energy demand from refrigeration. And next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, in this one, Peninsula Solar, I wish I had a better picture of it because when I went out to do the inspection, I just did, previous one. Nope. Back. There you go. That's it. Thank you. So Peninsula Solar, also probably better known to everybody here is Whistle Hill. The Whistle Hill development, they have a great thing going on. If you haven't been up there, it's really nice. They have Addy Camp, they have Brew 602, and then like a Frames and Things, I think, business there. So what the business developer did there is he wanted to offset his costs and the Fresh 365. I can't forget the best part. So he did it in 2 phases. He wanted to provide solar to support those businesses so he could offset the cost of the electricity to do the job or to support those businesses. So he started with the first round and applied to rural development for the REAP program to basically offset the cost of the Fresh 365 greenhouse or hydroponic garden, excuse me. And then he came back in round 2 and he received a $460,000 grant to get another phase of solar up that's producing power to help offset the cost of Addie Camp, like I said, Brew 602 and the frames and things, and further need for the Fresh 365, because I don't know if anybody has worked with hydroponic greenhouses, but they're very expensive to run. So anyway, moving on. There we go. And then another one that's kind of near and dear to the peninsula, even though this one isn't directly in the peninsula. We also do energy efficiency improvements, and this system, this grant, excuse me, we replaced the refrigerated seawater system in the Nordic Lady. They're a fishing tender that fish out in Prince of Wales. I got to read my notes here. Prince William Sound and Southeast Alaska. So I guess they do Prince William Sound too. So it was really a great project. I got to go out on site and see this, and actually got to take the picture of the gentleman and his son, so that was nice. It was a fun project, and it's really good to see that, just local men, fishermen, they have costs. They've got, they need efficiency. So the REAP program can help, our small businesses. So anyway, move on. And I'm going to just briefly touch on, because I said we have a plethora of programs. So I just wanted to list a couple of more that we have going on right now that are open. So the Rural Community Cooperative Development Grant, they're accepting applications until June. And I'll move on to the next one. Thank you. So we have 5.8 million nationwide, and there's a 25% match requirement, and they can award up to 200,000. And then the next one, SDGG, they're also accepting applications. Move on to the next one. They're also accepting applications until June 3rd, and there's $3 million nationwide. So if you have any questions on those, you can next. One more. All right, there's my contact information. So any questions about that, feel free to reach out to me. Otherwise, thank you for your time.
Merry Christmas, everybody. What do you think I do for 10 months of the year? Anyway, my name is Michael Haller, and I'm the Tribal and Community Liaison for the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. That's not an oil company. That's actually a federal permitting agency of the U.S. Department of the Interior. We used to be known as the Mineral Management Service a while back, so there's some familiarity there. So I'm here to talk to you for just a few moments about some important information. But before I do that, I wanted to introduce a couple of people. I am not Gibby. Gibby, our regional director, is actually up, interestingly enough, in Kotzebue today, attending and taking part in a not dissimilar kind of meeting that they're having. NANA's hosting a day-long event there. So it's on Alaskans' minds, everything that we've covered here. But I want to introduce our deputy director, who's back in the back row, Sharon Randall. Raise your hand. Okay. All right. The masked woman. Anyway, and then our Swiss Army knife is over here, Gwen Robinson. She's doing what she does behind there. Anyway, one of the reasons we're down here, and normally DNA, for our DNA, oil and gas is really our main line, or it has been. But we have other things that we do, and renewable is one of those. And we're doing a lot of that in the East Coast right now of the United States, and it's starting to come up a little bit in the Gulf region, and also out in the Pacific, they're starting to. And so here we come around the loop to Alaska. And it's very interesting to me that we would finally get here. And you've seen a lot and you've heard a lot today. Would you go to the next one, please? Thank you very much. Okay. I just want to point out something that pink, that salmon pink color that you see over there. That was added to the property of the United States Christmas week. I had nothing to do with it, but the State Department announced it. That's on the bottom of the ocean, and that's what we permit for exploration and development, potentially. So Alaska probably is now 6 or 7 times larger than Texas. What a great day, right? Anyway, but you see some other interesting statistics there too, and I'll let you just take a moment and read that. 3.2 billion acres and 3 times the miles of offshore. And if you look at it in a certain way, we're almost 25,000 miles around in terms of circumference of the Earth. If you took Alaska's coastline, you'd have to go another more than another third to go around. That's a big amount of space for our coastal areas. Next, please. So why are we here? Well, to raise raise awareness of our vast offshore renewable energy potential, to seek and cultivate interest in from industry and develop a responsive, predictable regulatory framework. In short, what we're really doing is an informal, having informal conversations. I hesitate to use the word survey, but not in that formal way. And we're certainly not doing public meetings in the way that we would normally do public meetings necessarily, or at least not yet. But we want to get a sensing of what are your thoughts? And so that's why we attend these kinds of meetings and why we show up and why we want to hear from all of you, really. And you've heard kind of a range of different ideas so far. I guess the one takeaway that we all have is that we're all actively thinking about it, no matter what we say is happening out there in Cook Inlet and elsewhere around Alaska, for that matter. Next, please. Thank you. The thing I find interesting about working at BOEM is that we have 3 primary areas that we work with: environmental analysis, our resource evaluation section, which estimates the energy and mineral resources and provides economic value to it, and our leasing and plans section, which deals with conventional and renewable energies. These are fellow Alaskans. For an example, I've been here pretty close to most of my life. I used to come down here and go fishing with my grandpa when he did set netting. And I was too short, so I had to stay on the beach. He said the salmon would probably run away with me. I don't know. Anyway, but I remember those days very, very well. And I've watched the Kenai grow over those years, and to hear these presentations today is pretty exciting stuff. So looking ahead is where we need to be with these next generations that are coming up behind us. Next, please. Now, you probably wonder what those squigglies are. Those were whale hunters, and that's off of the out in the Beaufort Sea. Our fellow Alaskans out there looking for whales in the season, and they had devices on their boats, so we knew how they were moving about and where they were moving about. And that's just emblematic visually of the fact that we, in just under 50 years, I think it's been, we've done almost $500 million in studies that we've partnered with or otherwise funded directly to learn about the waters of Alaska, to learn about the surfaces out there and the undersurface. And we're continuing to do that. And so when you think about all the things about renewables and so forth, well, there's a lot of studies that have to go on before permitting. There's a lot of voices that need to be heard, a lot of conversations that need to be had, and a lot of input from our fellow Alaskans that have an opportunity to look into that. And down that list, toward the bottom there, gives you an idea of what we look at. It's not just about people. It's not just about wishes and hopes. It's really looking at the critters that are in the ocean as well and taking them into account. Next, please. There we go. Okay. So Cook Inlet. Right now we have 15 leases out there that Hillcore bought that were previous, had other owners previously. And that kind of gives you an idea of where we are right now. And there's 6 leases up on the Beaufort Sea. And that's what we're really these are legacy leases in a certain way. So there's nothing new that's going on out there with respect to the topics that we've been talking about today. Next, please. A little bit ago, it was mentioned how much power is out there. Well, that gives you kind of an idea. And if you look over to that little orange spot where Cook Inlet is, you see that Cook Inlet, mighty as we are, there's even more mighty areas around the entire state of Alaska. It's really quite profound. I like to remind my family it's in the Midwest every time they complain about getting an Arctic front blowing down and freezing them, and the wind's going to blow paint off the barn, maybe blow it over. Where do you suppose that wind comes from? And who gets it first? We do. Hello. Anyway, next, please. Now, we were talking a little bit about what devices might look like that are out there that could power. One of the things we're doing that's very interesting is that we're not just looking for, you could say technology-wise, Alaska answers, but we're looking what's going on with the Danes and the Dutch and Norway and in the North Sea. What kinds of devices are they building? What have they been doing? They've been at it for decades now. And so we like to think that maybe we would build something that would be, if it's Alaska proof, you can use it any place. Yeah, that's true. But it may be true also that there's something out there that's already on the shelf or being proposed or being considered. So we're looking all around at all these things. And so when industry comes to us, we have very fruitful, useful conversations, but they're not without your voice being included in it. So it's not just two groups sitting at the table. It's really a lot of people sitting at the table, so to speak. Next, please. I mentioned, partners. Yeah, we have a lot of partners, folks. I mean, everybody's our partner. Okay. Can you go back to 12, please? Oh, no, one more. Are we close? There we are. Minerals. Take a quick gander at that. And while I look off for a moment and gaze over that direction, I would invite you to come visit all the rest of us before I get off the stage. Come over there when you're done speaking. I wish I could give you money. I can't, but I can give you my card. And we can give you some of our information. We're happy to do that. So that's my commercial message. Okay, meanwhile, marine minerals, there's a lot out there. And there's a lot of interest in it right now, particularly in critical minerals. And so I hope that you'll put that somewhere in your thinking and your consideration. Next, please. Keep going. You see what you're missing? I mean, keep going. One more. There we go. Okay. I'm so glad we had this slide in the group because we talked a lot about job development today, and we're busy looking at where the next group of young scientists are going to come from. Who are they? Where are they? How are they going to get to where we are? And why would they? I mean, there's a lot of questions to be asked. And so all I could say is we really do our best to encourage young people, your children, your grandchildren, your nieces and nephews, to study, keep your heads down, keep working hard, and be determined so that you can decide whatever your future is going to be, whether it's coming to work as a government scientist, a private company, wherever it is you go and whatever you do, because it's very vital that you do make those good decisions. Next, please. Okay, lastly, I'm going to put the microphone down now because I was told I couldn't come home today without taking a class picture of you. So all I need here at the end of the day is I'm going to take 3 pictures so I can put them all together. And you need your smile. Okay, so give me your best smile. I swear I'm not doing this for the FBI or any other government agency. This is just for my Mrs. Claus, or I'm dead meat. All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, panel, so much. So we covered a lot of topics today. We had about 27 presenters. And I hope that you can feel and see that there's a lot happening on the peninsula. We have our challenges, as we started out the day talking about, but there's a lot of programs, there's a lot of people, there's a lot of us that are doing some good work right now, and it's exciting. And I hope that you are mostly excited and a little bit nervous and just hopeful that together we can put together these systems, these resources, these programs in place to get us further along and create a stronger, better future for the Kenai Peninsula. So I thank you all for coming and hanging out with us all day. It's been great. I hope you got full bellies and were able to connect with people that you hadn't seen or hadn't known. I hope that you can walk away learning something and knowing something new. And I hope that these conversations keep happening amongst us. I hope that we can all stay connected. Please contact our office if you need any information that you saw up here that you just needed some more. I urge you to go see our people over there. They would love to see and talk to you more intimately, and if you have questions. But I really appreciate everybody's time and contribution to today and to our communities. So thank you so very much. Oh, I wanted to say there's 11 puzzle pieces that are missing, and I need people to go complete it. There's 11 of you in here. Oh, now 10. Okay, we're on it. But good job. See the puzzle? There, see? And the puzzle is getting put together, just like we need to do. Thank you all so much. I didn't mean to put